and they can do a lot of damage. So I think it's going to be tough work for the Dogs tonight.
And that's why Porter's so good, because those players, you don't really know what to do when they do get up so high in the ground. You got Butters and Rosie up there. If you go stand straight on them, then you disconnect yourself from the furthest forward who's in the queue ready to go next. If you take a little bit, they're so good at winning the ball in and around the stoppage that they then link up and you're too late to press, and then the play comes off that. So it's such a good thing that's worked so well for Port Adelaide. And again, just the coach's box, if you're listening along at home, try and listen in. I'm sure the specials guys will be all over it, but this game could be won or lost in the coach's box.
Yeah, and Jay-Z, the big story out of the week, of course, was Marcus Bontempelli.
Yep.
We believe that he's come up probably better than expected, that he seems fully fit. Is this going to be the moment that we can look back and it could put Marcus Bontempelli in a bit of Western Bulldogs folklore? If he can somehow rise like Lazarus and get them to win this game, galvanise his side and get them into a grand final when it looked like he was carrying some sort of serious knee injury, or do you think it's going to be too much of an ask, particularly with the travel and everything they've gone through, the Dogs?
Well, you're right, Joe. If the Bulldogs are going to win, he's going to have one of the great games of his career, to be honest. It's going to have to be a Herculean effort. Now, I understand he trained well this week. He moved really well. His PCL checked out fine. More just some bruising, potentially, around his knee and, in fact, the higher part of his lower leg. So I expect him to be fine. There's some questions about whether he needed to play more forward tonight, but expect him to be midfield and play a really strong hand. So he checks out okay. Missing Alex Keefe, which is huge. No Cody Waitman and Steph Martin into the ruck. He's certainly going to have to set the tone early.
Those bone bruising ones, they're the ones that concern me. I've had a couple of them. You pull up, you're initially really sore. You pull up okay, you run because you avoid it. You avoid contact to that area. As soon as you get a tackle where you drive your knee in, it is excruciating and it is so hard to go. And when they start stacking up those knocks, they start to compound. You get worse and worse. You probably lose a couple of % every time you get buried into the turf. So for Dogs fans, I hope that he plays a really good game and doesn't continue to carry that injury and it doesn't flare up again. But if it does, it's going to be so tough for them.
Hearing you say that, you mentioned tagging Boak or Wines. You just wonder whether he's the man then the Port target. Port Adelaide, there's going to be someone they're all going to bump into and get into. You just wonder whether you're going to make tonight an absolute nightmare for Marcus Bontempelli.
I can't wait for it. It's going to be an awesome game. Before we head off and hand over to the boys in Adelaide, Daisy, you're pretty confident Port Adelaide win this?
Yeah, Port Adelaide again by how far for me?
Jay-Z?
I'm with you. 25 points, Port, mate.
More importantly, what do you got planned tonight, Daisy? How are you going to watch this game?
I'll go home and
Shiraz.
I'll probably find myself a nice Shiraz. And that'll be about it.
Yep. Jay-Z, same.
Yes, put the kids to bed and just enjoy the game. You, Joey?
A bit of McDonald's. We'll enjoy the game.
Oh, yeah, that's coming up, isn't it? How good.
Indeed.
Favourite burger?
I'm a quarter pounder man.
Do you know the Monopoly game's back too, which is a real treat?
Yes, it is indeed. No, look, it's going to be a cracking contest. We can't wait for it, of course. The winner is going to play Melbourne, who are red hot.
Yep.
They're going to be sitting back tonight. They probably won't be on the Shiraz or the beers, but they will be watching this game intently to find out who they are going to play in a couple of weeks. It's going to be an absolute cracker. Daisy, just a quick preview. So you think it'll be Port Adelaide-Melbourne grand final?
Port Adelaide-Melbourne grand final, and that will be a cracker. The two teams who are in form, fit, firing, will be an absolute belter. Nervous times for D's fans.
Big story will be the sense of history, 57-year premiership drought. Would you think that'll play on their minds at all? Is it a factor or not?
Has to.
Looking forward to this one. Hey, we're going to head over to the call team in Adelaide. Brenton Yates, Chris Dittmar, the great Bernie Vince, Mark Rasciuto and Rhett Biglands. They're going to call the socks of it. We can't wait. Hope you've enjoyed Triple M Footy's finals preview. Joey, Jay and Daisy, enjoy your Saturday night. We can't wait for this one. For Ream Hop and McDonald's, Triple M rock.
The Triple M Footy Preview. Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show is giving you a crack at $10,000 cash every morning. It's as easy as putting these four numbers in the right order.
1, 6, 9, 3.
Unlock the vault. Win the cash. Winning is easy when you listen Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 to the Marty Sheargold Show on Triple M.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Business pressures, tax, cash flow, competitors, loan commitments. Not much fun left, is there?
I'm Simone from Your Business Angels. There's no shame in admitting you need help. We can solve many of your business issues so you can start enjoying your business again. After all, you're in business to improve your life, not suffer in silence.
Solve these nagging business issues and call your business angels on 98982559. That's 98982559. Repair the past and rescue the future.
So, you want another furphy? Well, legend has it that a brewer in Geelong had an epiphany. A vision for a beer unlike any other. Easy drinking, full strength, a clean finish. They say he brewed it for ultimate refreshment, and once perfected, he'd call it Furphy Crisp Lager.
Isn't that what he's drinking?
Oh, yeah. Here you go. Furphy Crisp Lager.
Unbelievable.
At Coles, we're doing everything we can to keep our community safe. There are extra team members in store to help you check in safely or shop online with contactless click and collect. We'll deliver your groceries right to the boot of your car. It's all to help you shop safe at Coles.
Hi, I'm Sam Squires, sports journalist and host of On Her Game podcast, created in partnership with Puma. If you could be fearless about the future of women's sport, what would it look like? I've partnered with Puma to ask their top sporting icons from netball, track and field, AFL and rugby league what they want the future of women's sport to look like and how we can achieve it. Search On Her Game podcast, created in partnership with Puma. Download the new Listener app now and listen for free.
Listener.
If you're looking for a camper trailer tough enough for Australia, then you're looking for a super tough Adventure Kings camper. Engineered to take on Australia's rugged landscape with ease, you can get an Adventure Kings camper from Fall Drive Supercentre for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher so you can accessorise it your way. Now that's a deal that's tough to beat, only while stocks last. Head in store or find us online at falldrivesupercentre.com.au. Super save with us now.
Now you can stream Triple M footy wherever you are. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
Hi, it's Damien Carbon with your national news briefing. Queensland is working with New South Wales as they investigate the source of 5 local COVID cases in the Sunshine State overnight. All are from the same family across 2 households. The source is believed to be a visitor from New South Wales. Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk says the next 24 to 48 hours will be crucial for the state's southeast.
Local cases are from the same family. So that is absolutely really good news. We actually think we know the source of the infection. So I know there's a lot of concern out there at the moment amongst the community about is there a lockdown today? There is no lockdown today.
Among 8 COVID deaths reported in New South Wales this morning, 2 men in their 30s and 40s both died at home and tested positive after death. It came as the state recorded 1,599 cases. Health Minister Brad Hazzard says there has been some reluctance amongst people to admit that they're sick because they believe they need to keep working.
The federal government and the state government have put up economic packages. There's also lots of other support for you. And the most important thing is to stay alive.
Meantime, Victoria hit a new record with 450 local cases, and they also had a record for vaccines, 87,000 jabs delivered in one day. And overseas, tens of millions of Americans have paused this hour to remember those who lost their lives in the September 11 terrorist attacks 20 years ago today. US President Joe Biden attending a service in New York.
Don't miss out on locking in a low home loan interest rate. An Aussie broker can help you refinance your home loan and save money. Book a free appointment today at aussie.com.au.
Rain coming in later tonight in Melbourne with a low of 9 degrees. We've got rain with thunderstorms and hail tomorrow and a max of 15. Triple M rocks finals footy all weekend. You can now stream every minute live. Download the Listener app and select Triple M Melbourne 105.1.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M!
What does the preliminary final feel like?
It is full to the rafters. Prelim final underway.
Pressure.
They're through to a grand final.
Everything on the line, no tomorrow.
It's all or nothing now.
Finals footy feels like another world.
Pulsating game of footy.
This is what you've been waiting for all year.
That energy is just exhilarating.
Keeping the dream of the ultimate prize alive. Time to go.
Smash the Sharon down to get this thing underway.
The intensity of the finals definitely goes up a notch.
Absolutely, it goes to another level.
Everything to play for.
It's something that you never really forget.
It's as good as it gets.
Listen to the roar! It is Port Adelaide straight to a home prelim final in front of the big crowd at Adelaide Oval. The Dogs are through to the prelim to face Port Adelaide.
For a
hot water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Oh, yes. Here we go. There's one spot left in the big one. Port Adelaide and the Bulldogs battle it out here at the Adelaide Oval in the second prelim final. The Dogs, they've won 2 finals. They've travelled to 5 states in 3 weeks. And Port Adelaide ruthless in their qualifying final. Couldn't have had a better prep to go at least one step further than last year. It's going to be on, no doubt about it, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water Triple M at Rocks Footy. Big team for this one tonight. We've got Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince, Chris Dittmar, but right now we're about to head downstairs to Red Biglands with a very special guest, the coach of Port Adelaide, Ken Hinkley.
Ken, thanks so much for your time so close to the bounce. We really appreciate it. How are the nerves, mate? You've been here before, but of course this fortnight as well. Has it dragged on or has it come around quickly?
Look, it probably did drag on a little bit for the first week, but then this week's gone away pretty quick. And nerves are what they are. It's a prelim final. You know the prize at the end, and you know how hard they are to win. And regardless of what all the experts think or don't think, this is a 50-50 game for every team.
Kenny, Mark Rasciuto here. Good luck tonight. Masterstroke in that game against the Cats to get Aliir on the small forward. What do you think's going to happen tonight? What do you think the Bulldogs will do to try and quell Aliir's impact?
Yeah, it'll be interesting, Roo, because they've got the 3 talls that can be on the ground at the same time with Shaki, English, with Martin back in the team, and also Norton. So, it's probably a bit more of a taller option for Aliir. But, as we've said before, we like to put our blokes where they need to be, and we'll take our chances with who's in the area and take them roles on one by one.
Ken, Bernie Vince here. Good luck tonight, mate. Pressure and intensity. That was the recipe for the win over the Cats. Is that just the simple message tonight?
Yeah, it is, Bernie. For us, it's the way we play. It's the way we like to play. We like to be quite accountable. We like to be quite tough when we can be in the contest. I think Ollie's been on record himself as saying his go is not to do all the flashy stuff. His go is just to bang in and crack in and go for everything. And that's what we expect of him. Drew's another player who plays that similar way. And, you put Boak and then you put Robbie Gray, those sort of players around. That's just the way we are. It probably is our DNA, to be fair.
Ditz here, Ken. Just on the back of Bernie's question, the game against the Cats, the most pleasing thing, you've got a young side relatively. Everyone contributed and there were no nerves, were they? You don't know how a young side's going to go into a big final like that one and this one, but everyone all night played their bit, and that must be one of the most pleasing things for you. Yeah, I think that's the secret of winning finals, I think, is that you can't have a passenger, and for us, we know that. We just talked about that inside. It's not going to be one player. We don't need heroes out here tonight. We just need each player playing their part in the team and being a great teammate. That's our key focus, is to be a great teammate out here tonight.
You're 17 and zip when you win contested ball. That's a pretty impressive stat. I guess you've got your midfielders fired up to try and do it again tonight.
Yeah, we'd love it to be 19 in a couple of weeks' time if we can get it right. But, we know how hard the Bulldogs are. We know how strong they are over the footy themselves. And that's what, look, let's be fair, the sides who get through to this stage have got to be good in that area. And in fact, they've got to be better than good. They've got to be elite. And, we're one of those teams who are capable of being that.
In the round 23 win over the Dogs, you put a lot of time into Tom Liberatore. Can we expect that again tonight?
Yeah, we'll put a lot of time into all their mids, and particularly, the high quality that they've got. We know that that's where they probably win and lose games. If we can get, at least a break even around the midfield, that's what we need to do. Libba's a really important part. Bont's here. They've got a fantastic midfield, and everyone's talked about them all year. So it's not just one player. We just got to work together.
Dan Houston, 100 games tonight. Good recognition.
Yeah, fantastic for Dan. He's, he was a rookie pick for us, and he's an absolute class player now for us. And we're very fortunate to have him at our footy club. Our recruiters, Parks and Cripper, have done a great job to pick some of the boys we've got.
Well, Ken, you're terrific with your time for us on Triple M Footy. We really wish you all the best tonight, mate. Good luck.
Good on you, fellas. Thanks.
Ken. There he is, Ken Hinkley, senior coach of the Port Adelaide Footy Club. So, let's get back to our team. We've got Bertie Vince, Mark Rasciuto, Chris Dittmar and Red Biglands.
Sorry, I just want to mention, Yoda, and for the fans listening back in Melbourne, Chris Grant to join us from the Bulldogs as well. That's coming up, so you'll get to hear about your side as well.
Now, Bern, prelim finals. You've been in one. They say they're the hardest game of the year to win, believe it or not, including the grand final. Why is that? Or why is this game so difficult to get through and win?
Yeah, well, there's so much on the end of it, beg my pardon. And I was at the club, I was in 3 prelims over my time. And I remember in my first year, Adelaide played West Coast, and I wasn't actually part of the game or on the ground. I just saw the boys in tears, and, it's just an opportunity missed. And they're so tough because you get down to this time of the year and the 4 best teams are playing each other, and it's just a huge result on the end of winning. And, you just got to get there because you never know what can happen grand final day. And some of the best games we see are in prelim finals. And sometimes grand finals can be a bit of a flop sometimes, really one-sided. And the prelims are the best. You have all your supporters. I know we're in a COVID world at the moment with restricted crowds, but general, you got all your members there, all your supporters, and they, as a player, they reckon it's the best game to play in because you got all your fans there and they love it.
Last year, Richmond came here and beat Port Adelaide on this ground by 6 points. It was an absolute thriller. So the Bulldogs, as we know, massive chance here tonight, but it hasn't been the ideal preparation for them. What sort of fatigue do you think there is associated with that? I'm not trying to put any negativity in the minds of their supporters listening, but it has been tough for them to get here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a whirlwind sort of few weeks for them. As you mentioned off the top, Yoda, 5 states in 3 weeks. Victoria, Tassie, up to Brisbane, over to Perth, on the way to Adelaide for this game. It's just bizarre. So many kilometres. They were meant to train here yesterday, then they were barred from training, and then they were allowed to walk on the oval for an hour. That was today. So it's been a bizarre build-up, and as coaches and as assistant coaches and even, the sports science side of things, just to train the boys or get them out there and, get their legs moving the day before a game, that's all been thrown out the window, and it's just, you just got to make the best of it. And they say, when teams travel and they stick together, they can bond. And I'm wary of the Bulldogs tonight, though. You stick together. They play that brand of footy where it's a finals type brand. It's almost, you lose. They've lost a couple of soldiers, I know, coming into this game, but it's almost, they replace them so well. There's people waiting there, and they all play. It's not about personnel. They all play the same way. That real contested, in tight footy, which is finals type footy. So, I mean, all the experts are saying, Port Adelaide, it's their game to lose and they should win easily, but beware of the Bulldogs.
Byrne, a couple of weeks ago when they played at Marvel Stadium, that first quarter and a bit, they carved Port Adelaide up. The way they delivered the ball in tight, these 30 and 40 metre spear passes, pinpoint accuracy. If Port Adelaide allow them to do that tonight, the Bulldogs will carve them up.
22 points up early in that game over there, and the Port Adelaide, it took all their energy and all their effort to finally claw back. It was that last kick that put them in front to win by 2 points. So, as you said, they're elite around the footy. Their contested ball stuff is outstanding. And as you mentioned, 17, well, I think Rue asked the question to Kenny, 17 games they've won contested ball. They've won all 17. So that's the recipe.
Let's head to Red Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts. Keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane T-Marts. Call 13 26 25 today. Biggles, you got the final teams through.
Yes, and interestingly, they're going to start with Steph Martin on the ground. So they'll start with 2 rucks for the Western Bulldogs. So they're confident that this rain will hold out tonight. There was a sprinkle, or sort of sprinkles on the horizon, but they're going with the tools, and it is pretty dry down here on the deck. I'm standing right out the front of the Dogs' rooms, and the deck is quite dry and not slippery. Occasionally we see a lot of dew here at Adelaide Oval on a night game, but none tonight. So that should set the match up for, quality affair, let's hope.
Good on you, Biggles. There he is, Red Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts. It's a big game. There's no doubt about it. Do you think we got any sort of glimpse into what tonight could be from last night, just in relation to the way the bye is set up differently this year, that there wasn't one before the finals, and the team that had the rest, they came out like caged lions, Melbourne, and they tore the Cats to shreds. Could it be something similar for Port Adelaide, or is it the other way, that the Bulldogs have had 2 hard finals wins on the road and they're prepared and ready to go?
No, I think it's all in Port Adelaide's favour. With no bye pre-first final, I just think it's all in their favour. At home, been sleeping in their own beds. And, those tough games, they take it out of you. And with all the travel they've done as well, the Bulldogs, I just think it's all stocked in Port Adelaide's favour. But as I said before, be wary of the Bulldogs. They play that finals brand. If they can just, withstand this first quarter fast start, Port Adelaide aren't known for their fast starts. What that doubt can do, if you can get away to a fast start like we saw in round 23, 20 points up early, the doubts would start to, sweep through this ground and through the Port Adelaide camp. So the start's so important to win away in the final.
Certainly is. All the talk this week's been about Bontempelli. Now, you two fellas just moments ago saw him warming up out in the middle. What did you see?
Well, you had the binoculars on him, Yater. He looked a little bit ginger, but I don't know. We might be trying to read something into it. He just was cruising around and not sort of going it was only the on-ground warm-up before they go back in and then come out in their Guernseys.
He certainly didn't look to be moving as well as the vision we saw of him at training through the week, where he looked good.
He looked really good during the week. That vision I saw, I didn't think he'd train this week. I just thought they'd put him on ice and do what he had to do, with a bit of hand stuff indoors. But he was out running flat out, it looked like, at training.
But if he's to have anything help with the pain, Burn, he wouldn't have had that yet?
No. If there's any injection in that, he'd be having that probably about right now, about 20 minutes before the bounce, 15 minutes. Try and have it as late as you can so it lasts as long as you can. So if there's any help there that's needed, he'd be having that now, and hopefully he's at his best.
Well, it's a big game, no doubt about it. There is one spot left to take on the Demons in the grand final. We'll be having a chat to the Western Bulldogs star, AFL Hall of Famer and Director of Footy, Chris Grant. He'll be joining us on the other side of the break. It's Port Adelaide, it's the Bulldogs, it's the second prelim for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M Footy Preview. Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Install a Ream. Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a Ream. Install a Ream.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
Bring the stadium home for the footy finals now at Harvey Norman with up to $500 in Harvey Norman gift cards on selected home entertainment. Catch all the action on The Frame. Samsung 65-inch QLED Smart TV. Now $1,995, save $500. Plus bonus $100 gift card. Hear the roar with Samsung's 3.1 2-channel soundbar with subwoofer. Now just $695 plus bonus $25 gift card. Up to $500 in gift cards on selected home entertainment now at Harvey Norman.
If you own land and want to know how to maximise its wealth potential, just call Metricon today. Right around Victoria, Metricon are the experts in helping people build 2 or more homes on their land. We'll show you how to make the best use of your property, support you from beginning to end, and help you with the council. So get Australia's #1 home builder behind your new home development. Just call 1300 Metricon or search Dual Lock by Metricon today. CDBU 52967.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I just wanted to know if I could move to a lower rate. I'm currently on a rate...
You're an existing customer? I'll have to transfer you to another department.
Oh.
Hello, Beat Bank. How can I help?
Hi, I just wanted to know if I could move to a lower rate.
Oh, you want the complaints department then? Hello, Beat Bank.
You're the same guy, aren't you?
No.
Yes, you are.
Different guy.
Oh, this is bull.
You don't have to call Athena and ask for a lower rate. Check out our automatic rate match at athena.com.au. Athena, love us and leave us. Standard credit criteria, terms, conditions and government charges apply.
Start at Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
On Sky News Australia, Paul Murray is the man who'll fight for your right to be heard.
Paul Murray Live is all about real people.
He's not afraid to call it straight.
There's no beating around the bush. We go straight for the heart of every issue.
And tell you what he really thinks.
I love this country. That's why I'm going to fight all day, every day for things that really matter.
Paul Murray Live, 9 p.m. Sunday to Thursday on Sky News Australia. Watch on Foxtel.
Gear Wrench powers champions with the toughest tools in the game for over 25 years. Our tools power Bathurst champions, world champions, broken down in the middle of nowhere champions.
Yeah, come on.
And the gotta get it done before knockoff champions. With a range of over 4,800 tools, Gear Wrench gives you speed, strength and access. Available at Total Tools, in-store or online.
Shut up! The footy's on Triple M. For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Oh, yes. Saturday night, prelim action, Adelaide Oval, Port Adelaide and the Bulldogs. What a game we've got ahead of us for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. And speaking of footy, the director of footy from the Western Bulldogs, former star of their footy club, Hall of Famer, Chris Grant. He's about to be joined down there by Rhett Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts.
Thanks so much for your time so close to the bounce, Chris. Good luck tonight. Talk us through selection. Steph Martin gets the nod versus this week. Last week he wasn't considered. Why did you go with him this week?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good to see you too, Rhett. No, I think what we've been doing with Steph probably over the last 5 weeks, his training's been building. Clearly on the eve of the final series, we were really hopeful we were able to get him up for the first elimination final, but he was still building his training. We just couldn't select him. The following week he got really close, but at the same time we just went on the conservative to make sure that he was absolutely right. He actually did do a big full training session on the Thursday beforehand and just didn't feel right. So we're really pleased, clearly, to be able to come into tonight's game, having him selected and ready to go.
Bevo loves a theme. Can you give us an insight into what he used this week to get the boys up for tonight's match?
He does love a theme. No, he's a great motivator, and he's probably at the end of the home and away series, just the reality of the cutthroat nature of our position by the end of it. Certainly when Brisbane got the additional points against West Coast and forced us down to fifth, the reality of that situation has been able to motivate them tremendously. So no, he's a great orator and a great motivator, and hopefully it can carry through tonight.
Chris, Bernie Vince here. Good luck tonight, mate. Five states over the past few weeks. Now, you're clocking up the frequent flyers. There's an element of fatigue that is involved here too. How have you freshened up the boys?
Yeah, no, you're right, Bernie. We've seen pretty much all parts. The only states we haven't been able to beat is Northern Territory and, of course, New South Wales. So, it's quite interesting. I mean, even coming here, Bernie, to today's game, we left Brisbane and literally flew over Adelaide on the way to Perth before we come back again. So, no, it's been a whirlwind. That fatigue probably generally would be there, Bernie, but I think just the nature of it being finals, emotionally, you just charge pretty quickly straight after the game. So, 7-day breaks on finals, which obviously always helps. Flew in yesterday and the boys are ready to go.
Chris, it's unusual with Port Adelaide where normally you've got a target or sit on a real champion midfielder or maybe someone up forward that kicks the goals, but in Port Adelaide's case at the moment, it's Aliir who plays in defence. What plans have you got for him tonight? What can you share with us?
Won't share too much, obviously, but like all clubs at the moment, we have to have plans in place for players like that, and just what a tremendous story too. I just think whilst we've got the Bulldogs hat on tonight, it is worth acknowledging just his story this year. But we hope to be able to nullify his influence clearly and get the ball through him, past him, and through the big sticks at the other end. So we'll be doing our best to do that.
The big question tonight's the Bont. How is he? He looked like he was moving pretty well at training. We saw him out in the ground doing the on-ground warm-up. He right to go?
Yeah, he's good to go. Good to go. He was pretty right and very confident by Tuesday, mate. So, Thursday's main training session got through without any problems, and he's come over and ready to go for tonight. So it's great to have him leading the team out tonight. Let's hope for not only Marcus but the other boys can have a good game tonight.
Chris, Mark Rashudo, mate. Good luck.
Thanks, Rick.
Few injuries. What about Alex Keith? When did that actually happen?
Well, he felt a bit tight during the game, Roo, but it was only really after the game that it was probably an awareness that it was going to be probably a little bit more than that. So scans the following day confirmed it's very, very minor. If the grand final was next week, he's a chance of playing. So, can't take the risk tonight, clearly. But being as minor as it is, we'd be really confident that he'd be ready to go by grand final. So, it's disappointing, and clearly having had a lot of family and friends, in-laws wise, and bits and pieces around Adelaide through this time with the Crows, it's really disappointing he couldn't be here tonight. But Zane's come in. Hopefully he can do the job for us.
And was Cody Waitman, how close was that to concussion or just a knock to the head?
No, it was concussion. Yeah, concussive episode we call it these days, Roo.
Right.
So, and as soon as that occurs, obviously it automatically rules you out for the following week, regardless of even how you pull up after that period. Like even post the game, he was quite good, and by the following day, he was completely fine. But the 12-day period starts from the following day after the game.
Chris, did it frustrate you that you were allowed to train, then you weren't allowed to train, you're allowed to walk out here for an hour? What was that process like?
Well, we've had some unusual things occur over the course of the year, Roo. This one's been particularly unusual. It was never locked in that we had a captain's run confirmed, but it made sense of us it was always going to happen based on what other states have been able to do for us. But SA Health decided that wasn't going to happen. So we ended up scheduling a captain's run in Perth before we left. The guys actually came to Adelaide Oval today for a walk and some fresh air, and back to the hotel for some lunch, and back here again tonight to prepare. So no unusual, but from state to state, we've chosen not to understand exactly the nuance of it all and just go with what we're given.
We should just explain that noise in the background. Chris Grant standing right by the race, and
he didn't
blowing
smoke.
It
was amazing.
It looked like fire extinguishers.
I couldn't see him for a minute. I'm only a metre away.
He wasn't vaping, was he?
Now, Chris, before you leave us, I just want to share a little moment. It's a personal one for me. Now, you won't remember me from a bar of soap, and I don't expect you to, but in '96, just your brief encounter with Port Adelaide, I was sent down route to the Adelaide airport as a little reporter for Channel 7, and they said, Chris Grant's flying in. He's going to sign with Port Adelaide. And I went, this is unbelievable. So I go down there, and he walked off the plane, and I got a microphone, and he looked at me like, the bloody hell are you? What are you doing down here? How did you know? And anyway, Chris, and then, of course, every Port Adelaide's dream was shattered when a little kid got 20 cents out of his piggy bank, and you felt bad, and you stayed at Footscray. It was an amazing story.
Yeah, I do remember that. I don't remember it being you, but I reckon I gave you the cold shoulder on the way through, so apologies 20 years later.
No problem.
Well, Chris, big game. Thanks for your time, mate. Best of luck.
Okay, good call.
There he is, Chris Grant, Director of Footy at the Bulldogs. Boy, what a game this is. Root, these sort of games, you hear time and time again, it's all in, it's team, it takes something from everyone, but from another perspective, is there one or two key moves from the coaching box tonight that can make a difference? Is it the Alir move, or is it the Caleb Daniel move, or is it something in the middle? Is there any patch of grass we should be watching tonight?
Oh, anything can happen, honestly. Like I know Ken Hinkley said earlier, you need the whole team to play well, and generally you do. You can get star performances like Max scoring last night out of the blue just to come and kick 5. I do think the Bulldogs gun players are going to have to play extremely well tonight to win. Port Adelaide are a lot more even across their forwards, their backs, their mids. They don't rely on one particular area. The Bulldogs look a little bit skinny up forward, don't they, without Bruce and Waitman up there. They've got, 74 goals out of their side for the year with those two alone. Port have got Georgiadis out, but they've got others to come in and fill that void. So you would think the Bulldogs will have to play very good across the board. Their superstars play well, and they're going to have to get that match up on Alir. Mate, I think Aaron Norton's the only bloke who can go with him head to head, and he's got to beat him fair and square and kick some goals on him if he takes some marks.
Yeah, you speak to a coach, and they reckon 85% of their job is done now. You get to game day, and I think you always think, you see coaches in the coaching box making all these moves, but majority of their job is done during the week if you speak to them, and all the preparation is done now. It's up to the players, and in particular the senior players in big games like this you turn to, and you look to the superstars who love tearing these games apart. So, yeah, all eyes on the big game players.
Bern, there's a player in the Bulldogs lineup that I think is very important. You might be surprised, but Caleb Daniel.
Yep.
When a behind is kicked or the ball is in the fence, if he gets it, the way he carves through and delivers it sometimes to the middle of the ground or out to centre wing and finds a target, he does it time and time again. And when Port Adelaide played a few weeks ago at Marvel Stadium, he actually did some kick-outs that went straight down the middle and over the back, and the Bulldogs were ready and had players waiting for it.
Yep.
I think he's very, very good at it.
Yeah, elite ball user, all-Australian, South Australian boy, as you mentioned. And
best and fairest last year.
Best and fairest as well. The best thing about him is he's an elite ball user, that we all know that, but he can change his decision as late as I've ever seen. He's almost sells you one way, is the way he's facing his body, but his eyes are darting inside, and he's not afraid to pull the kick inside, and that just opens up the open side of the ground for the doggies, and they love the ball in his hand. That's why we've seen a lot of teams put a lot of time into him. So it'll be interesting to see if Port Adelaide do that tonight.
He's super important, Dis, but then you've got Bailey Dale, who's now been moved back there as well, and he's an All-Australian halfback flanker. He's not dissimilar. He can kick longer. He's got great skills. He's a bigger body, and he's got more speed as well. So they have got two of the best small to medium-sized backs in the competition. Those two are super important. I've got an asterisk next to both of them. Then you've got Williams. He's another South Australian who's been fantastic for them as well. Talladega Ray, I mean, he was brilliant last week. That matchup, that one-on-one contest with Charlie Cameron saved them the game. So they've got some terrific small defenders. They're going to have to be at their best to go with Rosie, Butters, Motlop, Fantasia and Robbie Gray. What a matchup, group of matchups they are.
This is the Triple M footy preview. Ream Hot Water. Ask your plumber to install a Ream steady, hot and strong. We're not far away from the opening bounce. Port Adelaide and the Dogs. What about the ruck setup, boys? We just had a chat to Chris Grant. They've brought in Steph Martin, who hasn't played for a long time, to try and just sort of break square with Scotty Lycett in the middle.
Well, they needed to. They really had no other option. They need Martin to come out first up from a long spell and come out and get the job done. And you can do that first up. If you've got the ability, if you've got the talent, if you've got the experience, you can come out and play first up. Second up's the issue when you just like a racehorse. You don't want to back them second up. Sometimes they can be a bit sore, but good news for Dogs fans if they get through. He's got 2 weeks to get over it, so it doesn't matter anyway. I think he'll ruck and play kick behind the play. I think English will stay forward and make sure they keep the Port defenders accountable, and he'll ruck the forward half. So I think it's a good move and a much needed move for the Bulldogs.
Well, you can now stream every game of Triple M footy live on the Listener app. Download it now. LISTNR. We're not far away. Opening bounce coming up. It's Port Adelaide. It's the Bulldogs. Prelim final number 2. There's one spot left in the big one. Who's it going to be out of this pair? We'll find out soon. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
The Triple M footy preview. Now you can stream the footy wherever you go. Download the Listener app and select Triple M.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now, Triple M rocks finals footy. And I'm back Monday morning from 6. Nick Revo with us. How do you stop yourself mentally playing the game hours and hours and hours before kickoff?
Yeah, spoke to Jeremy Cameron during the week. He had a pretty good take on that, and he just sleeps in till 11 a.m.
Because that wasn't part of your personality?
Not really.
A bit more highly strung.
Really.
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6. Or hear it anytime on the new Listener app.
Aussies are winning epic prizes with the Monopoly game at Macca's, like Zara and Lucas and even Karen.
Can I speak to the manager? I didn't win.
Have you tried scanning?
I won!
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
We are the bricks. We are the mortar. We are the wards. We are the tests, the results, the comforters and the comforted. We are the breakthroughs and the recoveries. We are 150 years of challenge and triumph, heartache and joy. And we are the future, full of extraordinary possibilities. We are the Alfred.
Donate now to the Alfred Critical Care Appeal. alfred150.org.au.
Start at Bottom Art and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottom Art.
So, I needed to flatten my gas bill curve. Then my neighbour told me about Tango Energy. I was shocked.
Their gas prices aren't just low, they're lower than low. Like good old days, honest prices low. Compare and switch at tangoenergy.com. It doesn't get any lower. Yeah, baby.
Well, look at what just arrived. The future of used car buying. Cars24 is the new way to buy a quality used car, 100% online. Every car is 300-point inspected and delivered right to your door. with 6 months warranty and a 7-day return option. That's way better than a test drive. There's a smarter way to buy a quality used car. That's the Cars 24 way. Visit cars24.com for terms and conditions. LMCT 00012133.
Australia's newest streaming service, Paramount Plus, is here.
Hello there.
This is a mountain of movies, drama and family entertainment.
Incredible!
This is Paramount Plus. And this is our radio ad.
Melbourne's Best Buys.
If you're a dog person, grab Simparica Trio from your vet or leading pet retailer. Nothing gives better protection from both deadly heartworm and paralysis ticks. Simparica Trio, the parasite protection that matters.
Best Buys. Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for Kennard's Hire. Do Kennard's Hire make your job easy? Ken Oath.
Oh, you can follow this game, hashtag AFL Power Dogs. It's the prelim final. It's Port Adelaide and the Bulldogs for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Big team in for this game. We've got Bernie Vince, Mark Rasciuto, Chris Didmar, Red Biglands covering this massive clash for you at the Adelaide Oval. Sensational conditions. Bern, Port Adelaide, they come in here with some expectation. We've touched on it pre-game. We heard from Ken Hinkley at the start, though. He's not buying into that. He's saying it's a 50-50 sort of game. But they do come in with perfect preparation, and they look the ones that have to win. As a player, how is it carrying that sort of tag, the favourite type tag?
Well, the expectation is that's a massive thing in footy, and in finals, expectation can do funny things to teams. But I think if you're Kenny and you're Port Adelaide, you just look back to that qualifying final, and it's an attitude, the way that they turned up and wanted to play. It's all about attitude. Intensity and attack on the footy is an attitude thing. Their tackle pressure was outstanding. It's probably the best game they played for the whole year, and they saved it for the qualifying final. So if there's any doubt creeping in or nerves creeping in, they just need to look back to 2 weeks ago, and that's the blueprint. That's how we play as a footy club. That's how we play finals. That's what wins finals, and wins finals in a big way. And if they can bring that again tonight, I don't think there's any problem for Port Adelaide.
On the other hand, Luke Beveridge should be saying to his boys, Port Adelaide have coughed a few performances up this year. We've seen it early on in the year against the West Coast Eagles in Perth, Brisbane in Brisbane. Bulldogs themselves come here and beat them. Melbourne have beaten them, so they can be beaten. Port Adelaide, I think, are a confident side.
Yep.
When they get their tails up, they are just about impossible to stop. You see Fantasia, you see Motlop, you see Rosie, you see Butters on the end of it, just licking the ice cream and smashing the goals. Whereas on the other hand, if the Dogs can break even in the ruck, win the centre square and get some goals early, we have seen Port Adelaide not compete to the level. But we haven't seen it often, and we haven't seen it for a long time. Port Adelaide playing their best footy probably for several years at the moment.
They are right at the moment. And the starts, we don't have to go back too far this season, that Port Adelaide starts were a bit of a question mark. So, I mean, they hope they bring that tonight, and they've been preparing for this for, 2 weeks now. But even in the round 23 game against the Dogs, we mentioned it pre-game a little bit earlier, they were 22 points down early in that game and found they clawed their way back and away from home Port Adelaide. So it was a great win in the end, but don't have to look back too far, the Dogs, to prove that a fast start can really rattle Port Adelaide.
And I reckon the Dogs played their best game for a fair while last week, didn't they? They looked ordinary for a few weeks prior to that. They looked like they had their intensity. Their midfield was at its best. Gee, they had some good players. Caleb Daniel, the Bont, was back to his better football last week. He'd been quiet for a few weeks prior to that. Bailey Smith, 27 and 3 goals. Libba was awesome again last week. McRae played one of the best games you could play as a midfielder last week as well. So they've got the names and they've got the numbers there to mix it with Port.
Well, the pre-game ceremony is about to commence. The welcome to country. The players face off on each other. The members' side wing here at the Adelaide Oval. It's Port Adelaide, it's the Dogs. Prelim number 2.
Welcomes you to the second preliminary final between Port Adelaide and the Western Bulldogs. The AFL acknowledges the Kaurna people as the traditional owners of the land we gather on today and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contributions to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. The AFL invites you to direct your attention to the big screens for the welcome to country.
Namani Nachli. Niko Tigani Mayartana. Tandawa Mayart. Nyani, win the curtain. Nyamina, Malavra Miana. Zibrokiana. Kalatawala. Ma. We welcome you to the 2021 Toyota AFL Final Series.
Now please join the coaches, the players and the umpires for the Australian National Anthem.
Oh, yes, that's what big-time sport is all about. Players break from their stance. Oh, that gets the hair standing up, doesn't it, boys?
Well, it gets them more than stand up. This is when you feel like just running straight through the opposition and knocking them flat on their backside. And you've got to control yourself here, Burn, because that's what you feel like doing, but that's what you can't afford to do. You have to play the ball, not the man, give away silly free kicks early in the contest and give him an easy start.
No, you don't want to be silly, don't you? I saw Tommy Jonas actually this morning and I was just calming him down, Roo. He's one that can get a little bit excited and go really hard at the footy first and the man, but that's the thing. The focus needs to be on the footy early, and big contests can get your team going early especially, so look for the midfielders to have big contests early.
I tell you what, 26,500 people here. It looks like they've let a few more through the gates.
I've opened them up.
There's not many spare seats in this house.
Do you think some have opted the fence?
I reckon they've gone under. I reckon they've dug a tunnel or something to port supporters.
El Chapo.
The Hills Chockers.
Well, we're having take two of the coin toss, and Port Adelaide have won. Tommy Jonas has won the toss, kicking to the city end on the right of your radio dial. Let's head down to Red Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts.
There is some wind heading down to that southern end as well. During the warm-up, we saw the players bombing them from outside 50. So as we mentioned prior, no late changes. But the Dogs will start with two big men on the field. So Steph Martin coming into the side and Tim English will start on the field as the conditions look pretty good. So no rain around. Fingers crossed with that one. For the benches, Dunkley, the swingman Josh Sharkey, Williams, Rourke Smith and Anthony Scott is the sub for the Doggies. And for the power, well, three players who didn't play in last year's prelim, Bergman, Drew and Bonner. They'll start on the pine along with Pete Laddams, who kicked 2 goals last time these two sides met. And Sam Powell-Pepper is the sub after having a run round in the sample last week.
Never tear us apart.
English has gone to Aliir, or Aliir has gone to English. They're happy with the matchup anyway, the Bulldogs.
Oh, it's about to happen. Here's Chris Dittmar on Triple M footy. For the winner, a trip to Perth in a fortnight for the grand final against Melbourne. for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M, a rocks footy. Prelim final underway at the Adelaide Oval. Up early Lysette, beaten with by Martin. Bulldogs first use of the footy. The Bont out of the middle, looks fit, kicks it to half forward. No mark taken. Bulldogs a chance off hands. McRae goes short, not far enough. Hunted out of Smith. Bailey Smith from the left boot. He kicked a miraculous goal with it last time he got the ball. Jonas off hands. Now it comes out to Vandermeer. Tackled by Jonas. Proud one holding the ball. Umpire says I'll have it. Good start at the Adelaide Oval. Bulldogs into attack.
I'm worried about English on Lee. I think he'll be too strong. Let's watch it and see what happens, but he's just so strong, Aaliyah.
So Lysette, he goes up in the ruck contest. Going hard there, English. Picks it up ground level. Bailey Smith snapping ball. He's nailed it. Oh, he's an important goal kicker, this boy. The Dogs get the opener. And it is one straight. Port Adelaide get to score. Triple M Kennard's highest scoreboard.
They talk about Bontempelli, they talk about Liberatore, they talk about McRae, but this kid, Bailey Smith, is not far behind Sam Walsh as one of the most exciting young midfielders in the competition. Sporting the mullet, he runs hard and he kicks goals, and that's what you want your midfielders to do, and he kicked 3 last week.
Oh, he was huge last week, kicked that unbelievable goal late on his left foot, and just the big players involved early here for the Dogs. Bontempelli won the centre clearance. Smith actually won it on the flank and kicked it inside 50. Liberatore was involved. What a finish there, and this is what you need to do. The Bulldogs need a fast start, put some doubt into Port Adelaide's minds early.
Gee, Port will be disappointed with that. No one goal side of him as the ball hit the deck. Ran into an open goal for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Umpire to recall the centre bounce.
And something we probably didn't mention there, and you mentioned the matchup, Ruth. Tim English, he brought that ball to ground. He created the front and square.
Great comments. The two ruckmen collide. Bernie Vince there. Boak off the ball. Should be able to pick it up. No. Burn Jones comes in to help out. Butters had it, lost it. Martin the ruckman got the handball away. Big tackle. Port Adelaide forced the turnover. Winds out of the middle. Accepted the handball from Butters. 1-on-1 Marshall. Up forward. Couldn't take the mark. Off hands. Where are the crummers for Port now? Running into the pocket. They keep it alive through Rosie. Handballs away. Dixon. Terrible kick along the ground. Meant for Robbie Gray. It dribbles out of play in the right forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Duray was there for the Bulldogs, making sure it did go out.
What about this tackle pressure early? Some big crunching tackles early from both teams.
25 metres around from the Port Adelaide goal. Umpire to throw it in. It looks like it's packed, but it's only 26,500, as Rue pointed out. McRae, another touch for him. Ricochets to Hannon. Now they clear it out of defence, the Bulldogs. Big kick to centre wing, Dale the target. That's a good mark, Hannon. Hannon takes a real strong mark. Hannon with the left boot. Oh, the kick's not good. Gee, it goes to Burn Jones, who happy to see the ball out of play right by the interchange gate. The Bulldogs are a goal. Port Adelaide yet to score.
It wasn't a good kick, but it was actually... It was a good kick because there was 2-on-1 down there and he played on, realised he had nothing to go to, so I think he just sort of kicked to space. So it was probably a smarter kick than it looked.
Mark Rasciuto there, Triple M C-Bar super special comments along with Bernie Vince tonight. Not a good kick, but it was a good kick. Here's Smith, sends the Bulldogs deep forward 50. Aaliyah, a bit of shoving back there. Nice mark. Norton. Well, I tell you what, the Dogs are bringing some heat and some talent.
Actually should have been a free kick against Aaliyah. If you have a look on the replay, he pushed English fair and square in the back.
I was watching that contest and I was just watching what English, the time he's putting into Aaliyah in the contest. All he did, he just went straight to Aaliyah as soon as the ball was in the air, made body contact, and that's why Aaliyah had to throw him out of the way route.
In he comes, Norton. Hardly missed at the other end in the warm-up. This kick on the way. He's missed it, faded late. Minor score. Dogs are 1-1-7. Port yet to score. Triple M Kennard's high scoreboard. Do Kennard's high make your job easy? Kenno.
Gee, goal kicking's crucial in finals. You kick that goal, an enormous amount of pressure goes on Port Adelaide.
Houston in game number 100. Runs hard. Kicks almost to the middle of the ground. Loose footy. A lot of players around this one. The Dogs come out of the pack with it again. They've got numbers. Duray picks it up. Handballs on his outside. Johannison, Bontempelli. Oh, he's fumbled. He dropped the ball. Clever gets it to Treloar. Tapped it on beautifully. Treloar caught in his left. Goes to the goal square. Mark needed, and they take it. They get the mark.
Amazing stuff. And it's Vandermeer in the goal square, although he's going to be pushed on an angle. And the Bulldogs have started magnificently at the Adelaide Oval.
What about that clever tap on there from Bontempelli? Didn't take possession of the footy, just knocked it to his teammate. Almost looked out of bounds too, the kick from Treloar.
So from point blank range, and he makes no mistake, Vandermeer gets the second. Bulldogs have started beautifully, 2-1-13. Port Adelaide yet to score. Triple M, Kennard's highest scoreboard.
Well, we talked about the contested possessions. Now it's 10-3 already in favour of the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide are 17-0 when they win contested possession. They're 3-10 down at this stage. As a result of that, clearances are 4-1 for the Bulldogs. Inside 50s are 4-1 to the Bulldogs, and it's 2-goal, 1-zip.
Lost 5 of 6, Roo, when they lose contested possession. So worrying signs early here for Port Adelaide.
Well, delivering consistent long-term returns for members. C bus for all of us. Bertie Vincent, Mark Rasciuto.
A change being made in defence for Port Adelaide, Roo.
Yeah, so Shaki has gone on. Alia has now gone to Shaki.
And Jonas has gone on to English.
Well, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. We are back in the middle.
We'll keep an eye why that has happened, but
2-1-13 the Dogs. Port yet to score. Bontempelli around the stoppage again. Getting in and trying to get busy. Robbie Gray held up.
So English just pushed to the goal square, and then Jonas decided to go with him. I don't know if that was a Port move or a Bulldogs move. If anyone picks it up, let us know.
So tap down. Lyset, he had the gather. Here's McRae. And he's taken high.
It'd have to be a Bulldogs move, Roo. Yeah, it'd have to be, because English clearly went to Alia. I reckon his contests have been elite. The first few have gone in. Why change it so early?
Unless they think English is just too tall for them.
Here's Caleb Daniel on the wraparound for the Dogs. Sends them inside 50. Attempted mark. Didn't come down there from Steph Martin. Here's McKenzie for Port. Getting it back to Amon. They're under real heat here. Port Adelaide. Bonner turn it over.
Easton Wood takes the mark on the chest. They've got players everywhere at the moment. Goes short. Hunter wants to draw the player. Handball to Bontempelli. This will hit the goal square as well. The Talls are getting back there. Shaki. Norton takes the mark. Norton attacked the footy hard. What a start for the Bulldogs. A certain goal coming up here, you would say, straight out in front. They could have the first 3 of the game here.
Geez, the Dogs are getting into Alia at the moment off ball. Every player in the forward line for the Dogs is getting after him. That's because I think he came off Alia in that marking contest. Alia decided not to fly, and geez, what a mark early. Important kick now, Roo.
He attacked that footy. He flew through the pack. He split the pack. And now Norton this time. He makes no mistake. Can you believe it? 3-1 they are. 3-1-19 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide do not look like scoring. Triple M, Kennard's highest scoreboard.
We talked about Bailey Smith being one of the most impressive young midfielders in the comp. Well, this bloke could be the best big man in the competition in the not too distant future. Second for contested marks in the competition. Number 1 is at the other end with Charlie Dixon. So we've got the best big men in the competition in terms of contested marks at Adelaide Oval tonight.
Jeez, that's an unbelievable fight. Looking at the Harvey Norman replay, that is, he just looks at the footy, doesn't he? And he just goes hard. He goes back with the flight. The only probably thing that lets him down is his shot, well, his set shot kicking, but the goal umpire did do a bit of work and he managed to squeeze it in.
Can't miss him from the top of the goal square.
I don't know. The umpire did a bit of work, Roo.
We'll head down to Red Bigland shortly. We're back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy. It's all the Dogs early in this prelim. 3-1-19. Port Adelaide yet to really go forward. Both held.
Port Adelaide both.
Umpires mic'd up exclusively for Triple M footy. Harvey Norman replay. Ken Hinkley sitting back in the chair wondering what's going on. Oh, Wood, he went a little early for the Dogs. Dixon at the back couldn't gather. Ground level. That was a nice little handball coming out there. Couldn't gather possession. Rosie Motlop wrapped up. Look at the Bulldogs pressure. Bailey Smith out of the back half. Gets a ball working up the centre wing. Bouncing footy. Here's Burn Jones for Port Adelaide.
Yeah, clever over to Houston. Runs into trouble. Houston gets out of trouble. Then delivers to half forward. A lot of players under this one. That is too strong. Great mark in defence. And it's taken back there by the big fella in Gardner.
Dogs look hungry at the moment. Rosie had a little look before he went in for a contest there. Just don't like the look of that from Port Adelaide.
Gardner, 197 centimetres. He's a big lad as Jonas takes a timely mark at centre wing, and they needed that. Bulldogs were threatening again. Through the middle, Motlop gives the handball to Bonner. Nothing on offer. It's very crowded in this half of the ground as he raises the eyes. They go out wide. Fantasia wants to draw the player, decides to kick it himself. Goes inside 50. Dixon on a lead. No mark over the back, and it's all the Bulldogs again. Bailey Dale now handballs out to Caleb Daniels. He's kicked off. Beautiful kick it is. And he finds the teammate in Bailey Williams at half-back.
50 metres too. Tom Jonas, I saw that off ball. He put Norton down behind
Mackenzie,
the ball.
was it, or Jonas?
No, it was Jonas. Put him down behind ball route. 50 metres.
Well, the Dogs are bringing it, and Port look rattled at the moment, no doubt about it. 3-1-19 the Dogs. Port yet to score. Bailey Williams goes with a short ball to Hunter. True centre half back, puts a long ball in. Feeding down Hannon. He's taken the mark. And he'll go back 45-degree angle, 30 out.
This is what I'm talking about with scoreboard pressure. If he puts this through, Port Adelaide are going to start getting doubts in their mind. If they haven't got it already, this is the sort of stuff that really makes a difference. It is huge. The psychology of football is massive. He miss it, they think they're a sniff. He kicks it, they're starting to doubt themselves. A massive kick by Hannon.
So Mitch Hannon, the former Demon, left foot ball is very nice. Splits the centre. The Dogs are 4-1-25. Port Adelaide yet to score. Tripling Kennard's highest scoreboard. Let's take you to the boundary. Red Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts. Keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane T-Marts. Call 13 26 25 today. Biggles.
Got a close eye on Bontempelli down here at ground level. He's taken every centre bounce and he's yet to come from the field for a spell. Willem Drew is Port Adelaide's most accountable midfielder. He's going to him and clumsily falling all over him every time they're targeting that knee. But the Bont is not moving. He is looking really good at the moment.
Strange that Willem Drew started on the bench. I thought he'd be out there doing a job on either Liberatore or McRae or Bontempelli, but he's just come off the bench, so a little bit of a different one.
Can't get their hands on the ball at the moment, Port Adelaide. Disposals 38-20, clearances 5-10, contested possession 16-9, all in the Bulldogs' favour, just all over them at the moment and hitting the scoreboard.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy 4-1-25 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide no score. English and Laddams go into the ruck. Laddams got it down to Liberatore though, his opposition. Liberatore caught, and Port think it's there free, but the umpire says bring it back. As they were threatening to run away, you can hear the crowd. Umpire says no, we'll ball it up again right in the centre circle.
Out of the way, Ollie.
Umpire throws it up now quickly. Laddams front position, English over the top. And again, it'll be the Dogs out of the middle. English had it. He got tackled and lost it. Bailey Williams, too good. Smith, I should say, picked it up. Kicks it high now towards half forward. Alir, Shaki in front. Jonas at ground level, won the footy. Then he's tackled, taken to the ground. And the Bulldogs are into attack again.
And they've got a forward 50 stoppage. They'll be very happy with that. You don't want Port Adelaide to get on the move from half-back.
Umpire throws it up. Laddams with the tap. Again, Bulldogs win this at ground level. Well tackled this time. Umpire says he'll have it. 51 out it is.
Shaki's on Alir. He's too floppy for me on Alir. He'll push him around, but he did keep him accountable last time.
Seabass Super Special comments. Mark Rashudo with Bernie Vince. Ball bobbling around at half forward here for the Dogs. Caleb Daniel came squeezing through. Got a ball inside 50. Oh, Jonas just got boot to ball, but Hannon put some real heat on him. Bailey Dale came through. Nice little gather. He's done though. Rosie. Strong.
Good tackle.
See, that was tough.
Tough, hard.
What they needed, Port Adelaide. Rosie gets on with business. Ordinary sort of kick. Trying to put the moves on there, Chaz Dixon, but he's done.
I'm not sure whether that's the best option to play on quick. They look like they're rattled out here, Port Adelaide. They just need to retain the footy. Find some kick marks, retain the footy. Going fast at the moment isn't the best thing for Port Adelaide.
So the Bulldogs into attack again. They kick it out to the outer side. Outnumbered Port Adelaide. Picking it up, Bailey Smith runs hard, chips over the top. Johannison, the pass is on Alir. That's better from Alir. That an ordinary start. This time he reads it as we've come to know from him. And he intercepted beautifully deep in defence.
Bad choice of kick.
Poor option there from Johannison.
Oh, how's this?
Alir's kicked it straight to English. So the Dogs have been taking inside 50 marks.
Pump it long.
English can really dump it in there. He's about 70 from home. He goes sideways.
Just watching Shaki and Alir. Watch this contest if it comes in high and long.
Got it to Bailey Dale. He shepherded on the mark. Oh, nice little run down smother attempt there. That was Dursma. Big hit on him by Bailey Williams. Long left foot ball in for the Dogs. Alir's got himself set from the side. Couldn't drag it down. Norton, ground level ball. Snapping ball. The Bonds. They've got 5 unanswered, the Bulldogs. They're ripping the Adelaide Oval apart early in this one. 5-1-31. Port Adelaide, nothing. Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard. Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince on Triple M footy.
Well, they're just playing brilliant football at the moment, the Western Bulldogs. Yeah, they've made a couple of little mistakes, but apart from that, this has been champagne football. Bulldogs at their absolute best. Bailey Smith, Liberatore, Bailey Dale, Lockie Hunter, Caleb Dale, Jackson McRae, Bontempelli, all been sensational. Their stars have been absolutely brilliant at the start of this game. Port Adelaide do need to get hold of the ball, and when they get it, they need to chill out for a bit and play possession footy.
Just relax. Their leaders need to get out there and say, boys, just relax. Let's just retain the footy. Find some marks. Let's get just hold momentum at the moment because it's all with the Dogs.
Ollie Wines and Travis Boak only had 1 disposal each.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy, Ruckman share it out of the middle. The Bulldogs again. They are threatening to go forward, and they do. Towards half forward. Houston got a bad bounce, retrieved the footy, gave to Burton. He gets caught holding the ball. Umpire said no, play it on. Again, Houston goes in. That's holding the ball. The Bulldogs are ferocious.
Wow.
They're going to go inside 50 again. Smith, the tackler. What a start he's made. Kicked the first goal, and he's in everything. Port Adelaide needing to man up. He goes very, very short, McRae. McRae's got it, 70 from home. Very crowded forward line. Kicks all the way to the goal square. It'll just fall short. Alir up high with the fist. And they get it to the boundary line. Can you believe this scoreline? If you're just joining us on Triple M, the Bulldogs are 5-1-31. Port Adelaide have barely gone into attack. They are yet to score.
Right, they just need to be very
take
close.
A breath.
They need to take a breath. If the Bulldogs are going to go hell for leather here, they're going to take a risk. Watch this. Watch the speed.
So throw in. Tap down. Laddam's gathered clean possession. Tackle on him. Here's Dunkley. Snapping go. Top of the square stuff. Coming through Bonner.
Well played.
Got a fist through it. Concedes. Minor score. 5-2-32 Dogs. Port yet to score. Triple M Kennard's highest scoreboard. Opening term. We've played nearly 17 minutes.
Well, we said before the game that the coaches think they've done 85% of it. Ken Hinkley's going to have a very big 15%.
He's got 85% to go, Roo. This is an opportunity, though. They've seen a kick mark, another kick mark, good controlled kick there. This is an opportunity. Take the sting out of the game.
Gee, risky kick, and Boak was lucky. He got a free kick because he was sort of tunnelled as he tried to take the mark, but that was real risky stuff from Port Adelaide. They are desperate at the moment. Boak kicks along. Dixon on the lead. Didn't take the mark, went one-handed. At the back, Cordy. Hassling him out of it is Rosie, and the umpire says we'll throw it in. And centre wing in front of the members at the Adelaide Oval.
Cordy didn't even want to pick that up because he didn't want to tap it forward. He didn't want to make it deliberate. It puts a player in a very tough situation when they're in that position.
Hard to see where a Port Adelaide goal is coming from at the moment. They aren't going forward with any purpose at all. The Dogs are too good in all departments. Dunkley, they get another clearance, the Dogs. Kicks it forward, Bonner's under it, and happy to fist the ball out of play in opposition to Hannon, and it goes out, and we'll have a throw-in still centre wing.
Clearances are 10-2 for Red Z Lending. 10-2. Hard ball gets. That's your old-fashioned 50-50 contest. 12-4. That is unacceptable by Port Adelaide.
What about the inside 50s, Roo, thanks to Red Z? 12-4.
Red Z Lending loans for the self-employed. Here's Port Adelaide out of the contest. Wine sends a long ball. They get inside 50 just, but it's fisted out of play. And we'll have it thrown in.
Hardball gets a mindset issue. That's not an ability issue. That's Port haven't rocked up. 12-5 thanks to Red Z.
So throw in. This is just on the 50 for Port Adelaide. Martin goes with Dixon. Ground level Boak. Working hard Treloar. Here's Easton Wood. Got it out of there for the moment for the Dogs. Ground level Hunter. Nice little pick up. They're running in waves, the Bulldogs. How's the delivery? Spot on to Hannon. Finds him at centre wing.
Just winning key contests again. Just a 50-50 ball. The Dogs win it. Go forward. Find a mark. Now they can reset.
Winning every department. Hannon from centre wing has already kicked a good goal. Goes with that left foot kick. Looking for Shaki. Alir takes the mark. starting to work his way into it. He's going to... this time he's kicked. For the second time, he's turned the ball over. His kicking's terrible. Loose ball inside 50 for the Bulldogs. Bergman for Port Adelaide gives to Marshall. Marshall's left foot kick, and he finds Drew, slides in with desperation. Aliir taking marks, but kicking the ball straight. Now there are loose players. Butters on centre wing, can turn and run. Goes long for Rosie. Has to beat Giray, and he can't. And the ball goes out of play. Well played, Giray, to get back and force the contest, and a throw in inside 50 for Port Adelaide.
Aliir is too strong for Shaki. That's twice he's done him now, but luckily for the Bulldogs, Aliir has coughed up 2 kicks. He is obviously feeling the heat, Aliir.
No prosciutto birdie vids tonight. Seabass super special comments. Here's Daniel for the Dogs out of the back half. He got it working up to just backward of centre wing. Nice tackle by Burn-Jones on Rourke Smith. Laddams tried one out of the air. It's going to bounce and roll. The boundary there. That's out of play. 35 around from Port City end goal.
The good news for Port is Aliir is getting hold of the ball. He's too good a player to keep coughing it up. So
they got Jonas behind the ball as a +1. That's helping him in the air too.
20 minutes gone in the opening term. It is all the Bulldogs. Air winds off hands. Can he kick a goal? Can he get it onto his boot?
He likes it.
Finally, the Power are on the board. 21 minutes gone in the opening term. A set play you would think inside 50. It wasn't easy. They are having to work for every possession. The Bulldogs in control still at 5-2-32. Port Adelaide 1 straight 6. Triple M, Kennard's highest scoreboard.
Ollie Wine's having a career best year, and he's had a few good years, but he's gone to another level. He's been quite started tonight, but when you need a lift, you go to your senior players. Ollie Wines, he's been sneaking forward and kicking a few more goals for the first time in his career, and you are a much better player when you can do that as a midfielder. Great stuff, Ollie Wines. Might have a Brownlow medal around his neck next Sunday night here at Adelaide Oval.
He's matched up on McRae too at that forward 50 stoppage, so just beat him at his own game, as we see on the Harvey Norman replay. Just watch the foot. He went hard at it, took it clean, and he's a one-touch player, and what a nice finish there to get his team going. Finally, just take a breath, Port Adelaide fans.
Well, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on. We're back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy. 26-point leaders, the Bulldogs. Port have now got their first goal. He's sort of over it, Martin. Free kick, Port. Harvey Norman replay was just trying to hatch it there, Steph Martin. Here's Lyset. Bonner on the little wrap-around handball. Delivers nicely to the goal kicker, Ollie Wines. Still in the centre square area here, Port Adelaide. Ollie puts a long ball deep, 50, big fly, Laddams couldn't drag it in. Ground level work by Dursma as he taken high. No, here's Robbie Gray, runs into a brick wall, loses the ball. Here's Rosie, this way. He went that way, and then Liver came through. The Bulldogs try and release, looking for Norton. Oh, big! What a mark! Big, strong stuff. Norton, a great contested mark against Burton.
Kicks to Shaki now, centre wing, so the Bulldogs got out of one there. Port Adelaide were threatening again in front of goal. The Dogs have got it centre wing. Members side, heard the umpire play on. Shaki kicks it long, looks for Johannesson. Jonas is there, got the fist in. Aliir comes through, won the ball but lost it to McRae. McRae on the boot quickly, they're playing in front of the Dogs, and it sits beautifully. And taking them out is Smith. It's Rourke Smith. He plays on quickly to the pocket. No mark taken. Getting over the back is Bonner with Van der Meer. Did it stay in? It did. Van der Meer keeps it alive.
What a tackle.
And right into a tackle. Holding the ball for the umpire.
That was unbelievable by Lyset. He absolutely body slammed him. Thanks to Red Z Lending.
Seriously, you see that in WWE. He picked him up and ragdolled him.
The biggest bloke on the ground and the smallest bloke.
Port Adelaide with the ball at half-back.
Great effort from Riley Bonner, though. That defensive effort to get over goal-saving effort there. Well played.
I've just got a little bit back here, Port Adelaide. It's been a good few minutes for Port. They had to lift, but they have.
Well, when a big man asserts physical presence like that,
that can lift you, Yoda.
That can really get you fizzed up, Burn. I'm fizzed up here watching it.
He's done 2 big tackles now, Lyset.
So here's Dursma. He's still in the back half here. Defensive 50 for Port Adelaide. 26-point leaders, the Dogs. Kick towards centre wing. Marshall in a one-on-one with Giray. Boundary line. Let's head to Red Piglins for Bob James Marts.
At ground level, this intensity, surely it cannot maintain throughout 4 quarters. I haven't seen this type of ferociousness at the footy in a long time here at Adelaide Oval, but perfect conditions, no wind, no slipperiness on the deck with no dew as well, so it's just exciting.
Yeah, well done, Red Piglins down on the boundary. Liberatore had it. Lost it in the tackle. Likewise, Dunkley, umpire said play it on. Handball comes to Boak. Boak runs hard, kicks to a one-on-one. Inside 50, no mark for Port Adelaide. Off hands, big tackling. That's holding the ball. Umpire said no. Rosie goes one way, then the other. Didn't know which way to go. And then goes around the arc. And Bergman takes the mark.
He should have just turned around and went to goal, Dits.
Bergman, short passes on, hits the teammate on the chest, and it's Travis Boak.
This is interesting. So Boak has hardly played forward all year. Against the Western Bulldogs last time, he went forward and looked super dangerous.
Best on ground.
Ken's obviously said, well, it worked last time. We might try and do it again tonight.
So Travis Boak, what a kick coming up for the former skipper. Was that a fantastic year again? A lot of people surprised that he was left out of the All-Australian team. He must have been very, very close. Boak, 40 metres out. Big kick, huge kick, and he's missed. He drags it left. Port Adelaide to 1-1-7. Trail the Bulldogs 5-2-32. We've played 25 minutes of the opening term. Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard.
But they look better, don't they, Bernie?
Yeah.
They're back in the contest.
They're retaining the ball. They're actually getting their hands on the footy now, winning some big contests. It was all the Dogs early.
Bulldogs lead it by 25 points. Oh, dangerous bring in. Bailey Dale's kicked it out on the full. So Porter going to get another opportunity. Laddams gets on with business quickly. Kicks it in the direction of Dixon. Finds the chuck wagon. Big Chaz.
Yeah, just tried to bite off a little bit more than he could chew there, Bailey Dale. He tried to sell the other way and pulled it across his body and just had a little bit too much on it for Duray, and that caused a mistake.
He's done the one-step left foot snap around. Was never going to work. He hit it on the fat side. Ball, have a look at the Bulldogs around this. Caleb Daniel just able to measure beautifully to Hannon.
That is so hard to do. People just think it's easy, but
big collision coming up. Oh, that's a courageous mark, Johannesson, on the outer side. Jonas was coming like a steam train. Called to play on, they can't hear. That's how noisy it is at the Adelaide Oval. The kick forward, and Alia's read it beautifully again, and he takes the intercept mark. He juggled that 7 times. I've never seen anything like it, and eventually marked it. This time, he finds a teammate in Burton. So Port Adelaide just hanging onto the footy for the moment, just slowing things down at halfback, and they come across halfback, a long way across, and they come to Amon. Should be able to draw a loose player over the top. Does so now, goes to Motlop.
So Motlop measures the next link in the chain. Butters. He goes short again. As Byrne called earlier, just some possessing here for the power. Willem Drew, backward to centre wing. Dogs lead it by 25 points. 27 goal opening term. Gee, goes backwards here, Drew, but dangerous sort of ball, heart in your mouth stuff for McKenzie.
Around here.
Takes it, delivers. So he got it to Burton. Now Bonner. They got some link up the ground. He had Bergman short. He went a little longer than that, looking for Lysette, couldn't get him, and he's taken out of play. Scotty goes into the first row. He jumped the fence, big Lysette.
Lucky they're cleared for COVID.
Yeah, wash his hands when he comes back. Sanitised.
Would have had Lysette on your lap.
So Bulldogs 5-2-32. Port Adelaide 1-1-7. 27 and a half gone opening term.
Got to hit that kick if you're Bonner, though. They're out there. That's an inside 50 if he just hits that simple kick.
Well, they had loose players.
Bulldogs.
Bulldogs free kick.
Early
Before they've even thrown it in. So Stephen Martin to get the free. Lysette gave the free away. Oh, he handled it. Daniel put him under the pump. And he's kicked it out on the full. That's pressure from Port Adelaide this time.
Great pressure from Rosie. Rosie was the player. He predicted that the ruckman was going to handball off to Daniel running past. A great user of the footy and just ran him down perfect.
So Willem Drew with the relieving kick. Brings it in. Goes long towards half forward. Todd Marshall in the middle of the pack. No mark taken off hands. It's Port Adelaide. Now it sits for Wise to kick inside 50. Too much on it. Goes over the top. Adams goes over the back. Bulldogs get back there first. Big tackle.
Oh, great tackle.
Robbie Gray with the forward line pressure. That's a free kick in the right forward pocket.
Young Gardner there. He's just too lumbering for a big fella. And when you got Gray, Butters, Rosie, Motlop, Fantasia there, your heart's in your mouth as soon as you get the ball.
Now, we know this man's a beautiful kick, but this will take his absolute best. He's in the right forward pocket. He starts his run up outside the boundary line. He's only 25 metres out, but it'll take his best kick. Robbie Gray has kicked so many important goals in his career. Not this time. Misses everything, and it's out on the full. Can you believe it? Port Adelaide 1-1-7. Bulldogs 5-2-32.
Boakes missed a goal. Dixon missed a goal. Gray's missed a goal. We said before the game, goal kicking super important. Just to get back into the game. You can't afford to lose shots on goal when you get them in these sort of games.
So Daniel for the Bulldogs.
Catch that.
He gets on with it, a little chopper down the line. A mark's been paid there. So Treloar's been paid the mark. Lysette kicked it about 50 metres, but nothing happening there. Bring the stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TVs and sound bars now at Harvey Norman. Harvey Norman replay there showed he had a fair chunk of it there, Treloar. So he's got it at half-back. Bulldogs by 25 points. Treloar goes down the line. Norton flew.
Pushed.
There was an arm in the back there from McKenzie. No free kick. Ball. Oh, have a look at this. Vandermeer sweeping through. He had no... have a look at this. Bailey Smith. Snapping ball. He's got another one. The Iceman. Bailey Smith has put through his second. The Dogs have kicked 6. 6-2-38. Port Adelaide a 1-1-7. Triple M Kennards Hire scoreboard. To Kennards Hire, make your job easy. Ken Oath, Mark Rasciuto, Bernie Vince on Triple M.
All I'll say, Port fans at the moment, don't throw it away yet. Nothing's gone right for you. You've had 3 shots on goal at one end. You got nothing for it. Goes down the other end, and Bailey Smith kicks one straight out of his backside. He had one step. He didn't even really stop. He didn't even hit it right, and it went straight through. So Port are getting opportunities at the moment. I know it's 31 points difference, but there's still a long way to go.
Brett Bigland's on the boundary.
Bevo's just come down to the interchange bench, and he actually just spent 2 minutes chatting with Brook Smith. So intense was the conversation with Smith. He didn't even turn around to see if the goal was kicked. That's how much of a player's coach he is.
Good on you, Biggles, for Bob Jane teammates down there on the boundary for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy, 31 minutes into the opening term. It belongs to the Bulldogs at the moment. Lysette with a tap. Port Adelaide a chance. Beaten to it again. McRae got in there first. Robbie Gray comes in with some aggression, and Port Adelaide bottle it up in the middle of the ground.
50 seconds to go, Ditz.
So understatement to say Port need one before quarter time, and the Bulldogs are probably happy just to get in there without any more damage done. Gray from Port, I mean, because they haven't done any damage at all. The Bulldogs, they're on fire. Playing in front, Bonner should take the mark. Takes it at halfback. So Riley Bonner.
Been trying to switch a lot from here, haven't they?
Will kick it long, along this members wing. Lysette the target, didn't go for it in the air. Off hands, it's McRae. Gets the handball to Hunter. Hunter bombs it forward. Playing in front, Norton. He's had a great opening term. Took a real good mark and kicked a goal with it. He's a long way out this time. He's at centre wing. Chips it over the top short. Liberatore gets on with it. Handballs over the top. This is too easy. Duray to the pocket. Alir from behind with the fist. Loose ball. Another goal coming up. Hannon gets 2. The Bulldogs, can you believe? 7 goals to they are. 7-2. Port Adelaide are 1-1 right on quarter time in the prelim final at the Adelaide Oval. Port are in all sorts of trouble.
Jeez, what a start from Aaron Norton. He's been everywhere in the air. He's taking contested marks. He's winning the ball on the ground, getting the ball inside 50. Jeez, Port Adelaide, you said 50 seconds to go. Just need to hold on, go into quarter time and reset. They've given up a goal with 7 seconds remaining. You just can't do that in a big final. But again, in the air, the Bulldogs players, they're just keeping Alir accountable. Again, just bringing the ball to ground. Then the Bulldogs small forwards are just jumping all over the ground balls inside 50.
And they're getting goal sideburn. There's no Port defence to run past. There were 2 of them at the back there for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. The Dogs are out by 37. We're back in the middle. Opening quarter. Second prelim. English. They inch forward again, the Dogs. Siren. Well, what a stunning start for the boys from the West. 7-2-44. Port Adelaide, some rejigging to happen. 1-1-7. The Dogs lead it by 37 points at quarter time. We'll be back in here from Mark Rasciuto and Bertie Vince for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy.
That quarter for Kennards Hire. Did Kennards Hire make your job easy? Ken Oath.
For McDonald's,
Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
This Triple M listener has just won $10,000 by listening to the Marty Sheargold Show.
Here we go, Bill. What are your numbers?
9316.
Pin correct.
We won it! I could hug you all now.
Now we're reloading the vault and resetting the pin.
5, 2, 8, 3.
Another $10,000 Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Roll up to the drive-thru in style with the Monopoly game at Macca's. You could win a car for a year with budget car rental, a whole year of Wilson parking, or a brand new Volkswagen T-Cross. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Start in Bottom-Mart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottommart.com.au. Start at Bottom-Mart.
Gear Wrench powers champions with the toughest tools in the game for over 25 years. Our tools power Bathurst champions, world champions, broken down in the middle of nowhere champions.
Yeah, come on.
And the gotta get it done before knockoff champions. With a range of over 4,800 tools, Gear Wrench gives you speed, strength and access. Available at Sydney Tools, in-store or online.
G'day, Howie here. In the latest episode of the Howie Games podcast, I sit down one-on-one with Majak Daw, a man with a truly incredible story to tell.
Pretty lucky to be around and talking to you today, doing this podcast.
From being forced to flee his homeland of Sudan, to the struggles of life in a new country, to Madge's mental health battles, this is a story equal parts heartbreaking and uplifting.
I can't wait for more people to listen to my story.
Majak Daw on the Howie Games. Download the Listener app now and listen for free.
Listener. Hi, I'm Effie from Australia Post. We're happy you're supporting Australian businesses by shopping online, and we're proudly delivering over 10 million parcels a week. We're adding over 4,000 new team members, as well as freight flights, vans and delivery hours during the week. Extra safety measures may cause some delays, but please know that at Australia Post, we're doing everything we can to safely and quickly deliver for Australia. To find out more, visit ozpost.com.au.
The next 30 seconds could save your life. Yes, you, listening right now. We know people tend to ignore a lingering cough. You tell yourself, it'll pass, but what if it doesn't? What if your cough isn't just a cough? If you've had a cough for more than 3 weeks, it could be an early sign of something serious like lung disease or lung cancer. Visit lungfoundation.com.au to complete our lung health checklist and speak to your GP.
Aussies are winning epic prizes with the Monopoly game at Macca's, like Zara and Lucas and even Karen.
Can I speak to the manager? I didn't win.
Have you tried scanning?
I won!
Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for IGA Liquor. Proudly local, proudly independent.
Oh, wow, what an opening. The Bulldogs lead it by 37 points at quarter time. 7-2-44, the power 1-1-7 for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Let's head to Red Biglets for Bob Jane teammates.
Both sides still in the hands of their coaches. No injury concerns for both teams, which is great news. And on the Bontempelli watch, he didn't even get treatment at quarter time. And of the 33 minutes played in that first term, 82% of that for the Bombers on the field. So he's looking good.
Okay, Red Biglins, keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane T-Marts. Call 13 26 25 today. Mark Rasciuto, Bernie Vince, what a stunning opening quarter.
Unbelievable. A few Red Z lendings. How about this one for a stat? Plus 23 contested possession, Western Bulldogs. Huge. We said that when Port Adelaide win that stat, they win every single game. They're 17 zip in that area. They're minus 23 at this stage. Hardball gets a 15-6. Clearances are 15-6. Inside 50s are 17-11. Scoring shots are 9-2. Bonner's had 8. Boakes had 7. Rosie's had 5. McRae, the ball magnet, he's had more touches than anyone in the whole competition, and he's had more than anyone on the ground tonight. He's had 9. Bailey Smith, Caleb Daniel, Liberatore, all with 8 as well. Bailey Smith's got 2, Hannon's got 2, Norton's got 1, he's taken 4 marks. Vandermeer's got 1, Bontempelli's been good as well, he's kicked 1.
Well, where do they go from here? Port Adelaide.
They've got to get it one back at a time. They've got to start winning it around the midfield. You can't be minus 23 in contested possessions. That's
huge,
world
Ray.
record pace.
That is huge. Around the footy, just the key contests. The Dogs are just winning all the key contests. They're coming out, they're just feeding it. Their one wood is the contest. And Port Adelaide's been very good in this area throughout the most of the year, and they win off the back of it. But tonight, they just have not turned up. As you said, Roo, not going to win it in this quarter. They just got to claw back, win the quarter, go in at half-time, win the next quarter. They're not going to win it in this quarter.
All right. Second quarter, we're not far away from getting started. The Bulldogs lead it by 37 points. Here's Chris Dittmar on Triple M.
One good news out of this, Dits, is the only side that come back from a bigger margin than this was against the Crows. When Essendon beat the Crows in the 93 prelim,
right,
that's the biggest margin.
I think you were there.
Oh, no. I think I was there.
You're in the thick of it.
Andrew Jarman, this one.
For McDonald's and Ream Hotwater, Triple M Rocks footy start of the second term. Melbourne waits for the winner of this one. At the moment, the Bulldogs are in the box seat, no doubt about that. Martin went too early.
Block, Port Adelaide advantage.
Lysette, you heard the umpire, gets the free kick handball to the running Wines. Port Adelaide into attack to the pocket. Dixon, he was tunnelled, was he?
Yeah.
And shepherded out of it. And Big Charlie gets a free kick. Cordy was the transgressor. So Charlie out on the left half forward flank will kick from about 45 metres out. And Port Adelaide, no doubt, need to get off to a good start in this term. It is all the Bulldogs. If you're joining us, 7-2-44 they kicked in that opening term. What a start. They lead by 37 points.
We talked about the mental side of it. He kicks this, they're up and about. He misses it, they go, oh, we've missed another one.
So Charlie on his way in. The kick looks very good. It's drifting though. It's drifting right. Won't be a goal. And minor score. Port Adelaide to 1-2-8. Trail the Bulldogs 7-2-44. Triple M IGA liquor scoreboard.
That's the key though. Win the centre clearance. Get it in quick. Make the Bulldogs defenders defend because they haven't had to do it much tonight so far.
So Bailey Dale, little bullet, finds its way to Easton Wood at a half-back. Bernie Vince, you heard there with Mark Rasciuto tonight. Triple M Seabus, super special comments.
Last time they played, they kicked 1 goal late to half-time, Port Adelaide.
Down the line towards centre wing.
Holding Aaliyah.
Free kick. Now it's going Port Adelaide's way to Aaliyah.
Tim English back on Aaliyah, boys.
So Aaliyah, he had a couple of nice marks and a couple of ordinary turnovers in that opening quarter. He sends it down the line, looking for Dixon. Ground level, Drew just overran it. Bailey Smith. Little bit of shake and bake there from Bailey Williams. Got boot to ball. Handball from Rourke Smith. Ollie Wines crashing in. Is that in the back? Umpire said no. We'll have a ball up. 60 out from Port Adelaide's Cathedral end goal.
Bit sore there, Ollie Wines. Bit slow to get up for that big tackle.
He rode him into the ground, didn't he?
Yep.
Umpire throws it up. Lysette reaches over the top. Comes down to Bailey Smith. Another kick for him. Had a great opening term. Houston in game number 100. Very good mark in the middle of the ground.
Oh, he did.
50-metre penalty. And I'll tell you what, Houston did the umpiring there.
He did.
Because the Bulldog on the mark moved, umpire didn't say anything, and then Houston said, hey, umpire, he moved.
He was going to miss that, Ditch. Well called.
He talked him into it.
He went to handball or play on, and I think it was Adam Trelaw on the mark. Yeah. He took a couple of steps. He said, hang on, don't you know the new rules, and he pointed out, got the 50 metres.
Only 25 weeks in.
So please, please, please abolish this rule. It's no good for the game. And Houston, and he snuck it in. Oh, gee. Goal umpire moved a mile, but Port Adelaide get their second. The margin is 5 goals here at the Adelaide Oval. The Bulldogs lead at 7-2-44. Port Adelaide go to 2-2-14. Triple M IGA liquor scoreboard. And boys, are you with me? Do we want to get rid of this rule?
Yeah, I don't know. Early on in the year, I didn't mind it. We were seeing higher scores, but in the end, coaches find a way to slow the game down and play the way they want to play.
That's not what the rules are for. That's terrible.
Not trying to manipulate. Well, he deliberately made out he was going to handball there. I don't think he was ever handballing just to try and get the 50. It did work, but it's not a great look, is it, Dick?
No.
Geez, he only just snuck that in too.
Take whatever you can get, Ditz, at this stage.
Fair point.
So the Dogs lead it by 30 points. Getting a look at the Harvey Norman replay here. Dan Houston pumped after that. Bring the big stadium home this finals. Great deals on TVs and sound bars now at Harvey Norman. Port Adelaide, they'll be looking for another one. We're back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M Rocks footy. Lysette got the tap down. Drew tried to clear. Bontempelli came through. McRae for the Dogs. Sends a tumbling ball to half forward. Oh, have a look at this. Steaming out Haddon. He's kicked a couple of goals already. Goes on the right foot. Norton! He's beat a Colossus. Norton, another contested mark inside 50. It's got to be his third or fourth of the night.
He's taken 5 marks for the night. I don't know how many are contested, but he's been unbelievable. But I tell you who else has been. Mitch Hannon. He's playing a game of his career.
Ex-Melbourne player, played finals there in 2018, all 3 of them. Hit the scoreboard, he can jump, he can run, he's an elite athlete.
So when he comes, Norton, city end, puts it through. That's his second of the night. And the Dogs are out by 36 again, 8-2-50. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard. IGA Liquor, proudly local, proudly independent. Bernie Vince, Mark Rasciuto, Triple M.
I said pre-game the Bulldogs need to put Norton on Aliir to quell Aliir's influence. Well, I think Port Adelaide might have to put Aliir on Norton to quell Norton's influence. At this stage, he's the one that's probably the best man on the ground at this stage, Byrne. Maybe Aliir needs to go to him, give McKenzie a chop out and just try and break even with Norton.
Well, he's all over McKenzie at the moment. Just can't go with him in the air. That contested marking ability is just outstanding. But a concern for Port Adelaide actually got their hands on the ball first in that centre clearance. It's just they're a bit fumbly, knocked out in the tackle, and the Dogs just sweep up on that.
Seabus Super Special comments, Bernie Vincent, Mark Rasciuto here on Triple M. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Lysette punches it forward, bounced off Ollie Wines' foot. They gained a bit of meterage. Amon taps it forward, sits for Rosie. He fumbled badly, lost the ball. Bulldogs have got numbers everywhere, and they'll come out of defence to Dunkley.
He's a freak, McRae.
Late kick, wasn't it?
So, this handball puts Johannesson right under the pump. He dropped the ball. Umpire said play it on. Amon picks it up. Handball over the top. Rosie runs himself back into trouble. Handball's back to Wines. It was a tough one. Great smother, Dunkley. As Port Adelaide were going to go forward. Bailey Smith now on the run forward. Over the top, Dunkley. They're running hard. Treloar has to chase it. Advantage paid behind play. Lysette gave away a free. Hunter's loose at half forward. They can go inside 50 again. Loose player Shaki. And Shaki takes the mark.
I saw that off ball. Lysette just put Dunkley down after he handballed the ball off, but free kick was played or advantage was paid down the ground, but
nothing to worry about for the next game.
No, he just sort of picked him up, and it was almost a tackle when he didn't have the clear free kick.
Just had a look on the Harvey Norman replay. He just hip and shouldered him. Don't think he's got anything to worry about. It was off the ball.
It was just late, bro. So it was probably a free kick, but nothing to worry about.
Left footer Shaki just a metre or two inside the boundary. The kick looks pretty good. It'll get the distance just offline. Minor score. And they are threatening from all angles, all directions. 8-3-51 the Bulldogs. How's the scoreline? Port Adelaide 2-2-14 Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard.
Just a couple of fumbles across half forward. Saw Rosie fumble a couple of times. You can't fumble in big finals. One touch play. You see the Dogs, they don't give you a second opportunity. As soon as you fumble, they're banged straight inside 50 the other way.
So McKenzie goes with a long ball, but it's going to come back from Treloar inside 50. Shaki! He'll go back from a better angle, same distance.
That's what I'm talking about with the mentality, though, Byrne. When Port Adelaide are a confident side, when they're up and about, if they were 8-2 to 2-2, he wouldn't be fumbling that. And he'd be running straight forward and they'd be taking the game on a bit more. But scoreboard pressure does a lot to the psyche of a lot of players.
So Shaki, these inside 50 marks for the Dogs are extraordinary. They've got to have probably about 10 already, and we're only a quarter and a bit in. Shaki's kick hits the post. Minor score. The Port defence just can't get the ball to ground. The Dogs, they lead it by 38, 52-14. Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard. IGA Liquor, proudly local, proudly independent.
She's a one-sided affair at the Adelaide Oval. The Bulldogs all over Port Adelaide at the moment. Jonas the skipper, can he ignite them? Kicks the ball in, goes to the outer centre wing. Big pack of players, Wines in front, no mark. Off hands, all Bulldogs again. It's coming straight back, straight inside 50. Big fist come from the Port Adelaide defenders. Wines a handball, almost a throw. Got it to Boak. Boak to Dersma. Dives in to get a handball out to Wines to Robbie Gray. The good players getting involved. Amon marks at centre wing. Almost half back he is. Called to play on, you heard the umpire. Amon spears a pass to Bergman, and it goes straight to the Bulldogs, and the mark's taken by Duray almost at half.
What about that, though? We could hear it. We got the umpires mic'd up. Johannesson was on the mark, and he was just standing there, and he was calling play on. You must be so loud out there.
So footy works up towards half forward from Duray. Bouncing, rolling ball, boundary line in front of Bonner and Norton. Let's head to Red Biglands for Bob James T-Marts.
You're right, Roo. The Port supporters making plenty of noise. There's more than 26,500 here. They've got a couple of backdoor entries here from the Redcoats. But Steph Martin's done a power of work. Don't forget, he hasn't played since round 12. Had a 90-minute scratchy on Saturday, and he's been in the ruck the whole time working against licence. So he's going to need a spell. He's had groin and hip issues, which have kept him out for so long.
Well, he just was in that contest. He got the ball to the front, and Bergman was wrapped up by Smith and McRae. Top of the 50 here for the Dogs. Johannesen couldn't get through. And they just jump on here. Liberatore will have another ball up. Boak, I think, at the base of all that.
Orazio Fantasia kicked 4 in the qualifying final. He's had 1 disposal so far.
Todd Marshall just the 1 as well, thanks to Reds Ed Lending.
Houston gets in front, takes the chest mark in defence, goes short. Aaliyah, he'll go short as well. Not 15. The umpire says in defence. They're going to have to get on with it. Dersma forced to kick, and great pressure again. Norton got the smother affected. The quick kick forward. McKenzie's the only player back there. And it was a dangerous kick. He nearly couldn't get to it. And in the end, it goes through for a minor score. So Bulldogs peppering the goals. 8-5-53. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard.
So McKenzie brings the footy back in. Works it up towards centre wing. At the back, Rosie trying to get possession, but he's harassed. Bailey Dale clean. Just took off. They just stood there and watched him. And delivered to Vandermeer. 52 minutes. Look at Bailey Smith running hard forward. Or he can go. He's going to go a bit further to the stronger, taller target of Shaki. Couldn't drag it in. Porter got some ground level numbers. Jonas wrapped up. And we'll have a stoppage. Ball up inside the Dogs' 50.
They might have had it too comfy, Port Adelaide. They haven't left home for a while, whereas the Bulldogs have been on the road. Maybe they're tougher mentally after being on the road for the last few weeks.
English, good effective tap down. Johannesen picked it up. Immediately tackled by Burn-Jones. Loose ball comes out. McRae gives to Bailey Smith. He's kick 2. This left footer goes high rather than longer. In the goal square, no mark taken. Loose ball off hands. Hunter the first one there. Handball's back into play. Port Adelaide with numbers, but Boak's lost it in the tackle. Could have been holding the ball. Said no. Dersma comes away. Handball's not good. Burn-Jones pushes in front of him. Can't pick it up. Then affects the tackle on Duray. Umpire says held to him. No prior. So Port Adelaide work it out of defence almost to the middle of the ground. They are under siege everywhere.
How good are Western Bulldogs' first hand-off possession, though? They're at the bottom of every pack.
So tap down from English.
Right, no. Let it.
Did Treloar wrapped up? Actually had his jumper ripped off.
Skins versed off, so training drill.
Bulldogs by 39 points. 11 and a half in. Umpire giving Treloar plenty of time to get the jumper back on.
Time, he says.
They've got a loose player. Port Adelaide have got a loose player behind the play. That means the Western Bulldogs have got 1 extra around the stoppage.
C-Bar Super special comments. Mark Rasciuto with Bernie Vince here. Fumble from Burn-Jones. Turnover ball. McRae to Treloar. Lines it up. Sends it right there. He's missed. Minor score. They lead it by 40 points, the Dogs.
1 goal 4 this quarter from 8 inside 50s to 2.
All very gettable too, Roo. The only thing keeping Port Adelaide in it at the moment.
54-14. Triple M IJ Liquor scoreboard. IJ Liquor, proudly local, proudly independent.
Bonner does the kick into a big pack on the outer side. No mark taken. Bulldogs again win the footy at ground level. They're winning everything. Kick forward, off hands, Johannesen. Left foot snap at goal. There's another one.
That's it.
This is almost game over. Johannesen, another one, the 9th for the Bulldogs. Can you believe it? They go to 9-6-60. Port Adelaide 2-2-14. Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard.
Well, we spoke pre-game about having the week off and who would benefit. We saw last night Melbourne having the week off, come out and absolutely destroyed the Cats. And well, we thought that could have been the case tonight, but on the shoe on the other foot, Roo, I just can't believe what I'm seeing at the moment.
I know you don't. Not big on history or stats, Dits, but that's 46 points. Now, for them to win this game tonight, they have to do what no other side's done before. Is that right? Producer Jared giving me the stat. I'm just handballing the responsibility to you if we've got that wrong. 46 points. That's a big way to come back. That's 8 goals they've got to outscore them by in the last 2.5 quarters.
Well, there's just an intensity level that's not there as well, Roo, isn't there? For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. When you look at the Dogs, though, it's totally through the roof. Here's Boak. Can he try and get his side moving? Drew to Burn-Jones. Trundles it up towards half forward. Fantasia. Gee, Wood wants to take a seat.
Another one in the crowd.
Lycett style. And he hurdles back over. Feeds his way back to the defensive 50. Bulldogs by 46 points.
You can't expect to win if you're minus 28 in contested possession. That is horrendous.
Huge.
Throw in front of the Gavin Wanganeen stand. Boy, do they need him out there right now. Port Adelaide a chance. This time, Boak managed to get the ball out. And Bergman will get a free kick. Centre wing out of side.
Finally won a key contest, Port Adelaide.
They might need Foss Williams as well, did
Who else we got here?
That's
Bashir.
Yeah. So Bergman, very crowded as he lifts the eyes, so he bombs it long. English getting back there. The tools are there for the Bulldogs. Off hands, Port Adelaide win one. Handball came to Dixon. He handled to Gray, lost in the tackle. Loose ball comes the way of Cordy, who gets it out to Bontempelli at halfback. The Bont picks it up. Oh, too good. That was smooth. Beautiful stuff. It ends up with Dunkley, and they're running hard through Treloar. Two bounces on centre wing. Loose players running inside 50. Shackey's on his own if he can get the ball that far. He goes that way now. Shackey's there. Alir gets back. No Shackey mark. Oh, it comes over the back. Here's a goal coming. Hannon gets his third. Unbelievable from the Western Bulldogs. They are relentless and they are belting Port Adelaide. In fact, they're embarrassing them. And you mentioned, Roo, they've missed 4 goals in this term. This could be far worse than it already is. 10-6-66 to 2-2-14 on the Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard.
There's about 20 Western Bulldogs flags out of 27,000 people. They're all behind the goals down at the northern end. 10-3 the inside 50s in this quarter. Contested possessions at 20-14. We said Port Adelaide, to get back into this contest, had to come out and just win the quarter. Well, it's 7 scoring shots to 2 in this quarter. They're getting pumped here, Port Adelaide, and the Western Bulldogs are playing as good a football as you could possibly play.
What started that play? Well, it was actually an inside 50 to Port Adelaide. They won a crucial contest. Bontempelli's handball just put Treloar out on his own. 6 bounces, inside 50 goal.
Well, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Ask your plumber to install the Ream. Steady, hot and strong. Ball is in the middle. Boak gets it out of there for Port Adelaide. He sends a ball inside 50. Lycett forward. Couldn't complete the mark. Had some pressure there from Gardner. Here's Bergman for Port Adelaide. Back out to Boak. Sends a high ball. No one's at home though. Cordy's got himself set. Takes it through. Minor score. It's 66-15. The Dogs by 51 points. Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard. Brett Biglan's for Bob Jane teammates.
Yeah, Bern, you mentioned Mitch Hannon. He would have watched last night's game being a former Demon and been revving. He's been the most intense player out here without doubt. Every time he comes to the interchange bench, he is lifting his team. He is redlining.
Well, Johannesson just outmarked Houston. They were just winning every contest, every marking contest, as Jonas at half-back tried to get the fist away and did. And over the back, Robbie Gray claimed the footy. Dangerous kick, but it should get there to Amon. It does. Amon plays on quickly to Rosie on the outer side. They've got some space if the ball sits for him. It does, Rosie. Now he's held up because there's nothing on offer. The worst kick you've ever seen Rosie give away, and he kicked it straight to McRae, who's tackled by Marshall. Umpire says, holding the ball. Gee, that's tough.
It was smart there, I reckon, from Dale. Just took the tackle. He knew he was going to get tackled. You'd rather give a free kick away than cough it up and give up a running shot at goal.
So the kick comes around the arc to Bonner. Bonner the left footer. Nice kick normally. And Port Adelaide finally get a goal at the Adelaide Oval. Something to cheer about for the fans. They haven't had a lot. 3-3-21 Port Adelaide. It's a long way back. 10-6-66. The Bulldogs. Triple M IGA Liquor scoreboard.
This would be, I mean, if they could pull it off, how good would it be for Port Adelaide and their fans? They'd feel that like they could never get beaten. If they could come back from this, imagine the momentum they'd have going into a grand final. It's a long, long way to go yet. We're not getting carried away. It's still 45 points.
I don't think the scoreboard's the problem at the moment for Port Adelaide, Roo. The contest they're losing or the Dogs are winning, it's just the crucial ones too. The 50-50 ones are going all the Dogs' way around the footy.
We talked about Fantasia. He's had 1. Motlop's only had 2. Marshall's only had 3. Drew's only had 4. Robbie Gray's only had 4. Butters has only had 4. Burton's only had 4, so some big-name players not getting the ball for Port Adelaide.
Off for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy. The Dogs out of the middle through Bontempelli. It's a high ball and Bonner, the goal kicker, now getting back in defence, taking a nice defensive mark. It's a 45-point Bulldog lead. Played nearly 19 minutes second term. Bonner gets on with business. Works it up towards the logo. Laddams from the back. Martin was at the front. As you heard from Rhett Biglands, he's done a power of work tonight, Steph Martin. Here's Bailey Williams sending a long ball back inside 50, but Aaliyah, he camps himself there. Gee, it's a dangerous ball. Oh, Rourke Smith will run in, should kick the goal. He sprayed it and missed.
That was a mark, wasn't it?
Well, not paid. Minor score. So it's 67-21, a 46-point lead. What'd you make of that on the Harvey Norman replay?
He definitely controlled it, didn't he?
It was hit late. It was either a mark or a free kick.
Well, a let-off for Port Adelaide. Again, the Bulldogs missed one from out in front, so it could have been a whole lot worse. Drew gets it for legging on the outer side. Umpire pays the advantage as Marshall kicks Port Adelaide forward. Nice kick. And finds Rosie. Rosie, a player running on his outside. Ignores him. Kicks it to the pocket instead. Who's there for Port Adelaide? Motlop. Couldn't take the mark. Port Adelaide keep it alive, but they shouldn't have, because Caleb Daniel's going to swoop on it and pick it up. And there are loose Bulldogs on the outer side, although a late fist coming in Bergman avoids the mark and it dribbles out of play.
So we'll have it thrown in. You got Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince tonight, delivering consistent long-term returns for members. C-Bus for all of us, the C-Bus Super Special comments. And it's been all the Dogs at this point by 46 points over Port Adelaide. Bontempelli, secondary ruck action there. Got it to Johannesson, just back with a centre wing. A trundling ball from McRae. Umpires looking, deliberate. So Port will get the footy.
Your kick, Robbie, on the line, Jason.
Yeah, he didn't really mask that one at all, did he? Just went straight for the boundary line. So Port Adelaide to bring the ball back in. Robbie Gray. And if ever they need a man to fire, he's one of them. He comes backwards, across half-back, McKenzie again, just missed kick, but finds the target. In the end, maybe it was a good kick. It gets to Marshall. Marshall, players running around him. He now plays on. Goes long to centre half forward. Needs a marking target and pushing and shoving. Which way? It's going Port Adelaide's way. Tell you what, I saw pushing and shoving both ways. You never know where they're going to go with these. But Laddams for Port Adelaide gets the free kick. Now, I reckon the journey here will test him, Root.
Yeah, I looked on the Harvey Norman replay
there. Why didn't he give it?
Oh, he just kicked the last one too. But Stephen Martin was the player that gave the free kick away. He just wasn't going to quite get to the marking contest. Shunted him.
51 probably.
Yep, outside. Don't know if he can get there. And it's going to fall short. And Port Adelaide have only got Charlie Dixon back there with 3 Bulldogs, and that's just slack. They're not switched on.
That's undisciplined by Laddams. Give the ball to Riley Bonner. He's just kicked the goal from outside 50. He's probably the best kick in the side. Why didn't he give it to him?
Why not? And no one on the goal line as well.
No one there.
He's never going to make that.
All the little things they're not doing right at the moment, and the Bulldogs are, to their credit, full credit. Throw in right forward pocket, Port Adelaide in front of the hill, which has been silenced tonight. Laddams takes it out of the air, has a crack at the goal. It'll fall short. It'll be a Bulldog mark. And again, no one back there for Port Adelaide whatsoever.
So Gardner for the Dogs. Oh, dangerous ball. Just cleared Ollie Wines. And Giray gave it to Caleb Daniel on the run by, delivering towards centre wing out on the full. It was out in front of Hannon, who's kicked 3 goals tonight. Right in between the interchange gates. Bonner, the man with the ball. Goes short, just the required meterage to Burton.
He's been quiet. He's only had 4 touches, Ryan Burton.
He goes with a long ball now, looking for the contest. Marshall just brings it to the front. Caleb Daniel alert to it. Marshall, a little follow-up. Got a handball away. McRae and Marshall working hard. Libba, a little backward handball was nice. Bailey Williams to Bailey Dale. Oh, he was able to break the Robbie Gray tackle. Ball bobbling around. Here's Dunkley. Releases a high ball. They've got to get under this. They sit under it. Houston. Bonner. He's been lively. He's starting to try and get himself working. Butters. Sort of this way, that way, and then dangerous ball. Falls, Lysette. He'll want to hold this up if he can. And he does.
Did well, Lysette. Jeez, that could have hurt him on the turnover there if that didn't go right.
If we said pre-game that Riley Bonner would be most touches in this game, you'd be saying, well, you can have 100 to 1.
Oh, Butters had it and coughed it straight up to Bontempelli, the man you don't want to give it to. Gave to Hunter, out on a lead. Hannon, as Roo said, what a game this man's playing. He's kicked 3 goals already, and now the chance to kick his 4th.
Their ball use is spectacular at their best, the Western Bulldogs. They've got so many players who just kick to the advantage side. Look, yeah, they've had a few kicks out in the full, but that's because they take the risk.
They take it on, don't they? I know Hunter's a left footer, so he's always going to cut back on his left side, but just to change that angle, just to cut back inside, just opens up that open side.
Can he kick this far, Burn?
Yeah, he's
played
got
with him.
Big kick on him.
Mitch Hannon on his way, 52 metres, left foot kick. It looks pretty good, and it's drifting. Minor score. Gee, they've missed some in this term. This could be uglier.
3 goals, 6 this quarter.
There you go, 3-6. This could be so much worse than it was not bad enough. They go to 10-8-68, Port 3-3-21.
So Bonner, he's received the bring-in kick. He goes short.
Come out, Aaron. Aaron out.
30 inside 50s to 18, boys, thanks to Red Z Lending.
The off 50. So against Libber. And he'll give away another 50, Libber.
Be careful here, Libber.
That should be another 50.
Is he allowed to do
Not
that?
sure whether Lysette can block him either. What's going on?
Anyway, Amon took the meterage and he kept running and delivered a long ball in. Gee, a few players flew high. No one got near it really. Ball bobbling around. Gardner. Oh, he's kicked that out on the full.
I think it was touched.
Touched. Okay, we'll have a throw in.
To the letter of the law, that should have been another 50 metres. That should have been 100 metres because Libber was stopping. He was the man on the mark. He ended up encroaching or stopping the Port Adelaide player running forward.
And then Lysette should have did what he
should have been reversed after that.
Couple of umpires up here. Latham plucks it out of the air.
I'm trying to help
Wines picks it up. The loose kick will find Marshall. What can he do? No kick, smothered. Too good, Bontempelli. Smothered it. Gets the ball back in the 1-2. Bulldogs out of trouble. Eastonwood's handball. Didn't find a target. Comes to Bergman of Port Adelaide. Over the top with a handball. Fantasia needs a goal for Port Adelaide. This won't be one. Robbie Gray's only got 4 to beat, would you believe? 4 to beat. Where's his teammates, for God's sake? What are you doing? As Dunkley.
That's better, Dick.
Comes away with it.
If we're umpires, you're in the chair, Scott.
It was only a matter of time before you blew your lid.
Bloody hell.
Robbie Gray.
More, please.
4 opponents.
Can I have more, please?
4 up there.
How many have they got out there, the Bulldogs?
They've got as many as you have supporters at this ground. Too many.
So Hunter works it up towards half forward. Lear tried to step through, slipped over. Ground level ball. Butters working hard. Houston wrapped up in a tackle. Ball spills out. McRae got the handball away. Can Amon keep it in? He does. He gathers. Releases a handball to Lysette. He wasn't sure where to go. He just sinks it onto the boot. Here we go. 3-on-1 again against Robbie Gray. Where are Port Adelaide's players?
They're pushing up the field just to try and get it down to the forward line.
Oh, that was a ruckman, but that was a poor option as well.
They are rattled. They've lost their shape. They've lost their positioning at the moment.
I'm calling for a count. There's too many out there.
We would throw to Biggers, but he can't count.
You might have to call the mercy rule in a minute. That's the way they're going.
So Wood goes short. Bailey Williams takes the mark out of side. Short passes on, and it's good. Liberatore. Libber, centre wing, out of side. We've played 27 minutes of the second term. Winding down to half-time. Again, another massive quarter from the Bulldogs. They work it across half-back Easton Wood. Comes out to Big English, who hasn't got an opponent. He's just running out there on his lonesome. Turns, he can have a bounce. The big fella has 2 bounces, 3 bounces. Although they're only about 3 metres apart, but he did bounce 3 times. Now goes to half forward. Jonas in front, no mark. Houston just threw it out behind him blindly. And would you believe Johannesson picked it up? He pounces on it. Goes to the goal square. Norton under it. Didn't take the mark. It'll be a goal anyway, won't it? It will. Rourke Smith, unbelievable. Another one to the Bulldogs. They are thrashing and belting Port Adelaide. It's embarrassing. It really is. 11-8-74. Port Adelaide 3-3-21. Triple M IGA liquor scoreboard. Too good.
Well, that's just attitude from Port Adelaide. That was a 3v1 contest. They all looked around at each other and thought, well, who's going to go? You can't second guess, especially in big finals, big prelim finals. And Johannesson just waltzed around. As we see on the Harvey Norman replay, 3 Port Adelaide players around that ball, and he just thought, well, I want the footy. And very lucky not to give a free kick away in the goal square, Mackenzie. But again, just outnumbering at the goal front, on the ground. Another ground ball goal from the Western Bulldogs, and well, it's game over now if it wasn't already.
We said this pre-game. Port Adelaide, unfortunately, can cough it up sometimes, and they have coughed it up in a prelim final here.
What an opportunity. We haven't even mentioned his home ground advantage as well. Bulldogs travelling to all sorts of areas of Australia.
The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water Triple M rocks footy, and the Dogs are rocking the Adelaide Oval by 53 points over Port Adelaide. Ollie Wines to Burton. His fifth Red Z lending stat coming up. Goes wide, finds Robbie Gray. He's in a little bit of space. What's the forward structure looking like? Goes with an over-the-top handball, ends up with Bergman. Chain of handballs to Bogue. He's got Trelaw right on him. They are rattled. Port Adelaide, and McRae just took it out of Bogue's grasp. The Dogs just want this more. Here's Norton. He's been huge.
Back 2 metres.
That's horrible. What just happened then? Anyway, this kick misses Hunter, and it dribbles out of play. They've made a rare mistake here, the Bulldogs, but no damage done. They'll throw it in on the outer side. Port Adelaide just had every opportunity going forward then, and just gave it to a player that was under enormous pressure. Why would you?
Forward handball.
Under pressure.
Just making it someone else's problem.
Throw in. Good comment. Bernie Vince. English over the top with the tap. Comes down ground level. It ends up with Lysette. Lysette gives to Amon. Weaves in and out of trouble. Then takes it back in the 1-2. Runs hard. Terrible kick again. A grubber. Marshall trapped it. He was tackled. His handball goes astray. Again, the pressure's too good. Daniel got the handball away. Bulldogs through the middle. Eastonwood was the player. Got it up towards half forward. Off hands Vandermeer. On his outside. Gives to Bontempelli. And the box goes bang. And there's another Western Bulldogs goal. They are too good. Magnificent stuff, the Bulldogs. 12-8-80. Port Adelaide, a pitiful 3-3-21. Triple M IGA liquor scoreboard.
Oh, they're not going to win the game, Port Adelaide, now, but there's some respect getting lost out here. This is actually embarrassing. I haven't seen them play like this in a long, long time. They're getting beat up around the footy. They're losing crucial contests. I can't see a way out or a way to gain back some sort of respect. I mean, what's the message you give at half-time? We've got 40 seconds until half-time, Roo. What does Kenny do here? Is people playing for their careers? You know, they talk about last year losing a prelim, but they're back here again. This can scar a team. This can scar young players losing this way at home.
He's got to give it to him. What do you stand for?
But what do you gain out of that as well?
Well, you've got to fire them up. I mean, they're not doing it at the moment, and they're good enough to do it, so it's a mindset issue. They're not tired. They haven't been anywhere. They've had the week off.
The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water Triple M rocks footy.
They got to lift.
Bertie Vince there. They need to lift in a big way. It's the 2007 Grand Final just a week early. They're a couple of weeks early here for Port Adelaide. They are not in it at all. Working hardwood, ground level. Robbie Gray, time ticking away. 14 seconds left in the half. Laddams, can they get a late one? Port Adelaide. Marshall, top of the 50. Squaring sideways ball. Fantasia, got him. Orazio has to go back and kick it. He's looking to play on. Siren. So the Port Adelaide heat and pressure that we saw in the qualifying final has been non-existent in this prelim. Now Fantasia. He'll go back. Cathedral end. Underneath the old scoreboard. The right forward pocket. Margin sits at 59. The Dogs lead this by nearly 10 goals. Orazio comes in. And he misses. Half-time margin, 58 points, the Dogs. It's 12-8-80. Port Adelaide are 3-4-22. And with a lot of work to do. Half-time at the Adelaide Oval. Second prelim. Demons are in the grand final. The Bulldogs have got 1 foot in. Port Adelaide have got a half a foot in to try and do something. 12-8-80. The Bulldogs, 3-4-22. Port Adelaide for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for IGA Liquor. Proudly local, proudly independent.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Hi, it's Marty Sheargold from Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show, and right now Now, Triple M Rocks Finals Footy. And I'm back Monday morning from 6.
Daisy Thomas with us.
Seen the last of Shane Mumford.
I used to play juniors against Mummy as
No way.
It was under 12s, and I reckon he was only about 3 inches shorter than what he is now.
Part of the world is this?
He was playing for Bunyip. I was playing for Halora.
Got foreign leg.
Yeah. Sounds like a kid's
Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show. Weekdays from 6. Or hear it anytime on the new Listener app.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. During the lockdown, all our Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. Yes, all National Tiles Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. As best we can, National Tiles is continuing to support Melbourne's trade and retail tile buyers during the lockdown. National Tiles, trade and contactless pickup at all our Melbourne stores 7 days a week.
Start in Bontempelli and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Crisp for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottlemart.com.au. Start at Bottlemart.
Are you a qualified electrician or gas fitter looking for an opportunity to get your career cooking? Right now, the Oven Repairman is looking to add to its growing team of qualified technicians. Step out of the cold and work indoors. Enjoy work-life balance with no weekend work, your own vehicle, great pay, full training and a team to support you. Time to step into a new career and a new lifestyle. Google the Oven Repairman.
Who can get you cooking again? The Oven Repairman can.
At ComSec, we believe you should be able to dip your toes into the market, feel the currents, and adjust to the temperature before you dive in. So we created ComSec Pocket, letting you invest with as little as $50. ComSec, where Australia invests. Consider the terms and conditions and other fees and charges at comsec.com.au/pocket before making a decision.
The all-new Isuzu MU-X. Exquisite styling, exceptional tech and safety. And when it's time to get off the beaten track, it's exhilarating.
You can go your own way.
With extensive restyling, expanded off-road capability, plus 3.5-ton towing, the all-new 7-seat Isuzu MU-X is extraordinary. Search all-new MU-X.
Bring the stadium home for the footy finals now at Harvey Norman with up to $500 in Harvey Norman gift cards on selected home entertainment. Catch all the action on The Frame. Samsung 65-inch QLED Smart TV. Now $1,995, save $500. Plus bonus $100 gift card. Hear the roar with Samsung's 3.1 2-channel soundbar with subwoofer. Now just $695 plus bonus $25 gift card. Up to $500 in gift cards on selected home entertainment now at Harvey Norman.
Triple M Rocks Finals Footy.
This halftime break for X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy.
Oh, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. It's halftime here at the Adelaide Oval. It is our halftime break for Bosch Power Tools. X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy. And it's been a good old-fashioned ambush. The Bulldogs have come to town and they lead it by 58 points over Port Adelaide. It's 12-8-80 the Dogs. Port Adelaide 3-4-22 for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks Footy. Bertie Vince, we've got Mark Rasciuto, Red Biglands, Chris Dittmar covering this big clash. And gee, Byrne, the Bulldogs, they have been irresistible.
Yeah, well, I thought, you know what, it's going to be a lot closer than what people thought this game was going to be. Everyone just thought, and maybe Port Adelaide players thought that themselves, the way they're playing, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't see this sort of performance, and the scoreline at half-time, can you believe, 80-22. But the Dogs have just wanted the contest more. They've won crucial contests around the footy. They've been outstanding in the contested possession count, plus 25 in contested possession at half-time. Now, that is a big whack for Port Adelaide, and a position that we spoke about beforehand to Kenny, about they've won, I think, 17 games, isn't it? When they've won contested possession, they've won all 17, and +9 in the clearance to the Dogs as well. Inside 50s as a result of getting whacked in that area. But I'm not sure. My mind just went to what does Kenny Hinkley say at half-time here? They're not going to win the game. What do they play for pride? Do you go in and rev them up? Do you whack them? Is there anything to be gained by doing that? I actually am a bit lost at the moment for words and what Kenny and the coaching staff would say. All you can do is walk around and eyeball them and look at them and go, well, do I want these players in my corner next year? Maybe. I don't know. Are they playing for their careers? Some of these guys, are they playing? Because, as I said, this can scar you. This is a big prelim final. You turn up, it's a big game, and you remember the players. We all remember the big players that love to play or play well in big games, and it's been the total opposite.
Well, I think in one change room right now, you'd be walking around and you'd be looking at McRae and saying, mate, magnificent. You're looking at Norton up forward. You could look at actually about 20 blokes and say, you've done your bit, you have been magnificent. In the other change room, I think it's a simple question. Ask every single bloke, do you reckon you've put in? Do you reckon you've had a crack? Do you reckon you've stuck to the team rules? Have you done what we talked about for the last week or two? And the answer right across the board would be no, we haven't. No. I think it's a very, very simple message. So as an individual, mate, what have you got? What are you made of? Do you reckon you could go out in the second half and actually do and execute what we are paying you for and what you're here for? And again, full marks to the Bulldogs. They are superb. They're too good. And this is actually, I'll use the word embarrassing. They've embarrassed Port Adelaide here on their home deck in front of their home crowd, and full marks to them. They are too good, and they've just played irresistible football. And we spoke to Kenny pre-game about intensity and pressure, and that's what they were so good at in that qualifying final against Geelong. Now, that's an attitude. Anyone can bring that. CMS Crows football at Stansbury today can bring intensity and pressure because anyone can. It's not a skill. That is an attitude, and Port Adelaide have rocked up here tonight with the wrong attitude, and it has boy, has it hurt them. Well, you've got to win premierships, and especially if you're playing prelims back-to-back. Last year, 6 points they lost to Richmond by, and you'd say, oh, bad luck, and Richmond were a good side. Can't say that tonight. And what you've got to do, I think, is on the back of last night, no matter who you watch that game with, Yodi, you're saying, gee, Geelong have got some big changes to make, and maybe they're an ageing list and they're old, and they will go through their list. Port Adelaide right now have to do the same thing because we've now seen 2 years in a row in a prelim final. These boys aren't getting it done. Now, you can also say, Bernie, hey, great effort to get to a prelim final for both Geelong and Port Adelaide. Means you weren't that far away.
How long do you do that for?
But how long do you keep doing that for? If you haven't got the personnel that can get you all the way and win a grand final, you've got the wrong personnel. Right now, Geelong and now Port Adelaide in areas have got the wrong personnel. Now, is that fair to say or is that too harsh?
No, that's not too harsh, Ditz. You're right on the money there. And some of these players there's some players in this team that I feel play well when Port Adelaide are playing well. But when the chips are down, you really need to turn to your leaders or turn to some players. You know Boak's going to be good. You know Wines is going to be good. Consistent players. But guys like Motlop, Fantasia, what's Motlop had? 2 possessions, 2 red Zeds at half-time. Fantasia, 3 possessions after coming off a 4-goal haul, and he's unbelievable against Geelong. But when Port Adelaide were playing well, he kicks goals. Dixon only with 4 touches. I mean, you could go through the whole list. Dersma's been quiet. Drew, who's been around the footy, I know he's trying to do a bit of a job on Liberatore, but he's only had the 5 touches. So there's a lot of players out there for Port Adelaide that just aren't pulling their weight.
I'm lost, Bern, and you've touched on it beautifully, but how it's Port Adelaide of 2 weeks ago, who were relentless, pressure, in-your-face, hungry, to the meek and mild team that we're seeing tonight. And you said attitude. Now, surely players are responsible for that. Surely coaching staff are responsible for that, to be putting an environment around where, like Roo said earlier on, that they look comfortable, Port Adelaide. They look like they haven't turned up to play. How does that happen? Well, that's the players' responsibility and the coach's responsibility. If they sniff or smell anything about that sort of attitude during the week, it's the leaders or the whoever picks someone, it needs to stamp that out, because that attitude just has been a major problem here tonight, and that's all it is. Intensity and pressure is attitude, and it's, but geez, they've fallen short.
Now, this isn't a new thing. We've actually known Bontempelli for a long time. He's a very good player.
Yes,
would you go and put someone next to him and say, how about you stop him? So a couple of the goals there in that quarter, he was on his own, and I'm talking at clearances, centre bounces, all of that sort of stuff. Do you know, he didn't have an opponent. It drives me insane. I've seen Dusty Martin run around for 3 or 4 years with without an opponent. And by the time he's kicked his 4th goal and had his 38th touch, you think, why don't we put someone on him? Now, that's not the only thing winning the game for the Bulldogs, but I'll tell you what, it just tells me they're not thinking about the small things or their big things that you have to take care of. You must stop Bontempelli, and you must stop their best players, and they're just not.
Yeah.
You can't win if you're playing like that.
Getting smacked around the footy, aren't they? As you said, Bontempelli's not the only player that's playing well. They've decided to go with, and that's the coaching staff have decided to put time into Liberatore tonight, and Drew's been going with him, but still had the 12 disposals at half-time, so he's still having an influence. But, it's just one of those nights that the balls bounce the right way for the Dogs as well, but they've just out-hunted Port Adelaide around the footy, and it's a real concern, especially in the big prelim final.
Quite often in these sort of games, when this sort of stuff's happening, it can really unravel down at ground level. Biggles, are you seeing any of that from Port Adelaide's perspective at the moment? Is there any yelling and shouting at each other or confusion or angst on the bench?
What's interesting when the coaches come down at the breaks, now for Port Adelaide, Kenny will get around his coaching staff and, well, let's be honest, there's not a lot a coach can do on game day. There's only so much, but they're rattled within their own huddle. When Bevo goes down to the bench, he grabs players. He's straight onto every player and he's encouraging. And it's almost like he's not even planning for today. He's planning for next year and what he's going to develop. But 58 points is the largest half-time deficit Port have ever faced in a final. And this is going to be massive. But we also spoke to Chris Grant in the pre-game about Bevo's theme and what he did. I'm getting some rumblings around the place that there's a WhatsApp group that the Doggies were using, and there was an image being portrayed about Port booking their flights and advertising for flights for the grand finals with past players. And Bevo may have used that in this WhatsApp group to inspire the boys.
Geez, bit of organising grand final tickets before you're in, Biggles.
You can see it. It's a message getting around, so quite interesting.
Well, good on you, Biggles. Bob, Jane, T-Marts. This is the half-time break for Bosch Power Tools, X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy. The Dogs with a big 58-point lead at half-time. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy. Our half-time Amy clanger. Here it is from the opening half.
It's Rorke-Smith. He plays on quickly to the pocket. No mark taken. Getting over the back is Bonner with Van der Meer. Did it stay in? It did. Van der Meer keeps it alive.
Oh, what a tackle.
And right into a tackle. Holding the ball to the umpire.
That was unbelievable by Lyset. He absolutely body slammed him. Thanks to Red Z Lending.
Seriously, you see that in WWE. He picked him up and ragdolled him.
The biggest bloke on the ground and the smallest bloke.
Oh, was it what? An old, body slam, no doubt about it, the AB clanger. For Choice Hotels around the grounds, need a break, book, direct and save with Choice Hotels. ChoiceHotels.com. Last night, of course, the Demons home by 83 points over the Cats and into the grand final. Half-time here at the Adelaide Oval, and the Bulldogs lead it by 58 points. Well on their way to joining Melbourne in a fortnight's time. Port Adelaide, what can they do in the second half? It's 12-8-80 the Dogs, 3-4-22 Port Adelaide. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That halftime break for X-Lock Tools and Accessories by Bosch. Extra fast, extra safe and extra easy.
For Ream Hot Water and McDonald's.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Well, Dits, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back, and this year there's an epic $616 million in prizes to be won. Perhaps you'll be rolling up to the drive-thru in your brand new Volkswagen T-Cross, getting started on your next home makeover with a Philips audio and visual package.
Or even treating yourself to some much-needed retail therapy with vouchers from the iconic Peel and Scan to win at Macca's today. Ends the 19th of October 21. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
This Triple M listener has just won $10,000 by listening to the Marty Sheargold Show.
Here we go, Bill. What are your numbers?
9316.
Pin correct.
We won it! I could hug you all now.
We're reloading the vault and resetting the pin.
5, 2, 8, 3.
Another $10,000 Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Triple M's Marty Sheargold Show.
Your next home makeover could be on the house with the Monopoly game at Macca's. Peel and scan your way to a Philips audio and visual package, a Makita 18-volt LXT cooler warmer, or an ultimate barcode toolkit. Peel and scan to win at Macca's today. End October 19. Full terms at mcdonalds.com.au.
Start in Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Camper Mate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
Hey mate, I'm Taria Pitt. You might have heard of me. I'm that chick who survived burns to 65% of her body and then competed at the Ironman World Championships. Now, I'm on a quest to talk to other people who have done hard things to find out why. That's why I've started this new podcast. Search To Repeat is hard work or download the new Listener app and listen for free. It's deep conversations with people who have done truly incredible things. I hope you love it.
Listener. At Australian Red Cross Lifeblood, when you take time to give blood, you give time to those who need it most. Time with friends, family, and the people they care about. So make time for life and book a donation at your local donor centre by searching Give Blood today. It takes just 10 minutes in the chair, but it could mean a lifetime for those in need. Give life. Give blood.
Tradies, it's time to cut the cord with the new 18-volt bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch. The revolutionary bi-turbo motor plus Procore 18-volt battery means industrial power from just one battery for any cutting, drilling, grinding or sawing job you can throw at it. Bi-turbo tools are fully backwards compatible with Bosch 18-volt professional batteries and backed by an industry-leading 6-year warranty. Cut the cord and check out the Bosch bi-turbo brushless range now. Available at Bunnings Warehouse, Total Tools and boschpowertools.com.au.
The Volvo XC40 is the stylishly compact Scandinavian SUV designed for the city. And it's Drive Car of the Year 2021. Best small luxury SUV. Judge for yourself and visit your local Volvo dealer today. Volvo.
Well, the hottest of hot buddy you've ever seen. Rain comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on. Install a rain. Install a rain. Install a rain. Install a rain.
Ask your plumber for Ream, Australia's #1.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for Beacon Trade. Supporting Sparkies with 7:30am opening hours, trade prices, click and collect and free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. The Bulldogs lead it by 58 points here at the prelim against Port Adelaide, 12-8-80. The power of 3-4-22. About to head into our Beacon Trade third quarter. Electricians, builders, Beacon Trade's got your back. Open early at 7:30am with over 100 stores around Australia and a dedicated trade team. Special trade prices, click and collect and free shipping on all orders. Beacon Trade, it's every tradie's go-to for lights, fans, electrical accessories and expert advice. We've got Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince Rue. What are you looking for here in the third quarter?
I want to see Port actually play somewhere near their best footy, not like they have in the first half. They've put Robbie Gray in there, and it's a bit of a sad sight when you're relying on your old timer Robbie Gray to get him out of the poo again. How old's Robbie Gray these days? He's 32 or something, but he's done it so many times before. Can he do it again for him? He did it in round 23. He's been kicking goals and been in form. Maybe he can be the difference again.
Well, the Bulldogs lead it by 58 points. Third quarter is about to get underway. Here's Chris Dittmar on Triple M footy.
Good on you, Yoda, for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy. Drew, Bontempelli, Liberatore and Boak in there as well. Lysette and Stefan Martin about to go head-to-head. Third term underway in the prelim final at the Adelaide Oval. Lysette sits under it. He got the better of the tap, but Martin, his opponent, won the footy. Now Liberatore, though, tackled by Drew, taking it ground. The umpire will ball it up. Good contest in the middle. 80 plays, 22 in favour of the Bulldogs.
You're pretty confident when you start McRae on the bench. He's had 19 in the first half. They start him on the pine.
Lysette gets the tap. Bontempelli ridden into the ground. No, umpire says held to him.
Couple of big tackles early here from Drew. Like that response from a young midfielder.
Umpire throws it up quickly, gets on with it. Stephen Martin with the tap. Hunter a chance at centre wing. He's got plenty around him to help him out. They just soccer it forward. The Bulldogs, it'll dribble out of play. No, Burton keeps it alive. Bonner runs himself into a bit of trouble, lot of trouble. Now shakes the tackle somehow, and Bonner gets the kick away, the left foot kick in the direction of Marshall. Couple to beat, couldn't take the mark. Too many players at ground level. The handball comes to Bailey Williams from Easton Wood. Belts it forward. Norton playing in front, taken to the boundary line and over it by McKenzie.
So we'll have a throw in. The Dogs by 58 points. They have really been dominant in this opening half of footy. Rucks are going to battle. It's been Lysette up against Martin. Do they wrestle each other? Ground level boat. Little tap to Robbie Gray. Through it.
Incorrect disposal.
Advantage. Dogs run with it. Treloar just couldn't get it over the head of Bonner. I tell you what, without Bonner tonight, where would they be?
I was going to say, Bonner's been very good. Kicked a nice long goal. Probably should have had another one too if he handballed it to him.
So Bonner ran hard and took the handball. Marshall in the middle of the ground. That was clever. Didn't take the mark but won it and gave to Bergman. Bergman kicks forward. No mark taken. Easton Woods there for the Bulldogs. He's got a couple to beat and he does. He gets it to the boundary line. Well done. Did it come off his boot? It did. Yes. In the end he made a little mistake, but gee, he did well to stop Port Adelaide going forward. So out on the full it is, and Port Adelaide through Fantasia will bring the ball back into play.
He touched it.
Fantasia. Dixon on the lead. Takes the mark. 20 metres out. It's been rare, but that was a good lead up by the full forward and a good low punt kick from Fantasia.
It's one of those rare times where it's been a quick inside 50 for Port Adelaide. Just found a bit of space just at the top of the square, and Fantasia was good enough just to pop it in there and allow Dixon to have a clean run at it. Need this one, Port.
Now, if you like your stats, Port need 10 goals to hit the front.
There's one.
The first. They need 9 more, and that's without the Bulldogs kicking one. So Port Adelaide, the first goal of the third term, 4-4-28. Trail the Bulldogs at 12-8-80 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
I like the intent early from Port around the stoppage. Look a lot better. Willem Drew's been the player that's been good in the contest. He actually, as I said in the Harvey Norman replay, that actually wasn't on the full. He kicked it to himself, Wood, and he ended up touching it. But some big tackles from Willem Drew, which just created another stoppage, a secondary stoppage, a third stoppage, and that allowed Port Adelaide just to set up well, win the footy and get it inside 50, but need plenty more of that, as you said, Ditz.
Bernie Vince, Mark Rasciuto tonight. Triple M C-Bus Super Special comments. Delivering consistent long-term returns for members. C-Bus for all of us. So it's the Dogs by 52 points. Port Adelaide get the first goal of the third term. We're back in the middle. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Tap down. Boak held Liberatore there. Advantage paid. Bontempelli thumps a long ball in. English and Alir. Hannon's kick 3 for the night through that ball. And Jonas will get the free kick in the back half for Port Adelaide.
Goes short. Across goal. Burn Jones. He goes to the other back pocket. Out to McKenzie.
But nowhere to go.
No. So bombs it long. Goes to a contest at centre wing. 2-on-2 out there. Over the back. Fantasia soccers forward, but there's no one there. Bailey Williams is for the Bulldogs. He picks it up. He ran into trouble.
What?
Wow. Marshall picks it up and plays on for Port Adelaide. The advantage over the back. Rosie, if he can read it. No, he's given away the free. He held on to his opponent. Rosie in the pocket. Needs to do his best here. The kick misses the target. He never makes mistakes, but he is tonight. And he kicked it straight to Hunter. The clearing kick from the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide messed it up in the middle, but they got time. Lysette picks up, handballs to Burton. Burton back inside 50, and Marshall takes the mark on his own.
What horrible football by both sides. That was a comedy of errors by both teams.
Gee.
There were fumbles, there were drop marks, there was missed kicks inside. You never see Rosie miss a kick inside.
What was Bailey Williams doing on the outer wing? He had so much time. At worst, he should have just bombed it long. That was unbelievable passage of football.
Clever by Port Adelaide. They're dragging them down to their level.
Do whatever it takes, Ditz.
That's right. So Marshall, another much-needed kick, another goal. 40 metres out, on his way, right half forward flank. And he's nailed it. Port Adelaide back-to-back goals at the start of the third term. Clawing their way into this game. A bit of respectability. 5-4-34, trail the Bulldogs. 12-8-80. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Yeah, hasn't had a big night, has he, Marshall? But crucial goal, 2 in a row for Port Adelaide, as we said, been better around the contest. Their tackle pressure has certainly lifted, so obviously Kenny would have given them a fair rev up at half-time, and from what we've seen so far in the short time in this third quarter, they've responded.
Well, Willem Drewburn, he's applied 3 crunching tackles, as you touch on, in the opening part of this third term.
Tackles are 6-1 in the third quarter, Port Adelaide's way, thanks to Red Z Lending.
Red Z Lending loans for the self-employed.
3 of them to Drew.
46 points, the Bulldogs. We're back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M Rocks footy.
Could they do it, Port?
They've got the first 2 of the third term. That's 2 of the 10 they need just to drag themselves a point in front. Here's Wines out of the middle to Houston. They link up with Hand. A little bit of hard run. Tucks it under the wing. Amon sends Port Adelaide a long ball inside 50. Butters has got to fly from the back. Ground level Butters. He butters up. Gets it across. Dixon squaring ball. Just to get the journey. Ladham's underneath. Play on, the umpire says. And Liberatore just whacks it out of there. Looking for the boundary line, but Porter got some numbers lining up. Wines to Bonner. A nice user generally inside 50. Marshall has taken the mark in front of goal. Port looking for 3.
Jeez, where was this in the first half from Port Adelaide? Kenny should have given him a rev up before the game to get him going in that first quarter, but geez, Marshall, big contested mark when his team really needs him. Had a really quiet first half, but this will be 2 in this quarter early in the third term.
So Port Adelaide through Marshall in front.
Oh no.
He's got it.
Oh.
He has nailed it. Port have got 3 goals in 7.5 minutes. Margin is back to 40 points, the Dogs. Is there some belief starting to creep in? And is there some question marks on the other side of the fence? 12-8-80 Dogs, 6-4-40 Port. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard supporting Sparkies with 7:30 a.m. opening hours, trade prices, click and collect, free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores. Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince.
Well, the weight will be coming off their shoulders a little bit at the moment. They've got to get some confidence out of this. Port Adelaide, this has been a great start. 6-2 inside 50s. They're actually winning the contested possessions for the first time tonight in this third quarter. They're 11-7.
Oh, hang on. He's touched it.
Replay.
He's touched that.
You know, it was a very low kick, wasn't it?
They've touched that.
And now the players are setting up for a kick in.
That is definitely a point. And the player, everyone's back in the centre of the ground, but
doesn't look like it on the.
Yeah, his finger moves or his index finger.
Oh,
see it?
God, it's
little flick. That's all it needs to be.
Score review.
That's going to be a point.
Robbie.
Oh, amazing.
That hurts.
Now, what a passion killer that is.
The goal umpires will not get out alive tonight.
What about the simple things, though? In finals, do the simple things well. Where's his run-up? Why do he get so close to the man on the mark? Is that pressure? Is that the moment? Is it the occasion?
They're going to have to get in a phone box, get the yellow vest off and put a Port Adelaide jumper on to get out of it.
So the Bulldogs to bring the ball back into play. Dale comes to the centre wing side. Norton the target and he marks it. The way he attacks the ball, it's fantastic, isn't it? Over the top. He had a great opening term here tonight to help set up the big lead that they've got, the Bulldogs.
Gee.
Norton just chips one short. Liberatore the target. Didn't get to him this time because Houston got in the way and affected the spoil. So just checking that score, Porter 5-5-35, Bulldogs 12-8-80 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Throw-in is by the interchange gate. I'll tell you what, I'm enjoying Lysette's aggression. He's come out here firing to try and get Port Adelaide started. He's having a real crack, and Martin's playing pretty well also, having a real go. Johannesson at ground level, got it, then tackled by Lysette. Umpire says, held to him.
And that's what you're ruckman doing. Good call, Ditz.
I reckon he was making his mind up. Now, if Lysette keeps going, Martin's got to tie, Ditz. He has to tie. He hasn't played one game in 130-odd days. He can't run 4 quarters out.
So tapped down, Port Adelaide with numbers around the stoppage. Robbie Gray gets it working to half forward. It slips straight past Marshall and Dixon. Caleb Daniel back there to Bailey Williams. Releases a high ball for the Dogs. Bonner.
Holding Port Adelaide.
Free kick going to Lysette. Against Martin.
He's been big. Good call, Ditz. I love his aggression too. He's made some big tackles, made small midfielders hurt, and he's just winning big contests.
Houston ran past and called for it. Didn't realise Norton was so close, but he steadied beautifully. Got it across to Gray. Sends Port Adelaide inside 50. Dixon stood, couldn't drag it in. Still goes. Releases a handball. It wasn't good. Straight to Liberatore to McRae. Measures it nicely. Downfield. And Martin's got it now for the Bulldogs.
Gee, the hands of the modern players exceptional. Liberatore then. How was that handball?
There's no one better than the Western Bulldogs.
Amazing.
Or Liberatore.
Just one touch.
They've got to switch here. They've got to switch here.
Yeah, there's a loose play. They're not going to.
They're not taking any risks already, the Dogs.
So McRae goes along at the boundary line. Gee, Houston had it but didn't complete the mark, but he wins it at ground level. Fires it back to where it came from. Dixon the target. No mark. He had 3 to beat as usual. Handball comes to McRae. Gets the left foot kick away again. English in the middle of the pack. Did he mark it? No. Had a couple of bites at it. Burne-Jones comes out of the pack with the footy. Gets the handball away. And it goes out of play. Good pressure, Bulldogs again. Port Adelaide have lifted, but the Bulldogs still very, very much on top.
They lead it by 45 points, the Bulldogs. Port kicked the first couple of goals. It looked like the first 3. But the goal review, finding the second Marshall goal was touched. So margin sits at 45. Tapped down by Laddams. Bontempelli got around 1, didn't get around the second. Good pressure, Port Adelaide. So they created a 50-50. Let's head to Red Biglands for Bob Jane T-Marts.
It's very evident down here on the ground level that the Port Adelaide side have cleaned up their ground ball take. That ball that flips on the slippery deck, they've been very good this quarter at keeping their head over it. In the first half, the Dogs just wrote the book on that. They were amazing, but certainly clean up their ground ball gets down here.
Keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks. Bob Jane T-Marts. Call 13 26 25 today. Umpires stop play.
You got Lockie Hunter free on one side and Bonner free on the other. Just keep an eye on who wins that.
For the player to do up his boot in Laddams. Gets the tap down.
Hunter.
Hunter around the body. Jonas got it from Houston. Finds Ollie Wines, centre wing. Where's the next link of the chain? Ollie wants to turn and burn. Dangerous.
No.
A forward handball will end up okay. Wines got it back from Marshall. Motlop can run in. He goes from 45. He gets the goal. No. Touched.
He's been stiff.
Last line stuff. Port Adelaide getting done in the photo finishes everywhere.
Ollie Wines in all sorts out there, boys. Looks wobbly on his feet.
But Port Adelaide, that was just kamikaze stuff, but that's the only way they can win the game. You can't win from 58 points down at half-time by playing safe footy. So might cost them a goal, but they might kick 5 or 6 doing it.
Kick in the direction of English. Didn't take the mark. Motlop applies the tackle on Hunter. Laddams keeps it alive by the boundary line. Houston likewise pushes it forward, sockets forward, gets it to Laddams. His handball wasn't all that effective. One-on-one. Jonas at centre wing. No one takes the mark off hands. Vandermeer. Too good. And in fact, it's Hannon, Hannon won the footy and his kick smothered. So Port Adelaide again have lifted in certain areas, but they've got a long, long way to go because the Bulldogs are all over them.
Well, the inside 50s are 9-2 in this third quarter thanks to Red Z lending. Port's way.
Bonner playing a good game for Port Adelaide, but he's a bit of a lone soldier at the moment. The throw in front of the members, true centre wing position. Laddams and English go at it. Over the back, Laddams had it. Now Bontempelli fires out a handball. It's brilliant. And they kick it forward in the direction of Aliir. Aliir had his hands on it, didn't mark. Coming out of the pack, Hannon's played a great game. Aliir needs to get rid of it. He's spun in a tackle. Is it holding the ball? Umpire says no. And he says he'll ball it up 40 out from the Bulldogs' goal.
I talked about Liberatore before. Marcus Bontempelli took that ball. He didn't even let it touch both hands. He touched it with one hand, handballed it with the other, bang, hits the target.
Rashudo there, Bertie Vince tonight. Seabar, super special comments. Butters got it out of the area for Port. Rosie wrapped up Daniel in a nice tackle. And the footy in the centre square area here at the Adelaide Oval.
This is frustrating. This would have to frustrate the Port Adelaide faithful because they're actually matching, if not beating the Bulldogs in the contest at the moment. But where was it in the first half?
44-point Bulldog lead. Willem Drew, another tackle. This one illegal. He held English. Here's Bailey Smith for the Bulldogs. Sends a long ball in. Aliir's got himself set in the spot. Shaki, nice come across and spoil And it's out of play, 25 around from the Bulldogs goal.
He's actually done a few good things, Shaki, just competing against Alir. I didn't think he was up to it, but he's proved me wrong so far.
Just getting a hand in, isn't he? Being able to bring it to ground again. It looked like Alir was going to mark it. Just gets his hand in, creates a forward 50 stoppage.
Yeah, goal would hurt here.
Throw in, only 20 around from the Bulldogs goal. English doing the ruck work. Bontempelli had it, he was threatening, but Houston got it for Port Adelaide, clearing kick away. Dixon, that's a strong mark, centering on the members' side, but he's a long way from goal. He's at half back at the moment. Oh, he goes short. The kick wasn't great, but it found Bonner in the end, who keeps racking up the possessions for Port Adelaide.
Well, they want to try and switch to get some ball movement. They want to be daring, but oops.
Well, he tried to take on the man on the mark, but in the end ran himself into trouble. Butters effected a good spoil against a much taller opponent. The handball came out to Dunkley. Dunkley goes backwards. Duray picks up, quickly sends it forward. Big pack of players. Norton up high. Hands on it. Didn't mark. Bontempelli. Too good. Way too good. Spun out of the pack with the footy somehow. Gave to McRae, and his kick forward actually cut off by Jonas.
You can see why he won the most valuable player of the competition, because we're sitting here just admiring his skill.
Oh, gee, Ollie Wines has coughed it up. Put Bonner under some heat. Jonas, great smother attempt by the Dogs. I think it might have been Bontempelli. Now it's out of play. 52 metres around from the Bulldogs goal. They lead it by 44 points over Port Adelaide here. We're in the third quarter, played nearly 17 minutes. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. Supporting Sparky's 7:30am opening hours, trade prices, click and collect and free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores. Tap down. Now Treloar sends a deep 50 ball here for the Dogs. Alir working across. Norton gathered it. He's wrapped up by both Alir and McKenzie. And the boundary line. And we will have it thrown in only metres around from the Bulldogs goal.
So first part of this term belonged to Port Adelaide. Now the Bulldogs getting back on top again. This ball has spent a fair bit of time inside their forward 50. We've played 17 minutes of this third term. Throw in. English front position. Laddie plucks it out of the air. English got the handball away. Was cut off. Then McRae comes in. Got the handball forward to English. Treloar holding the ball. Big tackle in defence this time from Port Adelaide. And it's Carl Amon. That was a certain goal coming up. Treloar was only 20 out on the run. And he was run down by Amon, who now delivers to Bergman at halfback.
So Bergman, he works it down the line. Rosie and Dixon there for Port Adelaide. Dixon tried to contain it with the one hand, but Cordy able to come through. Got it across to Gardner. Sends a high ball to half forward for the Dogs. Ground level, Port Adelaide, Ollie Wines. It feeds out though to McRae. Here's Bailey Smith putting it to half forward, finding Norton.
How good's he been tonight?
Their midfield is unbelievable.
So Norton, he's shaped to get around McKenzie. He elected to go handball. Hunter puts a long ball in. Flying was Shaki. At the back, Bontempelli. Look at the ground level numbers for the Dogs. Treloar snapping around the body. He got the wrong bounce. Faded away. It's a 45-point Bulldog lead. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard, 81-36.
They're just getting on top again here. The Dogs are way behind in contested possession. Now they're +6 in this third quarter. They're 7-5 in the clearances. They're just starting to get the momentum here, Western Bulldogs, thanks to Red Z Lending.
Port Adelaide forced to go very short with the kick in. It comes to Bonner. Bonner still deep in defence. Goes to the outer side. Lycett, the ruckman, provides the lead. Mentioned earlier, he's tried to really fire up this Port Adelaide team as they handball their way out. Along the outer side, run into trouble again. Good pressure, Bulldogs. Bonner back to Amon with a handball. They get out of strife. They can handball forward. Loose player out there on the outer side. Rosie gets around a couple, fires it forward. Marshall didn't take the mark. Bulldogs win the ball through Daniel Laird. Johannesson as it stays on, just sits on top of the ball and bottles it up. It was Caleb Daniel, and the umpire says we'll ball it up.
We said Mitch Hannon's played the game of his career. Riley Bonner is having his game of his career. He's had 24 disposals, second only to McRae.
Lycett, a handball forward. Willem Drew provides the tackle to keep the ball in the area. McRae was threatening to come away with it again. Umpire to ball it up. It's 45 out from Port Adelaide's goal. Throws it up quickly. English reaches over the top. Ground level. Bontempelli again. Brings it out. Now they've coughed it up, the Bulldogs, but they go back in and regain it. Now Port get it out of the pack. It was another Bonner handball, I think. Port Adelaide to go forward from half forward. A high kick. Big pack of players up high, no mark taken. It comes out towards Lysette, who has to do the roving at ground level, the crumbing. Rosie handballs backwards. Bonner runs himself into trouble, needs to get onto his favourite left and does. And there are only Bulldogs on the last line of defence. That's all there are back there.
Port try and put some heat on Aaliyah. They just got enough heat on the kick. Here's Aaliyah, wants to middle things up. He's got Houston in the true centre half forward position. She had Butters and Rosie both on leads. He goes with a long high ball in the direction of Marshall and Dixon. And who's at the front there? Dersma.
That was a mark, wasn't it?
The umpire said, thought it hit the ground.
Off in, please, Jack.
Yeah, I want to see this on the Harvey Norman replay. I thought he controlled it before it got to the ground. Here we go. Oh, Dixon and Dersma ended up spoiling each other almost. They both had it.
I think Dixon had it, didn't he?
Dixon had it, probably. You could pay that.
Usually pay that.
Umpire balls it up. Harvey Norman replay there. Ollie Wines out of the contest. Snaps and misses. Bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TVs and sound bars now at Harvey Norman. And the Bulldogs, they lead this one by 44 points on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. It's 81 the Bulldogs, 37 Port Adelaide.
Nothing really going right for Port Adelaide in this quarter, but sometimes you get what you deserve. If you don't show up in the first half, you can't expect everything to go your way when you decide to have a crack.
Beautiful kick out of defence, Callum Daniel. Finds English. Yep, just bent it around the corner. Saw someone out the corner of his eye. It was English. And he hits it. English kicks high and long. Along centre wing. All the Bulldogs in the middle of that contest. It comes out to Dunkley. Great smart of Houston because they were going to go inside 50 again. And the ball now trickles out of play. A throw in by the interchange gate. Many players coming on and off during this stoppage. So Gray and Burton back on for Port Adelaide. Liberatore, Eastonwood for the Bulldogs.
Still 6 minutes to go in this third quarter. Plenty of time for Port to try and get another couple of goals to bring this contest closer.
Lysette and English. It comes back to Lysette. Handball through to Burton. Weaves in and out heavy traffic. Runs hard. Long left foot kicks pretty good. Goes to a contest at full forward for Port Adelaide.
Great.
Oh, the crowd won't like this because he did drop that on the way down. And they've paid the mark in defence.
It was a great effort. I don't know whether he held it long enough. Probably, yeah. But I would have paid the last one to Dixon as well.
So free kick going against Port Adelaide.
Listen to the crowd.
They will rip the joint down, Bert.
Set it on fire.
So Gardner, free kick recipient there. Rosie was claiming he was blocked, but the umpire says it's the other way. So Gardner's kicked it out on the full. Footy gods. It's a 44-point lead to the Bulldogs. Rhett Biglands for Bob Jane teammates.
You know what they say, Yatesy, footy gods never miss a game. And down here, Todd Marshall was the man in the hands of the trainers down here. They're testing out his left knee. Sam Powell-Pepper's the sub. He's not warming up, but they're going to test it out for stability.
I'd get him off and put Powell-Pepper on anyway.
Gee, another kick for Bonner going forward for Port Adelaide. The Bulldogs get a clearing kick away. And it's going to go off hands and out of play. Bailey Smith did everything. He got the kick away out of defence.
Would you get Powell-Pepper on, wouldn't you, Bern?
Oh, I'd put him on. I would have played him, especially after that first half. You'd love someone like him just crashing and bashing around the footy.
Well, he's that rough and tumble sort of player, isn't he? Great tap this time. Comes down to Robbie Gray from Lysette. His kick goes straight up in the air almost. Playing in front, Callum Daniel, the smallest man in the area, takes the mark.
He's been crunched as well, he saw.
Time, Mom. Take your time.
He's had the wind knocked out of him, I reckon.
See it on the Harvey Norman replay. Jumps up.
Can you take the kick?
Oh, he landed on the footy.
That hurts. That hurts.
Footy in the guts, and he bounced up in the air off it. It's like he's on a trampoline. Yeah, he's holding his
Move away, please.
guts. Let's hope he hasn't hurt his ribs or something more serious.
Hey, he's still looking a bit crook. He's doubled over. Umpire's giving him forever to take his kick.
Surely someone else is going to take it.
Now he gets on with it. Daniel, the South Australian, kicks to the outer centre wing, over the back. Port Adelaide with some numbers. Houston, handball to Ollie Wines, but he was under pressure. Drew comes through. He can't pick it up either.
Oh, look at
that's
that.
a high tackle.
Yes. Bulldogs!
That's a definite high tackle to the Bulldogs.
The handball work of McRae, Liberatore and Bontempelli is out of this world. It's best as good as I've ever seen it.
Yep, it's been a class performance. McRae plays on, kicks long with that left foot, all the way to the pocket, playing in front. And Shaki takes the mark in front of Aaliyah. And it's not too often he's outmarked. Shaki has played a real good game tonight.
He's forced his way into this side this year, Shaki, and starting to be a regular footballer now. I mean, a very high draft pick, couldn't make it at Brisbane. Dogs took a chance with him, and now he's actually starting to reward him.
He actually got back in the side as a backman. He came into the side as a centre-half back, or he played defence in the VFL, and then now he's found himself forward again.
Shaki, 45 metres out. The left foot kick, it's not going to make the distance, and Neelium Norton marking the goal square again. Port Adelaide just not switched on. Lycett concedes the behind, and it was nearly another one to the Dogs. They go to 12-10-82. Port Adelaide 5-7-37, Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So Shaki's 24. Sometimes big men take
they do
5 or 6 years before they start playing decent footy.
Seabus Super Special comments. Mark Prosciutto there with Bernie Vince tonight. Delivering consistent long-term returns. Remember, Seabus for all of us. A turnover ball from Aliir. It's at least his third for the night, maybe fourth. Sideways ball. And it's Liberatore now for the Dogs. Sends him inside 50 to Shaki.
That's what happens. How often do you see it when you're a backline player and you kick a bad one, it comes back and goes to your man?
Straight to his man. He's played his role tonight, Shaki. I know he hasn't hit the scoreboard too much, but geez, he's played a crucial role in Aliir.
So he's lining up underneath the old scoreboard for the snap around. Kick on the way, he's nailed it. He has got the goal. The Dogs are back out by over 50. 13-10-81. They lead by 51 points. Port Adelaide 5-7-37. Let's duck downstairs to Rhett Biglan's on the boundary for Bob Jane T-Marts.
More on Josh Shaki, boys. His late father, Lawrence, of course, played with Woodworth Torrens here. A lot of games here on the Adelaide Oval. He'd be looking down on him right now and be super proud of his young fella. And you're right, those who have followed Josh's career, he is now starting to blossom. Worked so hard to get in this side, as you said, Byrne, but big stage tonight.
Not just taking marks too, but really having a big impact on Aliir's performance. He'd be disappointed, Aliir. He's got his way into the game, but he's coughed up. He's had 6 marks, Aliir, but 3 massive turnovers.
Those turnovers have been... I just haven't seen that from him. I don't know whether the occasion, not so much the occasion, more the time that the Dogs, everyone's crunching into him early. Every time there was a mark inside 50, all the players would go to him. Just might be rattling him.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy, the Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Play on and try.
So good tackle, Robbie Gray, but then he's tackled. He won the footy and then got ridden into the ground. And the umpire says, I'll come in and ball it up again inside the centre circle.
Straight back.
So...
pretty much all been for nothing, this third quarter dominance of Port Adelaide. They've got back a goal.
They've got 9 to go then.
Off hands, Butters. Not sighted much tonight. Handball to Robbie Gray. Comes back out towards Butters. Winds. Handball to Houston. Houston delivers long. Charlie's got 2 to beat down there and can't. Off hands, Motlop. Went without the footy. Clearing kick should come to Butters, but it was touch. He has to play on. Handball to Bergman. Bergman's kick from a standing start misses. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. The margin is 50 points. The Bulldogs 13-10-88. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
Let go.
So Caleb Daniel to bring it back in. We've got a couple of minutes left in this term. What are Caleb Daniel's numbers, boys, on the Red Z lending stats tonight?
He's had 16 disposals, 12 kicks, going at 70%, but he's been better than those statistics, I tell you.
Red Z lending lines for the self-employed as Rourke Smith for the Dogs works it up the half forward. Aliir almost threw it out of that contest. Here's McKenzie. Look at the pressure. Vandermeer putting on some real heat. Wow. Oh, delicate by Liberatore. Treloar can stroll in and nail it home.
Yes.
The Dogs are out by 56 points. The big off-season recruit puts one through the middle. And the Dogs 13-10. They move to 94, 14-10-94. Port Adelaide 5-8-38 on the Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard. And Roo, you couldn't have said it any better. All this quarter has been for nothing for Port Adelaide.
Vandermeer at 181 centimetres, 79 kilos. Just a massive, big tackle on McKenzie. They're fighting right to the end here, the Dogs. They don't want to put the cue in the rack at all. They know they're playing for their spots, some of these guys, for 2 weeks' time. And just the effort and intensity, tackle pressure again. A lot of Bulldogs players ran to Vandermeer after that big tackle because he was the source of that goal. And, geez, Treloy could have kicked the goal. He could have given it over the top. He could have taken another bounce. Just too much time and space inside 50.
The Port supporters have had enough too, boys.
They're going.
They're going.
It's not even three-quarter time.
They are walking out.
For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy. Out of the middle again, a clearance. Bontempelli somehow on his lonesome gets the kick away. Off hands Alir at halfback, fires out a quick handball. Burton gives off to Houston. Houston's short pass. Did it find Butters? No. Got there on the bounce. Caleb Daniel stole it from him. They kick it forward again, the Bulldogs. Off hands. Hannon, can he kick another one on the run? It's coming back, but it's a minor score. He's played a wonderful game. Bulldogs 14-11-95. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Triple M Beacon Trade scoreboard.
So Alir goes short to Jonas. He goes longer looking for Dixon. Oh, how was that from McRae?
Wow.
He backed back into the oncoming Dixon train and took a nice mark.
Another example of playing right to the line, isn't it?
He unloads a long left foot ball. Big fly that came from Laddams as Port Adelaide clear it out of their defensive area. 57-point leaders, the Bulldogs. Boundary line, here's McRae again, diving for everything, saving that ball from going out. Touch play on. Heard the umpires mic'd up exclusively for Triple M footy. A lot of handballing tonight for Port Adelaide that hasn't been really effective. This one's okay. Ollie Wines running forward. Oh, he's overcooked that big time. Feeding back Duray. He was on Robbie Gray in the one-on-one. Robbie tried to stay with him, couldn't. Duray gets it out of there for the Dogs.
Long kick, pack of players, Laddams up high again, but offhand it's all the Bulldogs. Hunter fires it forward. Johannesson, now it goes to Hunter, so it wasn't him. Hunter now kicks to full forward, out on a lead. Shacky takes another mark.
That's an unbelievable kick from Lachie Hunter. Running towards the boundary. I know he's a left footer, but he's on his left side and just sold that he was going to kick long and then pulled it inside where there was three Port Adelaide defenders. Had to be the perfect kick and was.
So, siren gone for three-quarter time to extend the lead. Josh Shacky, kick 1 moment to go, will be outside the 50. Slow, deliberate run-up, close to the man on the mark, about 52 metres. Got the distance okay, but a minor score, and it's three-quarter time.
Yeah, the Dogs, they lead it by 58 points, exactly the lead they had at half-time. We've got a quarter to go here in the second prelim. It's 14-12-96, the Dogs. 5-8-38, Port Adelaide. We'll be back with Matt Rasciuto and Bertie Vince for McDonald's and Ream Hot Water. Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Beacon Trade. Supporting Sparkies with 7:30am opening hours, trade prices, click and collect and free delivery from over 100 Beacon lighting stores.
For McDonald's,
Triple M rocks finals footy.
The Monopoly game at Macca's is back. Game on.
Triple M's $10,000 vault. Unlock the door with these numbers.
1, 6, 9, 3.
There's only 24 possible combinations. So if you don't win, someone else will. Make your appointment for the Marty Sheargold Show. Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Asbestos. Just the word is enough to make most people stop and think. If you think asbestos could be doing harm in your home or business, don't just think about doing something about it. Do it. Call Identifiber now for same-day asbestos materials testing. With over 30 years' experience, the Identifiber team are your experts in asbestos and hazardous materials consulting and air monitoring services. Identifiber, all your hazardous materials services in one location. 67 Atherton Road, Oakley, and identifiber.com.au.
We are the bricks. We are the mortar. We are the wards. We are the tests, the results, the comforters, and the comforted. We are the breakthroughs and the recoveries. We are 150 years of challenge and triumph, heartache and joy. And we are the future, full of extraordinary possibilities. We are the Alfred.
Donate now to the Alfred Critical Care Appeal. alfred150.org.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. During the lockdown, all our Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. Yes, all National Tiles Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. As best we can, National Tiles is continuing to support Melbourne's trade and retail tile buyers during the lockdown. National Tiles. Trade and contactless pickup at all our Melbourne stores 7 days a week.
Start at Bottom Art and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Camper Mate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
If you're looking for a camper trailer tough enough for Australia, then you're looking for a super tough Adventure Kings camper. Engineered to take on Australia's rugged landscape with ease, you can get an Adventure Kings camper from Fall Drive Supercentre for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher so you can accessorise it your way. Now that's a deal that's tough to beat, only while stocks last. Head in store or find us online at falldrivesupercentre.com.au. Super save with us now.
Tradies, it's time to cut the cord with a new 18-volt bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch. Optimised for Procore 18-volt 8 and 12 amp-hour batteries, the Bosch bi-turbo range of saws, grinders, drills, impact wrenches and rotary hammers deliver up to 2,000 watts of corded equivalent power from a single Procore 18-volt battery. All that plus an industry-leading 6-year warranty. Cut the cord and check out the Bosch bi-turbo brushless range now. Available at Bunnings Warehouse, Total Tools and boschpowertools.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
This quarter for Kennard's Hire. Do Kennard's Hire make your job easy? Ken Oath.
Oh, what a night it's been for the Dogs. They lead by 58 points at three-quarter time. 14-12-96 the Bulldogs. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Let's head straight to Red Biglands for Bob Jane teammates.
For Port Adelaide, I think they've activated their sub. Looks like Todd Marshall's got the jacket on. He had sort of a hamstring knee injury, and Sam Powell-Pepper is out there at the centre bounce, so no doubt he will play in this final term. And for the Doggies, Rourke Smith, they test out his hamstring as well, right in front of me down here, but he seems to be okay. They still have Anthony Scott up their sleeve as their sub.
Keep your family safe on the roads. Free tyre safety checks at Bob Jane teammates. Call 13 26 25 today. Red Biglands there. Mark Rasciuto, Bernie Vince, the third term. What did you make of it?
Well, Port Adelaide probably had the better of them, to be honest, for a fair part of it. But
they were a bit stiff. They had a touched off the boot. They had a goal review almost, touched on the line. So, I mean, they could have come back a little bit closer, but they're just the class of the Dogs has been just, again, around the contest. They just eventually got on top again.
Did some my eyes going, or is there about half of the crowd here? I'm not joking.
No, you're spot on.
I think both. Your eyes are definitely going, but so are the...
Have a look how many more seats are vacant here at the moment, unless they're at the bar drowning their sorrows.
The toilet break.
Yeah.
What?
No,
they're not sulking.
They've deserted.
Well, I know where they're not going. Perth.
Oh, no.
That's cruel.
Sorry,
Kids. Gee. Yeah. Interestingly, we just saw Hamish Hartlett on the screen. Is it the last time we've seen him at Port Adelaide? He was involved in...
Oh, the rain's coming.
Screen. Yeah, the rain's coming.
He's a wheel and break loose.
So the Bulldogs lead it by 58 points. A quarter to go. They're on their way to the grand final. Here's Chris Titmar on Triple M.
Wouldn't want to be in Hindley Street tonight, I don't think.
No, from McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy final term of the prelim final. It's elementary. Into the ruck, Lysette and Stephen Martin. Martin's done a fine job, having not played any footy at all since round 12. McRae sends them forward again, sitting under it. Houston, slippery ball maybe because he dropped the chest mark. Bailey Smith pounced on it. They then pounced on him, and the umpire says, I'll ball it up. About 60 out from the Bulldogs' goal.
Rain is the last thing Port needs.
Lysette works his way to the front. Powell-Pepper's in there, but Treloar beat everyone to the footy. Got it out to Bontempelli. Another left foot kick forward for him. Bergman drops a chest mark as well. Loose footy at the back. Chance for the Bulldogs. Quickest. Don't tell me that's a goal. Don't tell me that is a goal. No way in the world.
Anthony Scott. Yeah, the
sub has come on. Scott has kicked the goal. Incredible. And a brilliant goal it was too. We'll go down to Biggles in just a moment and just see what they've done with the sub there. But the first goal of the final term to the Bulldogs and to their super sub, Scott. They go to 15-12-102. Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard.
It's just something out of nothing again, and that man Bontempelli, who's involved, got the clearance, got it inside 50. Bergman was the player for Port Adelaide. Probably should have just taken a chest mark looking here on the Harvey Norman replay, but it is wet. The rain is coming in, and it slipped through his hands and waiting there. Well, this is an opportunity. We've got Anthony Scott come in as the sub, obviously not in the 22, and comes in. He's got a position to play for now in a couple of weeks. They've got Waitman to come back into this side, so tough gig for him too to hold his spot.
The McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M Rocks footy. The Bulldogs are out by 64 points. Lysette put a tackle on. Now Pepper. Ollie Wines in there. Bailey Smith, who really got them firing early on the Dogs. And firing late in that game last week against Brisbane. Red big ones for Bob Jane T. Marts.
So it's Vandermeer is the man who's been subbed out for the Doggies. There have been a few players get over to him. He hasn't got any ice on him at all at the moment. He seems to be okay, so we'll try and keep some information for you.
Port Adelaide get an advantage free kick. Gee, Amon, that's the worst of his kicks you'll ever see. It went straight along the ground. He's always a beautiful kick of the footy. The Bulldogs repel. Bailey Smith on the outer centre wing, got it over to his teammate in Treloar, who lost it in the tackle. Good aggression this time from the Port Adelaide tackling, and the umpire comes in to ball it up.
They've got a slippery ball to contend with now, both sides. Just saw Houston. Was it Houston there that dropped that easy mark?
Dersma was the player doing the tackling. So the umpire throws it up quickly. Bulldogs try to come out of the pack with this one. Pau Pepper hovering. It goes forward. Bailey Smith again is the first man of the footy with him, Houston. He ripped him off the footy. Umpire said no. Free kick. Loose on the outer side, Hunter. And he copped a high one. And Hunter of the Bulldogs will get the free kick centre wing outer side.
Well, they're not going to take any risks. They'll be kicking long down the line, trying to take it out of bounds. It could be a very boring last quarter, but that's what you can do when you're 10 goals up.
Triple M C-Bus Super Special comments. Mark Rasciuto with Bertie Vince tonight. He does exactly that, as you say, Brew, and it finds the boundary line. It's been quite a stunning turnaround by the Dogs. They've been in the top two all year with the Ds. They're going to be in the top two on grand final day, but they've had a little patch toward the end of the year where they had the downer.
Had some hard luck too. West Coast going down to Brisbane by that, was it 1 point, I think, enough to put the Bulldogs into that fifth spot. So they've done it the tough way.
Well, they won the flag from outside the top four. That's the last side that's done it, and they might do it again the way they're looking.
So Port Adelaide works it towards centre wing. This time would have rush off too easy there. Bailey Williams and delivers down the line, but Bergman. I tell you what it does do. It sets up for a salivating grand final, doesn't it? What we've seen of these two prelims from the winners so far is Williams takes a diving, sliding mark. They lead it by 64 points, the Dogs.
What about the two midfields? Oliver, Petrarca, Viney had a great game the other night versus Bontempelli, McRae, Hunter. The list goes on.
Ball works his way up to half forward for the Bulldogs. Bergman, a handball out to Alier, who retreats backwards with a handball to Bonner. His handball goes to the feet of Bergman, who had to work hard with the slippery ball. And for the second time in a row, Bergman picks out Bailey Williams going forward. So Port Adelaide turning the ball over continuously, and it's all about the pressure. Johannesson on his lonesome at centre half forward takes the mark. The last time he played in the grand final, he won the Norm Smith medal.
He could take Lysette on here if he wanted to.
Move it on, play on.
So decides to go for a pass out towards the pocket. English had his hands on it, didn't complete the mark. Burton's hands were good with the handball, took it back in the 1-2. Nothing on offer for him, so takes his time, kicks out the centre wing. This will be a deliberate, has to be. He just kicked it straight out towards centre wing, and it dribbles out of play.
On the line.
So they'll work it forward here, the Dogs, through Wood. The outer side, 102 the Bulldogs, 38 Port Adelaide. There'll be big questions asked on the power. No doubt about that. Back-to-back prelim losses. This one is not one that can be swept under the carpet as Bergman works it up towards the logo centre wing. Caleb Daniel at a Treloar. He's got the footy, got around Butters. Put it on the right boot. Sends it up to half forward. Nice Bontempelli. Got rid of Bergman and then took the mark in front of Houston.
He is too good. Bontempelli, 60 out, fires the pass to the pocket, but misses everything, and it dribbles out of play in the left forward pocket. And the crowd won't deliberate, but he was definitely trying to kick it to a teammate in Hannon, but it eluded everybody. So throw in left forward pocket, 102 plays 38. The Bulldogs on their way to a grand final in Perth against Melbourne. Throw in English and Lysette go at it. Lysette in front, brings it down. Bontempelli ran past the footy. A rare blue as Aaliyah picks up. Rosie! A rare highlight, huge fly, takes a big mark. Port Adelaide get on with it quickly. Boak turns his opponent inside out on the outer side. And the ball sits for him, he's running. Can have a couple of bounces. Nearly lost the slippery ball. Handball over the back. Motlop's pass to erase. Erasio Fantasia. It sat in the air. It hung in the air. And the taller opponent in Dale came over the top and took the mark.
He's had a stinker, Motlop.
Absolute stinker.
He's had 5 disposals.
Red Z lending stats. And is that the least on the park, Roo?
Erasio's had 5 and Powell Pepper's the sub with 2.
So down the line goes Scott, the sub for the Dogs. Shacky, he's really had a nice third term, and the first bit of this final term as Bontempelli on the outside of the left. McKenzie did well. Beat Norton in a one-on-one tonight, which has not been easy to do. Norton has been a dominant forward out there. As Ruan Burns said earlier on, Hannon's played a blinder up there as well when the game was in the balance, if it ever really was tonight, as Boak tried this way, that way, and just bundled out of play by Bailey Williams.
Since round 14, when Port Adelaide been on fire, they've only let the opposition score 60 points a game on average, so this has just been a total different performance tonight.
They were 80 at half-time, the Dogs.
Comments from Bernie Vince and Mark Rasciuto. Everyone shell-shocked. Maybe not Bulldog supporters. Maybe they saw this coming. Maybe they expected it. They have just been far too good as Bailey Smith takes another mark.
Nothing's guaranteed in this game, is it, boys?
He goes all the way goal. This will be a miraculous goal. What a kick. What a goal from 60 metres out. That was a snap on the run. Amazing stuff. He's got 3 tonight. He kicked the first goal of the game to ignite the Bulldogs, and they haven't stopped ever since. What a goal that was on the run. Miraculous stuff. 16-12, 108 to 5-8-38. Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard.
Is he going to be the player of the finals? He kicked 3 last week. He was best on ground in the top couple last week. He's been unbelievable.
Red Biglands for Bob Jane teammates.
Bevo's down here on the interchange bench getting around his Bulldogs players, and one of those, of course, is Vandermeer, who was subbed out. The official word is hamstring tightness. He returned in round 5. He had that knee injury which kept him out. Sorry, he did it in round 5 and came back in July. He's had some hip flexor issues as well. So just played the 10 games this year. But, of course, he's got a fortnight to get over that hammy for the big one.
So the Bulldogs out by 70 points on the Triple M Kennard's higher scoreboard. Back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream hot water. Triple M rocks footy.
Bulldogs.
Ask your plumber to install a Ream. Steady, hot and strong. Dogs get a free kick out of the ruck going to English. We had a big win last night to the Demons, and it's a big win tonight for the Dogs. Here's Dunkley. Just approaching the front edge of the centre square. Delivered a nice ball. Deliberatore. Got a hard lead by Rourke Smith. Goes shorter and wider. Bailey Williams.
So Williams handles over the top, running Caleb Daniel. Daniel from just inside the boundary line goes to the front of the big packet, full forward off hands Bonner, one of Port Adelaide's better players tonight. The long kick though eludes Dixon. Cordy beats him to it and cleverly taps over for Bailey Williams. Beautiful stuff. Williams the kick to Daniel, and it was very hard to handle, and it dribbles out of play, nearly hit him in the head as it bounced up in front of him. The umpire to throw it in. Members side by the interchange gate. 108 plays 38. Can you believe it? A 70-point margin. That just shouldn't happen in a prelim final.
Not at home.
It should not happen.
It's happened in both.
It has. Houston over the back of the pack in his 100th game. Handball to Drew. Willem Drew retreats back across halfback and finds Bergman, who's had a bit of the ball in this final term. Has a bounce, runs hard, kicks out to the outer side. Bit of pushing and shoving, and Motlop takes the mark. Gee, I thought he got to the back of his opponent. Umpire says it was a mark. On the lead, Charlie Dixon. And Big Charlie takes a mark, and he's a long way out on the flank. He'll kick this from just outside the 50, where the line meets the boundary line, the 50-metre line that is. So
these are the ones he kicks, Charlie. Sometimes.
Tough kick coming up.
That's your line.
So it hasn't been a big night for Charlie.
15 gone.
Let's just have a look. He's had eight possessions tonight, and he's kicked 1 goal, 1.
Did a better second half when the ball's got down there a little bit.
Big Charlie on his way in, on the 50-metre line as he lets it go. It's a good-looking kick, but across the face of goal. So it's no score for Port Adelaide. In fact, it comes out. Pepper picks it up and runs into trouble in Bontempelli, and he forces him over the boundary line. And a throw in left forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
Bulldog supporters probably haven't had enough time yet. They're starting to think about the grand final. The good news for them is they should get their best defender back, Alex Keith, and they should get their best small forward in Cody Waitman back. So massive news for the Dogs.
It's scary stuff to think they'll slide into this side, isn't it? For the Dogs. They've been dominant.
Certainly is. This after prelim buys proved very fortunate for both sides, with Stephen May tightening up last night and also Alex Keith this week. Looks like that bye might save them a grand final appearance, both of them.
Ernie Vince, Mark Rasciuto, Seabus Super Special comments tonight. Here's McRae out of that stoppage, worked it up towards centre wing. Scott strapped the saddle on almost. Houston wins the free kick. Sideways handball to Burn Jones. And downfield. So this will be a shot on goal for Port Adelaide. Was it just
Just got him late, Yaden. Not too much in it. Hannon was chasing him at full speed and just got him after he kicked it. Free kick, not much in it.
Darcy Burn-Jones, it was only his 9th disposal as well, so he's been well down, the best and fairest.
Hardly excited, has he? Burn-Jones has just been very quiet. Had a bit of a lean year, to be honest.
Yeah, saw that on the Harvey Norman. Not a lot in it. Burn, you're spot on. Bring the big stadium home this footy finals. Great deals on TVs and sound bars. Now at Harvey Norman. So Dixon with a shot on goal. Cathedral end. Kick on its way, and he's put it through. So margin back to 64 points, Port Adelaide. And it's 108 to 44 on the Triple M Kennards Hire scoreboard. The Kennards Hire make your job easy. Kenno, Mark Rasciuto, Bertie Vince on Triple M footy.
I just saw the Bont come to the bench and he gave Beveridge a high five and sat down. You think now with 11 minutes to go, bit of an injury cloud coming into this game, you'd think you'd just put him on ice now, wouldn't you, Roo?
No, I'd be icing him right up.
We saw last night there was Petraka, Gawn, Oliver, all sitting on the bench at the same time at the end of the game last night, so you'd think you'd put a star that was injured this week.
They used to call it $1 million bench back in our day.
Well, when you sat on it.
Well, when you had a few blokes on there, now it'd be the multi-million-dollar bench.
Rhett Bigland's on the boundary for Bob Jane T-Marks.
Yeah, that was Roo sitting by himself for the $1 million bench, no doubt about that. But down here is McRae, we've got Johannesson, Easton Wood, and of course the Bont. So there's a few $1 million worth next to Bevo at the moment down here. So putting the guns in the rack.
Ollie Wine soccers the ball to centre half forward for Port Adelaide. Stephen Martin there. Now Dale. Dale picks it up. Handballs on the up. To the outer side they go through Duray and will find Hunter. Hunter takes the mark out in front of Bonner as the rain continues to tumble. Goes backwards slightly and goes back to Dale.
Not be too long to have them all the guns on the bench, otherwise someone else might pull a hammy with another 11 to go.
Bailey Dale kicks long from half back in front. The Bulldogs, but no mark taken this time. It ricochets off hands and goes out of play. The target was Stephen Martin.
What's the fallout going to be for Port Adelaide? Just have a think about this for a minute and come back to me. Is it just obviously just a one bad night, or will there be repercussions for certain players or coaches? Or
it's a good question. So Laddams reaching over the top with the ruck work. Burn Jones gets a handball away. Port Adelaide run it hard. On the end of the handball was Drew. Willem Drew kicks out towards Butters, who's had a very quiet night. Gathers, in fact, he was Butters. Picked it up. Dribbled a kick towards Robbie Gray under pressure. Gray goes to half forward, and at centre half forward, Ollie Wines takes the mark. Kicks over the top for the running Robbie Gray, and he takes the mark.
No, they'll be cutthroat. The Port Adelaide supporters and media in Adelaide, in the AFL, they'll be, because this was Port Adelaide's almost, in some cases, what people thought Port Adelaide's premiership to lose at stages. So home prelim, hot favourite coming in, and just have not really fired a shot. They showed a bit of fight there in that third quarter. Not much again in this last quarter, but I don't know, is it personnel, is it coaching? You'd have to do almost a full review of why they keep losing these prelims.
Robbie Gray on his way in. Beautiful kick off the boot, and it fades just at the last moment. The wind grabbed it, Minor score.
They are bloody hard to win.
Yeah.
Super hard to win. But tonight, as opposed to last year, they're beaten by Richmond, who are a very good side. I mean, Bulldogs are a very good side, but Port Adelaide, fully fit. They have had everything in their favour.
No excuses.
This is much more disappointing than last year. Last year, they were probably the better side on the night, just didn't get the job done. But tonight, they just didn't rock up. This will really hurt.
Yeah, it hurts last year too, because you realise how close you are of having a shot at a grand final or having a shot at a flag the following week. But tonight's just really disappointing.
One player won it. Dusty Martin cost them last year. Tonight, they've all cost each other.
Yep.
Dogs have worked it from half back up towards their forward 50. Burton, boundary line, Bonner under some shaky pressure. Dogs lead it by 63 points. Dunkley got boot to ball. Oh, Falcon it, I reckon, into Liberatore's head. Tattoo Sharon, that's one thing he hasn't got on his body, Libber. Here's a sideways handball. Bailey Dale, nice little sidestep on Robbie Gray. And gets it to Caleb Daniel. Through the middle, they're just playing as they like here, the Dogs. And here's Giray. Goes sideways. That's a good question, Roo. You ask about Port Adelaide as Hunter goes with a long ball. Oh, Norton flew high. Rourke Smith got it across. Shackey, left foot, bouncing, rolling ball. And it's across the face and out of play. The centre red big ones for Bob James, Marts.
Yeah, there's a real worry, though, for Port supporters as well. I didn't know so many were allergic to the rain. They've bolted with 10 minutes to go. There's half a stadium here at the moment, and they're out of here.
Don't be cruel, Biggles.
Come on, Biggles.
Throw in right forward pocket. Bulldogs deep into attack again. Burn-Jones off hands, clearing kick. Only as far as Hunter. It's coming straight back. Gets it at about 60 metres out from goal. Chips to the pocket. Norton the target. And no mark taken this time round. Throw in. Left forward pocket for the Bulldogs.
If you're going to put your guns in your holsters, I'd be putting Norton on the bench too, just quietly. I reckon he's their most, almost their most important
They
player.
can't finish this game out with about 10 out there if they want, can't they?
Probably could just stack the back line and leave no one up forward.
That'd be a bit of arrogance, finishing the game with 12 on the ground.
Well, there's no percentage to play for.
Imagine if they still kicked a couple on Port.
So the ball ricochets back out of play. Another throw in. This one's 40 metres around from the goal. I mean, the sting is right out of this game. But let's focus on just how good the Bulldogs have been. And they are on their way to a grand final as Bailey Smith puts the Jets on, runs hard, kicks it to the front of the goal square. Big English, has he taken the mark? In fact, Norton has. Norton, 2 grabs at it. He's too strong in the contest, isn't he? He doesn't look it to me, but clearly he does something that just...
He's one of those wiry, strong buggers. Yep. That's why I said play him on Aliir. He's the only one strong enough to go with him. But they've put him on McKenzie and he's pulled his pants down, hasn't he? He
sure has. Contested marking ability is outstanding from this young kid.
But he's only 21.
21.
He's a 21-year-old key.
This is dangerous.
Wow.
Dangerous.
He's kicked 2-goal-1 straight out in front and he's hit the post.
The other thing with the Western Bulldogs, boys, they got the number 1 draft pick last year from an academy player who is yet to get anywhere near his best. And this year they're going to get Luke Darcy's kid and the father-son, who's going to be a top 2 player. So they've had 2 great bits of luck with their academies and father-sons to go with a great side as it is anyway.
Well, the errors continue from Port Adelaide. They've played on from the kick-in and, in fact, handballed it over the top and messed it up. They've coughed it up. Now they're fighting for it across half-back, and eventually Jonas got the footy and got it to Burton. Now to Dersma, to Pau Pepper, who kicks long towards Robbie Gray at centre wing. Bulldogs have the tools back there, and they come away with the footy again. Giray handball over, and Scott, the sub, will take the ball out of play and a tackle.
Here he comes, Root. Norton coming to the bench now. You'd think he'd stay off for the rest of the game.
It's been an extraordinary coaching effort too, hasn't it, boys, when you think about what the Dogs have gone through to get to this point, and to have them vibed up and ready to go when they couldn't even train, to have the belief and the intensity to come out and get it done. Beveridge prepared them beautifully. The ball in the middle. Here's McRae. Bailey Dale. Scott. Boak, little undergrounder. Here's Rosie. Dogs lead it by 64 points. Dixon. Fisted away by Cordy. Here's Amon for Port Adelaide. 52 metres out, squaring ball, looking for Boak. Dixon's there. Bulldogs, Gardner. Dixon wraps him up. And we'll have a ball up. Let's head to Red Biglands for Bob Jones, teammates.
Yeah, Yates, you're right. It was unlucky they weren't allowed to train out here in Adelaide, but they are allowed to train out here tonight. They've been doing it all night. It's been a training drill.
Can we turn that bloke off down on the boundary?
No, he's getting funny, Dits.
No, he's not.
That's what he does
encourage him.
late in games. I love it.
A loose ball. Rosie picks it up. The handball comes. Burn-Jones back to Jonas, and Bonner slips over at the wrong moment, allows Rourke Smith to come through, pick the ball up, handball to Scott. Scott retreats backwards. Wood now to Rourke Smith again. Had a fumble but regained the footy. Trelaw.
Hannon.
Too easy. McRae over the top. Hannon, you heard Roo say it. He's on his own. He's kicked 3 tonight. The kick inside 50. Lysette gets back for Port Adelaide. Fists it. Smith will get his 4th here, and he does. Too much speed. He left him behind. The ball came over the back. He sprinted to the goal square and soccers it through. 4 goals to Smith. And the Bulldogs march on their way to a grand final in Perth, 17-13, 115. Lead Port Adelaide 6-9-45. Triple M, Kennett's higher scoreboard.
They are going to be a gun side. If they get this young Darcy, Ugelhagen, Bailey Smith, McRae, Bailey Dale, Caleb Daniel,
they've got all the Australians everywhere. Norton.
English is only young. Norton's a superstar. They have got and will have an unbelievably talented young list.
And for a long time. which
they keep them together.
Quite scary. It's phenomenal that they were, looking back now, that they dropped out of the top 4.
Well, they just had a shocking few weeks.
They had a bad sort of run there, didn't they? Bad trot there. They lost to Hawthorn, lost some really poor games.
Back in the middle for McDonald's and Ream Hotwater. Triple M rocks footy. Mark Rasciuto and Bernie Vince there for C-Bus Super. Delivering consistent long-term returns for members. C-Bus for all of us as Burton.
Block,
free kick. So it's against Fantasia.
Trying to find a positive for Port Dits. When they won the flag in 2004, they were very, very good in 2001 and 2 and 3, weren't they?
Minor premiers 3 times they were.
Well, there you go. So maybe it takes a little while for Port to get a bit of sting, and maybe they can bounce back next year.
But geez, you waste time. This is a waste. It becomes a waste of a season, a waste of an opportunity.
But there's also a theory, Roo. You talk about a premiership window. Was last year their window? Were they meant to win it last year? They lost by 6 points in a prelim final. And Ken Hinkley's first year, if you remember, they lost to Hawthorn in that prelim final because of bad kicking. They kicked badly. Were they meant to win that premiership?
Well, they're hard to win.
Yeah.
Look, I can look at my career. We won in the years that we shouldn't have won, in 97 and 98. And in 93, 05 and 06, we should have won them.
Yep.
Well, we were good enough to win them.
So the Dogs have been able to work it to Johannesen. He's got a shot on goal at the city end. He's hung it out to the right, and it's a minor score. 71 points the lead for the Dogs. Triple M Kennard's High scoreboard. Do Kennard's High make your job easy? Ken Oath.
The saying's been well worn. You've just got to be the best side in September. You don't have to be best all year. Port Adelaide looked like they were going to be the best side in September, but they've just tripped over on the prelim.
Kick forward by Amon really set up Travis Boak there and allowed Bailey Williams to come in and affect the spoil. And it's gone out of play at centre wing. There's many, many good players in this Bulldog side tonight.
Looks flat, Travis Boak, doesn't he?
He hasn't been himself. So many of them have been well below par.
So Lysette still fighting hard for Port Adelaide. Gets a handball away. Amon now to Rosie. Rosie, went straight to Dunkley though. Trelaw ducked his head, double team tackle, and he's caught holding the ball. So a rare moment for Port Adelaide.
Trelaw's been good tonight. He's been down in finals, well down over the last month, but he's bounced back tonight.
Just the 10 touches last week, Roo. Only 2 kicks for Trelaw last week.
Port Adelaide through Amon, get it up towards half forward, but again, big numbers back here for the Bulldogs. It comes out somehow to Rosie. Handball to Powell, Pepper to Dixon. He went to snap around the corner, caught the wrong side of the ball, and it goes straight up in the air. And a mark taken in defence by Rourke Smith. So they are still doing everything right here, the Bulldogs. 25 and a half minutes gone. And when the siren goes, they will know they're in a grand final.
And Rourke Smith from the defensive 50 Lear able to take the mark in a contest with English.
Who are the couple of Bulldogs that are going to be stiff? This is going to be, Gardner down back you'd think's got to go for Keith, but...
Or is it Cordy who came in this week?
Yeah.
Cordy's been pretty good though tonight. Gardner's looked a bit shaky at times.
Who's going to be the other small that goes out?
You'd think Scott would be the automatic out, being the sub, but then Rourke Smith might be the stiff one, but he's been okay tonight.
Good.
I don't know. There's going to be it's not going to be good for someone, is it?
Unless Vandermeer doesn't come up.
Ollie Wines for Port Adelaide from outside 50. Sends a long ball right to the square. And the Dogs still working right to the wire. Bailey Williams, he's been really good tonight. Works it up towards half-back, fisted away and out of play. So 71-point leaders, the Dogs. Triple M Kennard's highest scoreboard.
Gee, they're miserly. They wouldn't even concede a point.
They almost got done holding the ball, trying to keep it in. Why not just give a point away, mate?
Who was that, Bontempelli?
No, it was Bailey.
I was just thinking he should have just kicked it through the goals just to really
torped it up onto the hill.
Butters snares one off the back, kicks towards half forward. Robbie Gray tries to belt it on. Orazio Fantasia, rare kick for him. Duray got in the way and won the footy, but now they've lost it. Busy is Robbie Gray in the pocket, ran himself into a ton of trouble, got the handball away somehow, slipping over at the wrong time. Port Adelaide with through Boak, and Bailey Smith jumps on it in defence this time and gets the clearing kick away. Bergman keeps it alive, handballs to Butters inboard, has a loose player in the middle. Burne-Jones goes that way. He's going to go sideways. There's another loose player in Bonner, who has just about been Port Adelaide's best, you would think. Bonner delivers all the way to the goal square. Big Charlie out on a lead. Couldn't get a run at it in the end. Johannesson goes to ground. Pau Pepper shows a bit of aggression, a bit of fight. Gets a handball over the top. Dersma, his handball good. Although now they've lost at Port Adelaide. And Treloar gets the clearing kick away.
Downfield.
So downfield.
Downfield, late contact.
Pau Pepper.
Let it go.
So Pau Pepper, the medical sub. Red Z lending stats, loans for the self-employed. Ollie Wines with 37 touches, most on the ground tonight. McRae with 36.
Talk about great finals performances. McRae's 3 finals, 36 disposals against Essendon, 39 and a goal last week against the Lions, and tonight, as you said, 36, and we've still got a minute to play.
He's incredible.
Red Z lending stats. Ball spills around. Here's Aaliyah streaming through the middle. Puts a high ball in. Ball bouncing around. There's the siren. The Bulldogs go through to the grand final. They meet the Demons, and we're in for one hell of a game. Bulldogs home by 71 points. So many stories to this game. The big one is the final result. The Dogs home by 71 points. They came in as the underdogs and they were right on the medal from the get-go. Let's head down to our friends at Channel 7. Standing by to go down to Bailey Smith, who was absolutely electric tonight. 4 goals, stunning performance on the Red Z lending stats. And thanks to our friends at Channel 7. Here's Bailey Smith.
Tonight, and what a game to do it. Yeah, no, it was a great game by all the boys. We knew it was going to be quite an adversarial game coming to, obviously, Port. Their fans so passionate, so no, we're just wrapped with the way we went about it tonight.
Obviously, you put some really good plans into place, looking at their defence, also changes with you up forward, because they all work well with Stephen Martin as well.
Yeah, 100%, that was great, and we know how much of a threat Lear is down there, so we tried to minimise that throughout the night, and yeah, just compete at ground level as best as we could.
You've been everywhere. We know it's something like 5 states in 13, 14 days. You're into a grand final. What is the fit? Is it relief? Is it absolute joy?
I got no idea, mate. I hadn't sunk in. It's just so surreal to be 20 years of age and now in the granny. It's just a credit to all the coaching staff and the players. Marcus Bontempelli has been a great skipper all year through lots of adversity, travel and COVID like everyone's been dealing with. It's just been amazing, yeah.
3 last week, 4 this week, sneak 5 in the GF and it'll work well. Well done, Bailey.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Bailey Smith, what a dominant player he was. And Roo, as you said, he really is shaping to be player of the finals. About to head back down to our friends at Channel 7. And might not be able to head down there. Mitch Hannity was another player who was brilliant for the Dogs tonight. Well, where do we start?
Oh, what's Chris Hemsworth up to right now?
He'd have the shirt off, push-ups,
guns out. The big Thor.
Oh, yeah. Wouldn't he be enjoying it?
He'd be ready to go to Perth on his private jet, Dits. Over there.
Who's your favourite right now? We've seen two great performances, Melbourne and the Bulldogs.
I'm on the Doggies. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, D's fans. I want them to win because obviously our great mate Simon Goodwin's a coach, and I just think if the Doggies play like that, they'll win. They were incredible. They've just got so much depth. They've got a good forward line. They get Keith back. They get Waitman. I think they're a better rounded side. I think Melbourne are really good. Don't get me wrong. They've been really good in the 2 finals, but who have they beaten? Geelong were real poor, and Brisbane and Adelaide weren't very good either.
Yeah, I reckon it's a tough one to pick as there's been for a long time because basically, last night Geelong didn't really fire a shot and the D's were outstanding, and tonight, same with Port Adelaide. They hardly fired a shot, and the Bulldogs are very, very good. But how do you compare that or try and work out who was better, who's not, what it's going to be?
We've got 2 weeks to do it.
It's going to be a fascinating midfield battle in 2 weeks' time in the grand final. I just can't wait for Petrarca, Oliver, Viney, Gawn versus McRae, Bontempelli, Smith, Treloar.
It's an even matchup.
How good is it? How good at the defenders?
Incredible.
Alex Keith back, one of the best intercept markers versus Lever and May down the other end.
Norton on May.
It's what it's going to be. It is going to be a great grand final, and 2 clubs that have been starved of premiership. I know the Bulldogs won in 16, but they were a long time between drinks as well. So 2 teams that have been starved of premiership success, and geez, it's going to be great for their supporters. They're not a huge following from both clubs, but 2 really proud clubs, and can't wait for it.
And in hindsight, they were the best 2 clubs all year, weren't they, that have made the grand final. They're there. They were the best all year until the last bit where the Dogs sort of dropped the bundle. What about on the flip side, Port Adelaide? So this is a side who made top 2. They had a couple of home finals.
Can I start this conversation by saying I think you've got to go back, if they're going to do some sort of review, you've got to analyse who they beat, and maybe we got carried away all year with who they beat because there were, if you remember, all we kept talking about, they never beat a top 8 side. Remember we kept, that was talked about all year. Never beat top 4, never beat top 8 until right at the end they beat the Bulldogs. And maybe, just maybe, we've got to look at all of that and analyse who they beat, and then they beat the old men of the comp, the Geelong, who last night got thrashed as well. Maybe they just weren't as good as we thought they were, and that's got to be looked at.
They did have a good draw for the year. The sides that they played twice, and you play 5 sides twice, 4 of those were outside the top 8 all year.
And that's what I'm sort of alluding to, Roo. I just wonder if, we got a little bit of a false sense with Port Adelaide.
They played the game of their season against the Cats here. And maybe we were seduced a little bit to going, oh no, Port Adelaide, they have arrived. They are the real deal. I certainly did. But you can only go on the performance you see or their last performance. And that performance, that pressure and intensity, that's an attitude thing. And they brought it against the Cats. But tonight, geez, they decided not to bring it. I don't know whether they thought they were automatically in.
Is it the weight of the expectation like you talked about before the game?
Yeah, well, it can be. Expectation, as I said pre-game, does funny things to people. And home crowd, just do you think it's going to happen? Yes, you think you're going to win. Everyone thinks they're going to win that puts the Guernsey on, whether you're playing home or away. But everything was in Port Adelaide's favour. They're staying in their own beds. Home final, got the week off. There's talk about, Biggles had a bit of a joke about the Bulldogs using motivation of Port Adelaide people talking about grand final tickets and flights over and prices of flights. Whether that plays a role, maybe not, but it's an attitude, so you've got to look to where that attitude comes from, and maybe it is somewhere down that path.
We talk about Port Adelaide, and look, they've lost this. They've been beaten by 71 points. They've got to do a big review, but what about the Bulldogs? I mean, they are the story here. How they've turned it around. They were absolutely brilliant tonight. We said pre-game their stars are going to have to rock up, And they did. Their stars were unbelievable.
Oh,
In
Norton,
fact, they all turned up. They didn't have a passenger.
No.
I'll start down the bottom of the stats screen. Cordy did a great job on Dixon.
Yep.
Vandermeer was dangerous up forward. Gardner did a good job down back. Martin well and truly held his own in the ruck. Shackey was great on Alir. Norton beat McKenzie. Duray did his job. Johannesson was brilliant. English did his job. Hannon played his best game ever. Rourke Smith was dangerous. Easton Wood did his job. Liberatore was great. Bailey Williams was good. Bontempelli was great. Daniel was great. Dunkley was good. Hunter was good.
Going to be long, Rose?
Smith was good. Well, what I'm basically saying is they did not have a passenger.
No, you're right. Unbelievable. Team effort. We said they needed to play like that if they were going to be any chance. We were thinking any chance in being in the hunt, not sort of this sort of score. This has come from nowhere.
And what about Hannon? He was a real star early on in this game tonight, Bern. Leaving Melbourne, why did that happen, do you think, him moving to the Bulldogs?
He had a lot of injury at Melbourne. He just for whatever reason he started with Footscray, which is the Bulldogs VFL affiliate, and got drafted to Melbourne after a really good final series in the VFL. I think they won the premiership. It might have been the year when the Bulldogs actually won the premiership in the AFL as well, 2016. But he had a really good final series in 2018 for Melbourne as well. Hit the scoreboard, kicked multiple goals on a few occasions, and he's almost a big game player. The bigger the game, not many people know about Mitch Hannon, but in big games, you could really rely on him to stand up and he flies at the ball. He's quick. His defensive pressure up forward is really good. So certainly someone that sneaks under the radar, but he won't sneak under Melbourne's radar. They know how good he can be and is. But it was almost, they went down that path and they kept Jaden Hunt on the list, who was playing a little bit forward. Basically played the same roles at the time. I know Jaden Hunt's gone back now, but they decided to keep Jaden Hunt and they moved Hannon on.
What about Dunkley's story? Remember all the trade period last year? Essendon, he wanted to go to Essendon tried to get him. Dogs wouldn't let him go. They convinced him to stay. Now he could play in a premiership.
Yeah, and he played a good role tonight. I know Wines found a lot of the footy, but he was matching up on him around stoppage, played his role as well. Probably hasn't had the biggest month of footy, Dunkley, in terms of numbers, but again, with Treloar, he's probably had a bit of a quiet month too, but was good again tonight, and you just got to be there when the whips are cracking. I'd trust Dunkley in a contest, no doubt about it.
Stephen Martin leaves Brisbane, goes to the Dogs just to top up on the rucks, and he could play in a premiership too.
What about we haven't really mentioned him too much tonight. What about his performance? First game since round 12. That's a long time, and even you've got to give a big tick to the coaching staff and fitness staff as well.
High performance have been incredible.
Performance, because to get that man, that was a big question for me. I was thinking you can't bring in a guy that hasn't played since round 12 into a big prelim final. He could go down in the first 10 minutes. You bring the sub on, Anthony Scott, who's knee height to a grasshopper, completely different player, different role. Can't just throw him into the ruck. So big risk, but the trust they've got in the fitness staff, they've obviously done the work.
They had to do it.
They had to as well, because
English
just has played forward. So, great decision by the coaching staff, match committee, fitness staff, big tick, you have to say. So, the Dogs, they're right in it. They're as big a chance as Melbourne are in 2 weeks it is, but it's going to be a fascinating
game. Well, the hit-outs were 49-24 in favour of Port Adelaide. Yet they got smashed in the clearances and contested possession. So great performance by the Bulldogs midfielders. They weren't rucking to Nat Nui or Max Gawn. They were rucking to the opposition and still beat them fair and square.
That's been the tale of their season, though, the Dogs. They I think they're 17th in hit-outs and 1 or 2, I think, for clearance. So they don't rely on winning the hit-outs.
It's a lot harder to do it, though.
They just hunt it. Yeah, but they
so much harder.
They've proved that they can do it. So they like it the hard way.
Imagine if they had Nat Nui or Gawn feeding them.
Well, they might lose clearance, Roo. They might like the challenge, but they turned up today, the Dogs.
That's our Triple M Amy review. Let's head to Luke Beveridge, winning coach of the Dogs.
Well, I've got the coach with me, Luke Beveridge. Congratulations, mate. Before the game, you talked about how unusual the season's been. But to get the team there again 5 years later, congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, Sodas. I think everyone's pretty emotional because it's a big journey for everyone across the 18 clubs, and lots been thrown at everyone. And just to get a look at another grand final is incredible. Obviously can't speak highly enough of what the players have been able to do to get there, and obviously all their staff and thick and fat, and really believing, and obviously it was an incredible performance.
You've all been away from the family, you've been travelling, you've been going to all these different places. Geez, you did it tough in 2016, but this is like another level of adversity, I think.
Yeah, probably this time around, because we've been up in the first or second spot for a little while. The realisation that we're right in the mix and we're one of the better teams has been there all year, and it was probably historically as much as we won 15 games before the finals, it was pretty tight, and we hadn't even been anywhere near the heights. So, but this time around, and when you think about the impact that the whole squad have had, and even the boys out here tonight who didn't play, just full credit to them. They've been so good, and they're so close, the boys, and that matters. They really support each other. Some real selflessness off the field, and you sort of think back to when you were playing, whether or not you could be that selfless, and be so happy for guys who are getting opportunities that you're not, and they've just been unbelievable. And we've got 2 weeks to really look forward to. It's obviously an amazing side in Melbourne.
Luke, can I ask you, if we just walk back towards there, what do you love about the football club, and what do you love about this particular group?
Oh, well, the football club's, been extremely well run for, a fair period of time. Peter was the president, but Kylie's done an amazing job as our new chair lady.
Yep.
She's been so good, extremely supportive, and Bainesy is the CEO. But we've had continuity in our footy operations area. I mean, there's a lot of turnover in footy clubs, and I've been fortunate enough to have the support and the work ethic around me to help me do what I do. And so, footy's such an emotional game, and I think we're pretty open and honest, and we let our emotions out a lot, at our footy club, and I think that's okay. We went through a really difficult time after 16. We had some boys who probably weren't in a good space, and that was hard on everyone. And I'm not saying that no one's got those challenges at the moment, because the pressure of the game internally and externally doesn't get any lighter. And even, I was so happy tonight for some of the ridiculous commentary and insinuations around Adam was just so distasteful from people. Like, if you're going to fail at something, don't fail at trying to pull people down. I just don't know how people can, sleep next to people like that when they're so vindictive. And that was nasty. I was so happy to see him play well tonight, and all of the boys. Steph did an amazing job for us. So, we got a lot to look forward to, Sodas. Thanks very much.
Absolutely, mate. Hey, thanks for your time and taking the time to explain all that. It was great for Adam Trelaw. Have a great couple of weeks, Luke Beveridge. You've done another remarkable job. Congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks to Channel 7. Luke Beveridge, the winning coach of the Bulldogs. They go through to the grand final. They meet Melbourne in a fortnight.
Yeah, just outstanding in every department, I'll tell you what. And Roo, just a moment ago, you went through their team and you mentioned every single player in the team. I'll go through the Port ones for you. And this is serious. Ollie Wines, tick. Bonner, tick. And I liked Lysette for just trying his absolute guts out. And I'm looking at the list here, and I actually can't mention one other, and that's fair dinkum.
And with Ollie Wines, not to pick on him, but he didn't do anything in the first quarter when you got beaten.
When we needed it.
Yep.
So, as I've got Wines, Bonner, and maybe the ruckman Lysette. Burn, can you squeeze anyone else in?
I'm trying to find something for you, Dits, but not really.
So that's poor, isn't it?
How Pepper didn't get an opportunity because he only come on late. So, I mean, yeah, it's a concern. You can't have that many passengers and expect to be in the hunt.
You're not a 71-point worse side than them.
Nah.
So something bad's gone wrong there.
Look forward to fleshing all that out in our Triple M Amy review. We'll be back shortly. Let's head down to the Bulldogs rooms. The Bulldogs running out 71-point winners over Port Adelaide, 17-14, 116. Port Adelaide 6-9, 45. We'll be back with Bertie Vince, Mark Rasciuto, Chris Dittmar looking back on this one. We'll pull apart the Port Adelaide situation and we'll investigate a bit more about the Doggies and their chances in a fortnight's time. For McDonald's and Ream Hot Water, Triple M rocks footy.
That quarter for Kennard Tyre. Did Kennard Tyre make your job easy? Kenno.
For Ream Hot Water.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
Built tough for Aussie conditions. When it comes to water heating, ask your plumber to install a Ream.
Triple M's $10,000 vault. Unlock the door with these numbers.
1, 6, 9, 3.
There's only 24 possible combinations. So if you don't win, someone else will. Make your appointment for the Marty Sheargold Show. Monday morning between 8 and 8:15 on Melbourne's Triple M.
Asbestos. Just the word is enough to make most people stop and think. If you think asbestos could be doing harm in your home or business, don't just think about doing something about it. Do it. Call Identifiber now for same-day asbestos materials testing. With over 30 years' experience, the Identifiber team are your experts in asbestos and hazardous materials consulting and air monitoring services. Identifiber, all your hazardous materials services in one location. 67 Atherton Road, Oakley, and identifiber.com.au.
We are the bricks. We are the mortar. We are the wards. We are the tests, the results, the comforters, and the comforted. We are the breakthroughs and the recoveries. We are 150 years of challenge and triumph, heartache and joy. And we are the future, full of extraordinary possibilities. We are the Alfred.
Donate now to the Alfred Critical Care Appeal. alfred150.org.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. During the lockdown, all our Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. Yes, all National Tiles Melbourne stores are open for both trade and contactless pickup 7 days a week. As best we can, National Tiles is continuing to support Melbourne's trade and retail tile buyers during the lockdown. National Tiles, trade and contactless pickup at all our Melbourne stores 7 days a week.
Start in Bottomart and wrap up footy with a win. Catch a specially marked Jack Daniels and Cola 4.8% 10-pack for $44.99 and enter online for the chance to win a UE Hyperboom speaker. Want camping gear? Buy a specially marked 30-pack of Great Northern Super Cruise for $47.99 and get a $20 Campermate voucher. Buy more cases, get bigger prizes. T's and C's apply. 1 hour delivery in selected areas. Download our app and start shopping. Catalogue out now at bottomart.com.au. Start at Bottomart.
If you're looking for a camper trailer tough enough for Australia, then you're looking for a super tough Adventure Kings camper. Engineered to take on Australia's rugged landscape with ease, you can get an Adventure Kings camper from Fall Drive Super Centre for just $14,995. Plus, we'll give you a $1,000 voucher so you can accessorise it your way. Now that's a deal that's tough to beat, only while stocks last. Head in store or find us online at falldrivesupercentre.com.au. Super save with us now.
Tradies, it's time to cut the cord with a new 18-volt bi-turbo brushless range from Bosch. Optimised for Procore 18-volt 8 and 12 amp-hour batteries, the Bosch bi-turbo range of saws, grinders, drills, impact wrenches and rotary hammers deliver up to 2,000 watts of corded equivalent power from a single Procore 18-volt battery. All that plus an industry-leading 6-year warranty. Cut the cord and check out the Bosch bi-turbo brushless range now. Available at Bunnings Warehouse, Total Tools and boschpowertools.com.au.
Triple M rocks finals footy.
The Triple M Footy Review. Amy. Who covers clangers? Amy does. Lucky you're with Amy.
Oh, the Bulldogs are through to the grand final. 71-point winners over Port Adelaide. 17-14, 116 the power, 6-9-45. Let's head down to the boundary. Red big ones for Bob Jane Teamarts. Having a chat with one of the stars tonight, Mitch Hannon from the Bulldogs. Biggles?
Mitch, congratulations. Incredible game right from the outset. But talk us through the theme. We know Bevo loves a theme leading into the match. What did he go with to pump you boys up for tonight?
You're right, he does have a couple of themes. This one's sort of been building for a few weeks now, and it's to do with, I guess, a little bit of Shawshank redemption. I won't delve into it too much, but he's been spurring us on with some of that stuff since we commenced the finals. And
the feelings down in the rooms just then, talk us through that.
Oh, unbelievable. As you know, being on the road with the whole playing group, there's 20-odd guys that are sort of riding the wave with us, and to have them all in the huddle singing the song with us, knowing that we're into the grand final is a tremendous feeling.
Hey, Mitch, Bernie Vince up here, mate. Congratulations. 14 disposals tonight, 3 goals. Your forward 50 pressure was outstanding. Has it sunk in yet? Have you worked out what's going on in 2 weeks' time, playing your old side in a grand final for a premiership?
Oh, Bern, it definitely hasn't sunk in yet, mate. It's obviously crossed my mind, especially after watching last night. But now that it's come to fruition, I'm still pinching myself. Still very close mates with a lot of those guys that played last night. And if you had asked me 12 months ago that this was how it was going to pan out, I would have said no way. So, yeah, 2 weeks to sort of cool the jets and then get into it.
And how did you feel after last night? Were you thinking, oh no, we'll play Port Adelaide in Adelaide, it's going to be a tough game for us, Melbourne are in, maybe I should have stayed with the D's?
No, definitely not. I've loved the move so far. The D's were looking very good last night, but likewise, vice versa, I think we've started playing some really good footy at the right time. So, it'll be a cracking match.
Mark Rashudo, mate, all the best. Well played tonight. You were brilliant in that first half when the game was there to be won. When's the last grand final you played in? Were you an adult?
Footscray?
Yeah, I played for the Footscray Bulldogs VFL Granny back in 2016.
Oh, sorry, I didn't do my homework.
I told you that, Roo.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't listen to you very
No, I know you don't. That's how we drafted him.
Sorry, Mitch.
VFL.
No, you're right, Mark.
Hey, what was the message going into tonight? Because right from the start, you just looked a different team because you sort of finished off your last 3 or 4 weeks. You slipped. You went from top 2 to sort of top 4, and then the last round, unluckily, went out of the top 4 back to 5th spot. You've done it the tough way. What was the message before the game? Because that intensity and pressure was outstanding. Yeah,
it's probably exactly that. We've probably been beaten up a little bit, sort of all around the ground, actually, those last 3 games of the home and away season. But I think in the last 3 weeks of these finals, you've seen us sort of gain a bit more control in the midfield, play a little bit more forward half footy, and then sort of hold it in there. So that sort of, I guess, gives us repeat entries and repeat stoppages and more opportunities to score on goal. And I think in that first half you saw that, for sure.
Has Steph Martin pulled up first up for him a very long time? He'd be a bit ginger, wouldn't he?
Right now he's probably still running on adrenaline like the rest of us. But he's a big man and he's obviously come from a fair layoff. But as you know, we've got 2 weeks to ice him up. But it's great to have him back out there. He's a big presence and he's an even better bloke to have. So I'm sure he'll be fine.
Mitch, is Bailey Smith, is he human? His final series, 20 disposals and a goal against the Dons. Last week, 27-3 in the match winner. Tonight, 23 and 4 goals, a career high. He just keeps getting better and better, this bloke.
Yeah, he's running hot, isn't he? He's, I think he's built for the big moments as well, as you've seen the last couple of weeks. He's a professional. He's super strong for a guy of his age, and he loves the big moments. So to have all those attributes, we're lucky to have him.
Alex Keith back for the granny?
Yeah, I think so. He's obviously probably up there with one of our most important players. And to allow him to sort of have this night off and now, in hindsight, have the victory is probably a great call. But, yeah, with grand finals, you try to get everyone up, I guess. So.
Going to be a very stiff player that gets knocked out of this side with Cody Waitman got to come back in as well.
That's right. He's been electric. He's another one that sort of provides a bit of X factor and some buzz up forward. So, yeah, Bevo's got some big calls, but we'll probably reassess tomorrow and see how everyone's bodies sort of pull up and then go from there.
What does this week look like now, Mitch? Are you allowed to go outside? You weren't allowed to train. You're allowed to walk on the oval for only an hour, no longer. Yeah. What are you allowed to do? When do you head off?
Oh, well, we found ourselves in Brisbane last week, and due to, I think, the WA government, our sort of quarantine period reset. So we've got another week in Perth. I think we might be in Fremantle, just in the hotel, enjoying each other's company, doing what we can under quarantine conditions, and then hopefully next weekend we'll be free to sort of live life as normal and prepare for the granny.
Well, Mitch, boyhood dream stuff, mate. Well done. Congratulations and best of luck in the big one in a fortnight.
Thanks very much, guys.
There he is, Mitch Hannon, 3 goals tonight in a preliminary final. There were 2 teams out here tonight, Ditch, so I'll let you take this away. Port Adelaide down by 71 points, the Dogs going. What do you want to know from these guys over here about this effort tonight?
Look, I'm reluctant to sink the boots in right now and go, that was pathetic, that was terrible. It was, by the way, but things that we've talked about, what I'd like to look at in the next few days is, was it a false sense? So in other words, did Port Adelaide just get a dream draw? And the fact that they couldn't beat top 8 sides all year, does it mean that maybe we just got a bit carried away. I'd like to sort of explore that part of it. Downhill ski, as you just mentioned, Roo, I felt halfway through the Port Adelaide had too many of a similar type player that isn't that hard, tough inside player. There's a lot of outside run and a lot of very, very skillful type players. And, you know, on Triple M, Roo, we named some of them during the year, and if anyone's listening would think, oh, you can't drop him and you can't get rid of him. I'm not saying you do get rid of those players. What I'm saying is you can't have all of them in the same side. So if I was to mention a Riley Bonner or a Carl Amon, I'm not saying get rid of them and drop them. What I'm saying is you can't have all of these blokes out there in the same side. So something's got to give, and I think these are the things that will be discussed over the next week or the next few weeks.
I know what I'd be looking at. I'd be looking back at the West Coast in Perth game. I'd be looking at the Brisbane game, and I'd be looking at this game, and I'd be saying, why did we not perform when we were expected to go and perform? Who is not playing well in the big games? And is there a common theme? If there's a common theme, I'd talk to those individual players about what they do in that preparation and try and work it out, because it's a common thread, and you can't afford in prelims or grand finals to do that. If you do that, you're out. It happened with the Crows in 2017. They didn't rock up on about three occasions during the game, and they didn't do it in the grand final again. And the big games find you out.
Yep, and you got to weed that out, where the reason why, and I'd like to delve into a little bit more. And only the coaches will know, and they'll review all this. But why is when your contested possession or Port Adelaide's contested possession drops off, why they're just so far out of the contest? It's not funny, and that's what you're talking about. Those games
doesn't even just drop off; it falls off.
Minus 30 it was tonight. Minus 30, and it was
minus 20 at quarter time.
Minus 20, yeah, something like that at quarter time. So, I mean, that's an attitude. That's a want for the contest. That's thinking
minus
maybe
23 at quarter time.
Amazing. So that's maybe thinking that it's just going to happen. And there's players like if you went through a few of the efforts tonight, Motlop hardly sided, Fantasia hardly sided. There's a couple that you question mark. Burn Jones has had a pretty lean year, and another quiet night tonight. Marshall, I know he subbed off in the end, but he showed a little bit in that third quarter. Had a couple of shots on goal, but pretty quiet as well. I mean, these are names that keep coming up in these big games that you have to. It becomes a habit. And you've got to look at that, because if you keep going, oh no, they'll be right next time. Eventually, next time isn't there anymore, and your window's gone.
What the weird thing tonight was, though, blokes like Connor Rosie, who everyone thinks has got a bright future. Butters is, no matter, I think just at every single game he's played, he looks dangerous at some stage. I don't reckon he did a dangerous thing tonight.
No, and he's not really hard at the contest.
It was actually across the board, which. Whenever I see a performance where it's just totally across the board, I always think preparation. There's something to do with the preparation, the high performance, the training, the message that's getting sent out in the club. There's something that happens that affects everyone, because you can't just all have a bad day on the same day. You just can't do that.
Interestingly, after the Geelong win, they all had a holiday.
A 4-day break, which players, all the AFL sides do have 4-day breaks through the year.
This late,
hang on. Do that after the grand final, surely.
It's not a holiday. It's not a holiday.
No, you know what I mean, but a break. Get away from the club, no training, nothing, for 4 days. You're in the midst of a final series. There isn't a sports person in the world that does that, Roo.
Yes. I don't know what the other clubs did, but all I do know, Ditz, is that in modern football for years they do have 4-day breaks. Now, I'm not saying the other final sides did it. We don't know, because they're not in Adelaide. Maybe they did, maybe
I find the timing of it strange. But if you're saying all the sides did it, then okay.
No. I'm saying if I don't know what the other sides do, but I know all through the year sides
you get two
mandatory 4-day.
You get two set 4-day breaks, but I haven't seen it this late in the season. Not in a finals program, but I know Melbourne last week. Well, that was the talk last night when Steve May went down. Did they train too hard in the break? I'd rather train a little bit, err on the side of maybe training a little bit too hard than having a holiday or going off or having time off. But
something's happened only for them to play that softer footy.
Only inside the club they'll know. And they'll review, when I say review, not just review the centre square stoppages. They'll review the whole 2 weeks. They'll review the whole last month.
This is a preparation
it has to be.
Performance tonight. This is not how good they are. They're way better than that. So this is something to do with the preparation.
Well, I'd love to know if the other clubs did, because I'm telling you now, you win a final like the one against Geelong, you get straight into the club the next day, keep your foot on the pedal, and you say, boys, we've got 3 weeks to go.
Yep.
We keep going and we keep working hard, and in 3 weeks' time, have as many days off as you want.
With a premiership medal around your neck. That'll be a better holiday.
I'd love to find out what happened.
Well, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to really, Ditz, would they? Because they're in lockdown, so they're all together. So they have to be doing something together at the same time.
The other teams?
After their wins, I'm not saying Port Adelaide definitely did, but the other teams, they've had to keep going and working together.
As I said, you can jump at shadows right now. You can blame all sorts of things. I got to just let the dust settle a little bit here and find out what's coming out. I'd love to hear Ken Hinkley's press conference tonight. I certainly will go home and have a listen to it. But I'm still just pointing back to the fact that during the year they weren't beating top 8 sides. Maybe Port Adelaide aren't that good. And the other thing you got to say is sometimes you run into a side that's just much better than you, and they did tonight.
They were hot tonight, the Dogs.
Bulldogs were very good.
What you'd love to see with those games that I mentioned, the West Coast in Perth, the Brisbane in Brisbane, there was no fight back. That's a good side's fight back. They don't wait. They don't just capitulate for the whole game. So is there a preparation lead into those games that mirrored what happened tonight so they can find it out? Or is it a mindset? Haven't they not got the ticker at quarter time to change and fight back against good sides? Only they know internally that.
Where do you think their window's at now? Because last year it was a 6-point loss in a prelim, and they got out Aaliyah and they got Fantasia, and it looked as though they were the missing pieces that were going to take Port to the next level. It hasn't turned out that way. It certainly looked like that against Geelong, but tonight it's another story. So you got older players, Boak, you got Robbie Gray, these sort of players.
Robbie Gray's the one that's starting to get a bit tired. I mean, he willed himself to get him across the line in a couple of those late games. He's had a quiet year, Robbie Gray. You've got Charlie Dixon, who's over 30, and then you've got Boak, who's still running on top of the ground. The window's open for me.
Wide open. You got potentially Dawson coming to the footy club as well if Adelaide miss out on him. So, I mean, it's still wide open, and it's not, throw everything out. But
you don't want to waste the opportunity.
Well, this opportunity doesn't last too long, and they've been in 2 prelims in a row, and, geez, you only get 2 or 3 looks at it. Generally, look at Richmond now. They drop after sort of 4 cracks at it. They've dropped right out of the 8, so it can happen pretty quick. West Coast, same thing.
Now, I just happened to be watching in the centre circle after the siren. Not now, you're all looking at
the mowers out there.
The mowers out there. Charlie Dixon was distraught, and I sort of paid a bit of attention to it. He was on his haunches, and he was visibly crying, and a couple of players had to go up and console him. Now, what do we read into that? Do we read into it just very, very disappointed in tonight?
Yeah, that's what happened.
Yeah.
Or are we reading more into that? But he had to be consoled by 2 young players. Bergman was one of them that went up and grabbed him and sort of walked him off the ground.
That's a good sign that he's crying. It means a lot to him. I've cried in prelims. They're devastating because you are focused on winning a premiership. That's what you play footy for. If you are the right type of footballer, that's all you play for and that's all you want. And when you go into a prelim final and you think you can win and you don't, it breaks your heart.
Geez, there'd be some disappointing boys in the rooms right now, wouldn't there? It'd be pretty quiet.
There'd be more than Charlie Dixon crying there, I can promise you that.
What happens in sport, seriously, you can play people that are better than you sometimes. And don't you ask the question, say, did I give everything I could have? Did I try everything? Did I fight till the end? And in the end, if you tick all those boxes and go, all right, I got beaten by someone better.
Last year, Port Adelaide, yeah.
It's correct. Tonight, they cannot tick one of those boxes. They've beaten by 71 points in a prelim final.
At home, when you're hot favourites. It just doesn't happen, does it? So they'll be very